You rejoin us here in gorgeous Prague for the UAM Moto Surf World Championship 2026. Continuing after our season opener in Turkey last month, the Czech Republic is definitely an amazing place to race. The headquarters of the sport, which has its infancy back to almost 20 years ago. But what a fantastic build-up this has been. The earlier heats this morning certainly giving us clues as to what we can expect to see in the finals tomorrow. But there are still plenty more chapters to be written in this fantastic event. The first Grand Prix of Czechia since the 2022 season, and it's great to be back in the birthplace of Moto Surf. Jake Sanson in the commentary booth once again as we get back into the second rotation of heats. 4 heats in total for each competitor that has made it this far. And now, of course, the interesting battle continues for each of the categories. We're going to go into the Masters men next up. Alex Lukscheider's got a bit of a wait, unfortunately, for his next time in the course because he's going to be racing in the elite category a little bit later on. Third in his opening race. He wants a little bit more than that. The officials and the regulators, the coordinators and the timekeepers in position at the tent just next to the coast itself of this fantastic Hostivar Dam. And we're getting ourselves ready for the next encounter on the course. It's the Masters men once again, the riders over the age of 40, and it's that man, Kim Down, the man who's won 11 of the 12 Masters Grand Prix ever held. Then it's Bojnik, along with Faltusek, Yuri Renner and Romelichel Kratishvili from Michel Ular and Lee Duk-dong. Then Paul Tori and Fujitera Hito, Abraham Tibor, Nikita Antonov and Carlo Carboni of Italy. And so the riders get themselves prepared to go back into the action. The incredible Korean star, Kim Down, number 44, Stock World Champion, Double Masters World Champion, Motosurf Korea Champion in 2024 as well. 11 Grand Prix victories in the Masters category. Only 12 have ever been run. That is an unbelievable strike rate. David Bojnik, really wanting to get back into the action again. Second position in the starting line, raced in Poland and Croatia in 24. Third in the Masters Championship last season, grabbed a podium in Italy and Croatia. So certainly hoping for more than just a podium on this occasion. Third place for Petr Faltusek. Great chance for him. The 49-year-old from Pardubice, he won the Croatian Grand Prix last season, the only man to deny Kim Down the perfect score. Yuri Renner, 2 times a racer in the elite category, having had fantastic battles across the 2022 and 2023 season. And Yuri Renner actually getting invaded on his own starting grid time by the Austrian, Roman Lichel Kratishvili, one of our favourite personalities in the paddock. And it's going to be fascinating to see what he can do as he continues to step up his credence. Michel Ular next up, the 43-year-old from Novi Jičín, 4th in the Electric Challenge back in 2025, has raced in the stock and the Masters category since the 2022 season. Next up in the rankings, 7th on the starting grid for Lee Duk-dong. Great to see the Korean rider back in the paddock once again. He made his debut in the World Championships in Macau last year, so he is still very much a new boy. And there is Paul Tori, the legend of Japan, incredibly young at 66 years of age. In the background is Miki Tori. She's going to be going for it in the Masters Women later on in the day. And Fujitera Hito making it a very Japanese affair in this one. Going to be a big challenge for the number 2. His first year in the Moto Surf World Championship. Abraham Tibor of Hungary. Great to see him in the lineup once again. 42 years of age from Budapest. 3rd in the Electric Challenge Championship in the 2025 season. Alongside him on the starting grid, Nikita Antonov of Israel. Great to see him back in the paddock once again. Still getting used to life in the Masters. Raced twice last year in his first campaign. He's hoping that 2026 will be his first full-time assault. And at the tail of the field on this occasion, it's the Italian Carlo Carboni. He and his colleague Roman Semenyek last competed in the Moto Surf World Championships in Manfredonia 2 years ago. Great to see them back in the Moto Surf paddock here in Prague. So the fans are getting ready in the stands. It's really starting to get pretty busy down here in Hostivar, the beautiful region of Prague in the southeast of the capital city. And it's getting very hot indeed here as well. Got to remember that we are right in the center of the country here. Well, just off to the west of the country, I should say, is the capital city of Prague, and we're in the southeast of the city. But it is very hot indeed in this part of the world at this time of the year. It was quite cold actually on Thursday when we were setting everything up. But the clouds have all gone away now. The sun has come out to play, and boy, has he got his hat on. So the riders in the Masters men get ready for heat number 2. And it's all going to come down to the mentality and the wisdom of Kim Down at the front end of the field. David Poznik, second position on the grid for him. Certainly would like to make up for the little fall he had earlier on in the first heat. A couple of podiums in the Masters category over the last couple of seasons, so he clearly has the potential to take on Kim Down, but certainly the Korean has been the king of the Masters category. It is astonishing to think that we've had 12 Grand Prix in the Masters category since the championship was formed, this class, in the 2024 season, largely because there was quite a plethora of competitors across the elite and stock categories over the age of 40, and so the wisdom of the organisers, they decided to give the Masters their own class so that they're not just straggling at the back, they want to be fighting for their own championship title, and it's certainly a very competitive race in its own right. And of course for this year's there is now a Masters category for the women over the age of 30. You'll get to see them out on the course just after the juniors, which will be the race after the pair of races we'll see from the Masters men. So Group A, heat number 2. Can anybody get into the mindset of Kim Down? The earlier heats had practice starts. No more practice starts. Every start you see from here is going to be the game on for the race itself. And so the contenders are ready for an exciting battle all the way through. The Grand Prix of Czechia, the first for 4 years, here in the gorgeous capital city of Prague. And we're going to see some really genuinely intense battles. You can see how close we are to the main hubbub, the commercial part of the city in the southeast of the capital. We're about, I would say, 12 kilometers away from the main core of the city itself. And it is a really beautiful place. I'm told that my Monday, my Tuesday and my Wednesday are completely given up to sightseeing in Prague. That's what the guys tell me here in the Motosurf paddock, and I'm going to really enjoy myself. I'm sure they're right. So as the contenders line up, it's going to be Kim, Poznik, Faldasek, Renner, Lišo-Kratešvili, Ular, Lee, Tori, Teruhito, Tibor, Antonov and Carboni. We wait for the command on the jet ski. When the flag drops, they're racing for the second heat in Group A in the Masters men category. Let's do it! Great launch forward from Kim Down, no problems at all there. Lišo-Kratešvili's got a decent start alongside Jiří Renner. Not the best of starts for Petr Faldasek. He may lose the position on the inside line. Just about keeps it together, and a little bit wayward from Jiří Renner. But David Poznik going well in second position, already trying to take on the Korean as they go opposing sides of the slalom. But of course, being at the front is exactly where you want to be. You don't have the white water of the rider in front of you. And Kim Down is already out of the slalom and leaving everybody else behind as they battle away for second position. It's Poznik who is in second now. Faldasek and Jiří Renner as they started then. Lišo-Kratešvili still P5. So the riders work their way through. Is anybody going to take the blink and decide to go for the long lap early on? So far, not going to happen for everybody. But certainly for one rider in the race, I think it's Lee Duk-dong who's decided, you know what, I'm going to make it work. So Lee Duk-dong has made his decision to go through into the long lap for the first time. My apologies, it's not Lee Duk-dong who's only just come through behind Abraham Tibor, so the first rider to go through on the long lap is a little bit further forward than that. I think it might be Carlo Carboni, the Italian. Yes, it is. So problems on the start then for Nikita Antonov and for Paul Tori, the Japanese rider. And Lee Duk-dong had a really poor start, and very unfortunate for the Korean. His countryman, though, is dominating, as he likes to do in the Masters class. Certainly exactly what he was hoping for coming into this one, and it's certainly going exactly as he would have liked. So there is the number 2, that is David Poznik, who is the younger of the two Pozniks in the Masters category, 44 years of age. Raced in Poland and Croatia in his first season, full-time last year, full-time again this year, really wants to take on all comers and try and go for more glory and more victories. Only one person, however, has denied Kim Down a victory in a Grand Prix, and that is Petr Faldasek, who is currently running in third position. So there is David Poznik, still going very comfortably in second position for the Jet Surf Pardubice outfit. There is David Poznik in second place. Going well, just trying to keep himself together at the moment and hunting down Kim Down. Through the slalom, keeping it nice and tidy. It's a nice little battle brewing between Faltasek and David Poznik. Faltasek's trying to get back into this with a little bit more gusto. But Kim Down certainly has a very solid lead at the moment as he runs through in front of David Poznik. 4.87 is the gap between Kim and Poznik. Up to third place now has come Yuri Renner because Petr Faltasek and Roman Kratishvili have both taken the long lap. So has Michel Hulard and Nikita Antonov. So looks like only really the top three have yet to go on to their first long lap. Everybody else has just got to try and maintain their position and keep it nice and tidy. So far, so good. Some really good performances at the moment, and it's still looking pretty neat and tidy for the man up front. Yuri Renner has now gone on to his long lap, so he's in danger of losing that third place too. Petr Faltasek, a little bit of a hold up there because we've got a couple of riders in the back end of the field. Kim Down going into the slalom and just trying to make sure there's nobody really to trip over. So I think he's just managed to get the move there on Carlo Carboni. But once again, Kim Down deciding to save his long laps until the very end. 4 laps completed, out in the lead. And now he'll go on to the long lap every time to the end of the race. So excellent work thus far for Kim Down. 4 laps on the shorter course. Now he's got to do the long lap on all occasions, as too does David Poznik. So that was clearly his decision. And I think Petr Faltasek doing the same thing as well. Faltasek had already taken 1 long lap though, so that was the difference. So now Faltasek is on his 2nd long lap. Just an interesting variation in the strategies up to this point. Everybody just taking things neatly in their stride in the early phase, wanting to not get themselves into too much difficulty in the opening phases of the race. But certainly for Kim Down, it looks good at the moment. David Poznik's 2nd, Petr Faltasek is 3rd. And then Yuri Renner. Faltasek having taken 2 long laps, 3rd position is very good indeed for him. He'll want to see if he can jump his way slightly further up and maybe have a crack at 2nd place. If he can find a little bit more pace on David Poznik, then he's got a chance to leapfrog him and into P2. And certainly Kim Down in the Masters men category, still quick enough to run at the front end of the stock, don't forget. So he's a very difficult man indeed for the Masters men to beat. Still putting on a good display for the moment. Keeping it very neat and tidy as he runs through. 5 laps completed, 2 to go. And for David Poznik, it's certainly looking pretty special at the moment to try and keep himself in the mix there with Petr Faltasek. But Kim Down certainly enjoying his time as he runs in decent proximity up at the sharp end. Faltasek trying to find a little bit more space and coverage out in the first part of the course. Just wants to give himself just that little bit of extra variation, that little bit of extra run on the first side. There's actually now about 16.5 seconds or so between Kim Down and David Poznik in terms of where they've positioned themselves on the course. So it's looking pretty tame at the moment. Keeping it very neat and tidy as they run very close to each other, but certainly Poznik has got to be very careful about Petr Faltasek. Faltasek is really starting to pick up the pace now, and that's where we're going to start to see a little bit more variation in the last couple of laps. So Kim Down trying not to get into difficulties with back markers, as there is the hard charging Poznik, and Faltasek has got in front. Petr Faltasek has been able to jump David Poznik, so he has made it work and got himself into 2nd position. Now they've just got the long laps to finish off the job. Kim Down still riding a great race up front, and he's on his 3rd and final long lap. Let's just make sure that everybody is going to get through and complete all 3 of their long laps in good time. So Kim Down's had no problems with that. There is the 3, Petr Faltasek. He's on the 3rd long lap as well now, so no worries at all for him. And it's going to be a similar story, I'm sure, for David Poznik and for Yuri Renner. They don't want to cause themselves any problems by picking up a penalty they don't have to. So out in front, it is going to be the Korean star, Kim Down, having a very solid run of it as he runs in close proximity. Definitely a very solid race. 12 seconds the gap, so Kim Down just reining himself in a little bit as he runs through on the far side. But certainly a very smooth racing and just following the tracks of Carlo Carboni in the last couple of moments of the slalom. He's slowed the pace right down. He knows he can. But of course, getting held up by Carlo Carboni is slightly awkward for Kim Down. Manages to work his way through without losing the lead. He'll have lost a bit of time, but he hasn't lost the heat. He seals it. So Kim Down comes through in front of Petr Faltasek, who will come through into second position now. Here he comes into the slalom for the last time, and Petr Faltasek will cross the line. He got held up as well, it turns out. 12.5 seconds is the gap. Very good work indeed from their side. David Poznik will come through in third position, although Yuri Renner has definitely been catching him. So now David Poznik comes through third place. Yuri Renner is 4.7 back from him in fourth, but it's certainly Petr Faltasek who's been able to really pick up the hard work, and the dedication and focus has been very strong with him thus far. And so Petr Faltasek able to get into second position, but certainly a great race for Kim Down. There's Michel Ular, who's had a fall, I think, on the very last lap. As he works his way to the end, he's going to come across the line in fifth position, having not been lapped. But that fall holding him up in his progress to get there. It's very physical by the time you get to 7 laps. So it's certainly been a tricky one, but all the drivers know exactly how tricky it can get out there, and the riders will obviously be pushing very hard to try and gain as much ground as they would like to. 2 wins out of 2 though for Kim Down. It's pretty ominous as far as the future of the competition is concerned. Petr Faltasek in second from David Poznik. Then it's Yuri Renner in front of Roman Lichel-Kratishvili. Michel Ular ahead of Nikita Antonov, Abraham Tibor and Carlo Carboni from Fujita de Hito. Li Duc Dong, and problems for Paul Torrey. He did not complete the full course. So that's how they get things done in Group A. Group B is just around the bend. Great to have you with us as ever. Do let us know where you're watching in from. There is Kim Yong-bam on pole position. Arkadiusz Janora riding in second position from Petr Poznik. Yuri Stavicek, Ivan Matuszek, Radek Lushka, Pavel Matoshka, Osman Sedat Rus from Alanung, and then Murat Jorgenschila, that's the father, not the son, Roman Semenyuk and Andrei Atanasov. So, Kim Yong-bam, good to see him at the front once again. A nice return to form for the Korean rider, and straight up at the sharp end as he goes from the top spot. Made his debut in Macau 2024. Arkadiusz Janora, silver medalist in the Nations Cup of the World Games last year. The Polish rider very much up for another fight for the win. This is the man who did get the fight through to the win in the previous heat. Petr Poznik started third, got the win. So he'll be hoping to do exactly the same thing in the second group heat. Yuri Stavicek, relentlessly quick, so fast in the qualifying session in Turkey. Fourth in the Masters Champion in 2024. 8th last year, he missed the season finale in Macau. Would have been slightly higher than that, I'm sure. Ivan Matuszek, great to see him back in competition once again. A great talent and a great competitor, and one of the most popular members of the paddock. Alongside him, Radek Lushka. Great to see the 46-year-old top 10 in the Masters 2024 title race. Has actually raced every event except Macau last year since the Masters Championship began. Pavel Matoshka, 6th in the earlier heat, has a chance to do that again for FG Forest Racing, and certainly making good progress again here in full chat in the Czech Republic. A good effort thus far from Pavel Matoshka. Osman Sedat Rus, the Turkish rider, 45 years of age from Istanbul. He joined the Masters Championship in its first year, 2024, and has been a fierce competitor ever since. Alongside him on the grid, it's Alanung, the most romantic man in the field, proposed to his fiancée Irene in Fujairah at the beginning of last year, and what a fantastic occasion it was to be part of it. Alanung pushing all the way. Murat Jorgenschila, the ambassador and organizer for MotoSurf Turkey, very competitive. He's been racing in this paddock since the 2022 season, first in stock, then in Masters. Continuing on the lineup, Roman Semenyuk, the last time he competed in the MotoSurf World Championship was at Manfredonia 2 years ago in his home nation of Italy. Great to see him branch out and come and play in Prague. And at the tail of the field, the Bulgarian, Andrei Atanasov, loves being here, loves the atmosphere in Prague, And the man from Sofia made his debut in Poland in 2024. This is the 5th time he's raced a Masters event in the World Championship. So the contenders head back out onto the waters of the lake here at Hovistar. Part of the reservoir, the dam is off to the left. There's also a little wakeboarding set up there as well, which people can use while the racing is going on, for a small fee, of course. Unfortunately, on this occasion, the pedalos have had to be put on the bank because there's not enough room for them today, not with hard-charging racers in the Motosurf Masters category. So back up into the battle they go again, warming up the boards to get them ready. 8,000 revs per minute. 100cc engines. They'll only produce about 15 brake horsepower, which doesn't sound a lot, but then you've got to take into consideration that these are 20-kilogram boards. So the power to weight ratio is pretty insane, and these things will do a top speed over and above 75 kilometers an hour. Again, it doesn't sound like a lot, but when you're on the water and you go into the drink at 75 kilometers an hour, tell me it's not going to hurt, because promise you, it will. Got to be nerves of steel to race at this level. An immense amount of professionalism is required to do this at this level. So we'll see what the contenders are made of as we get back into the action once again here. Still some great battles ahead of us. Great to have your presence on the chat. Do let us know who it is that you're cheering for, where you're watching from. This is a truly international competition. We've got competitors in the paddock in the last 18 months that have come from all 4 corners of the globe. The Americas, Asia, the Europeans, even the Pacific region, as well as the Asian region, all represented in Motosurf, a truly global competition. And great to see that the Grand Prix of Czechia, the headquarters of the sport, alive and kicking once again. So Kim Yong-bum, the Korean, holds the line to attention as we get ourselves ready to charge to the first buoy. Arkadia Zinora and Petr Poznik alongside. It's going to be a tough race between them as they get to the first buoy. Are we going to get the command straight away to start the Grand Prix of Czechia's second heat for Group B in the Masters men category? We wait for the dip. We wait for the command. There's one rider out of line. So I think we're going to go around again now. Kim Yong-bum still holding them to position. It was the last man in the lineup. It was Andrei Atanasov who was just out of place. I think we are going to be able to go racing, actually. If the flag drops, we're on. Is it going to be a drop or is it going to be a wave? It's going to be a wave. Just a little bit too late in preparation there for Andrei Atanasov. But fortunately, the Bulgarian, 42 years of age from Sofia, is going to put himself back in a position. I was actually in Bulgaria a couple of weeks ago. Very pleasant country indeed. Wonder if that's going to be a future location for the UAM Motosurf World Championship. Certainly next year we're going to be taking in Fujairah, the Czech Republic once again, Turkey once again, and Tušaromin in Slovakia for the second round of the championship at the end of May. We're very excited about that. We didn't get the chance to race in Slovakia this year in the end. The event was postponed, sadly. But hopefully it's going to be on and with plenty of excitement in the 2027 season. All the details can be found on the website, motosurfworldcup.com. You'll find the Motosurf World Cup Instagram and Facebook pages as well. That was the original name for the competition, of course. It was a World Cup. Now it's a World Championship, given the status by the UAM in 2022. So the riders trying to put themselves back into position, and a bit of a headache for the 2 riders at the end of the line. That is Roman Semenyuk and Andrei Atanasov, not quite in position. Now they put themselves back into position. So hopefully we're going to get started this time. If the flag drops, we're going to be racing. That's it. Now we're under starters orders, and it's a great start for Kim Yong-bum. He's going to have a lot of pressure from Arkadiusz Janora straight out of the blocks. Watch for Yuri Stovacek in 4th place. Try and get in close to Petr Poznik as they work through to the buoy for the first time. Everyone else is trying to keep it nice and steady. A lot of whitewash to try and work your way through, but Arkadiusz Janora is already trying to take on Kim Yong-bum into the slalom for the first time. Great opposition between these two riders at the moment. It's all looking pretty neat and tidy as they continue to run at the far side of the course, and it's very close coming out of it. Arkadiusz Janora already putting Kim Yong-bum under pressure, and he's gone to the long lap straight away. So Arkadiusz Janora fancies his chances to put one over on the Korean. And so Kim Yong-bum is definitely not going to have this easy. There is Arkadiusz Janora, Nations Cup silver medalist in the World Games at Chengdu last year. Let's see what the Pole can do. Raced in that competition with his daughter Rosalia, who you'll see in the women's elite category a little bit later on in the day. But Kim Yong-bum has got to try and pull out a gap. It was Petr Poznik that put one over on him in the earlier heat. So now that Arkadiusz Janora is already trying to find a heat victory, it would be fascinating to see if they could get the job done. And the Tenzi Motorsurf team itching to get a Grand Prix back in Poland once again. They had it a couple of years ago as part of the World Championship. Can't race everywhere in one season, unfortunately, as much as we'd like to. There is Ivan Matuszek. Sorry, no, that is the number 6. That is Radek Luchka. There is Yuri Stovacek going parallel to each other in the slalom. Someone's got to come out first, but you've got to make sure you keep the balance and keep it neat and tidy as you run through. So Kim Yong-bum leads. Petr Poznik now second in front of Ivan Matuszek. Arkadiusz Janora down to 4th, but that is because he has yet to take his first long lap. There is Kim Yong-bum, who has gone onto the long lap. And he's not the only one. I think Petr Poznik went with him. My apologies. They haven't gone onto the long lap yet. They've stayed on the course. But Poznik really is raining down on Kim Yong-bum. But by taking the 2 long laps first of all, Arkadiusz Janora fancies his chances to be a bit of a strategist here. He thinks that there's a better chance of getting the job done another way. And so for the moment, Arkadiusz Janora falls out of the contest because he's taken 2 of the long laps, while Petr Poznik, who's chasing down Kim Yong-bum, those 2 have stayed out on the course. They haven't taken a single long lap yet, so we need to keep an eye on Arkadiusz Janora. He'll drop back initially, but because he'll be on the course when the others are on their long laps, he'll have a chance to get back into it. Kim Yong-bum goes into lap 4, stays on the course. Petr Poznik goes on to the long lap. He's got to do 3 of them mandatory. Got to make sure that you do at least 3 visits to the long lap. You can do more, but there's no incentive to. Some riders do it just to make sure they've definitely gone through 3 times, because it's hard to count how many times you've taken the long lap when you've got far too many things to think about. Kim Yong-bum so nearly dropping it on the main course itself. Kim Yong-bum leads Petr Poznik, but Ivan Matuszek has also got onto the long lap, so there's not going to be a change of second position. Yuri Stovacek, P4. Arkadiusz Janora down in 5th, but he has taken 2 of the long laps, while Kim Yong-bum has not taken any yet. And they've got to take 3 mandatory, so Kim Yong-bum is going to leave all 3 of his long laps until the bitter end. Not going to be easy to figure out where he's going to make his big gains from. There is the 3. That is Petr Poznik. He's the man who beat Kim Yong-bum in the earlier heat. You can see that he's a little way behind him, but of course, Petr Poznik has already taken a long lap. Kim Yong-bum has not. Kim Yong-bum, by the way, has to take a long lap this time because he's got 3 mandatory to take and obviously 7 laps. So you've got to make sure you do one. Fortunately, he has. So Kim Yong-bum, all 3 of the last laps have now got to be long laps. So certainly, Kim Yong-bum doing a grand job out in the front of the field. But now that the long laps are going to be added to his tally, we'll see where he truly ventures out. Arkadiusz Janora has done 2. Kim Yong-bum has done 1. Petr Poznik and Yuri Stovacek likewise. So Arkadiusz Janora is just hoping that having the clean air around him. God, that was 3 into 1 there for Petr Poznik, because there is a problem there for the 9. I think that's Alan Ung having a bit of a slow issue developing, or is that Jorgen Schieler actually developing a problem, the Turkish rider? So that was 3 into 1 there, just zipping up the inside line. The fans are really enjoying this on the sideline as Kim Yong-bum is trying to get well clear, but Petr Poznik is in front. Petr Požník has done it again, just as he did earlier on. This is when the stamina really kicks in for Petr Požník. And Arkadiusz Janora has done all 3 of the long laps, so now Požník and Kim Yong-bum have got to go on to the long lap. And Arkadiusz Janora does not, so this is where the real race for the victory is going to come from. Arkadiusz Janora, the pole. Is he going to get out of the 3rd and final long lap on the last lap with the lead over Petr Požník? Has the gamble worked? Here is the current leader, Petr Požník, the man who beat Kim Yong-bum in the first run. Now he's got ahead of him again in the second. It's not about being fast over 1 lap today, it's about being fast over 7 of them. Some riders don't prefer qualifying to racing, others really get a kick out of finding the flying lap in qualifying, and it really does help you in terms of your position. But it's not the guarantee, it's not the be-all and end-all for the week. Racing is where it counts, of course, and up the inside line. Careful you don't trip over back markers. That was a bit close for Petr Požník, but he gets through without incident in the end. Certainly found it tricky. There is Kim Yong-bum, only about 3 seconds or so, 4 seconds behind him. Yeti Stovacek is only 2.5 seconds back as well. But in the background is Arkadiusz Janora. That's the danger man. He took all 3 of his long laps to get himself out of the fray. Now he could push. All the men in front of him have got to take the long lap. And they will do so. Hand in the air for Kim Yong-bum, hand in the air for Petr Požník. And it will also be hand in the air for Yeti Stovacek. But not for Arkadiusz Janora. He can push and go for it. So this is the moment that decides the race. Petr Požník, he's got to get out before Arkadiusz Janora. Janora's on the long lap. Is on the normal course. Is he going to get out in front of them? Is that Arkadiusz Janora taking the lead? And up the inside, Petr Požník has been able to come through. That's Kim Yong-bum battling away behind Arkadiusz Janora. Kim Yong-bum has managed to get past Petr Požník, I think, but it's Arkadiusz Janora who's hit the front. He's managed to jump them. Taking all 3 of the long laps early has definitely come back to help Arkadiusz Janora. It was a good tactic, and it's really worked out as we look at Petr Požník, who I think is now down to 3rd. But through comes the leaders into the slalom for the last time. In fact, Petr Požník has come through in front, but Arkadiusz Janora has been able to work his way forward, so Petr Požník has been able to make it stick, and he has the advantage. Petr Požník comes through. He did get out in front of everybody else. Petr Požník makes it 2 from 2. Arkadiusz Janora with a great tactic comes through for 2nd. So Arkadiusz Janora manages to get to 2nd position in the end in front. Oh no, Kim Yong-bum did beat him there. Kim Yong-bum manages to beat him right at the closing stages there. So Kim Yong-bum did get out in front of Arkadiusz Janora. He was behind him initially, but through the slalom he was able to make it work. So Kim Yong-bum into 2nd in front of Arkadiusz Janora, then Yeti Stovacek and Radek Lučka. Fabulous close battle in the closing stages. Certainly a bit more of a thrilling battle in Group B than it is in Group A, because nobody can keep up with Kim down in his current form. But certainly the Group B race, very tricky. Kim Yong-bum and Arkadiusz Janora both had a chance to take it, but for the 2nd time in as many heats of the group, it was Petr Požník, I should say, who gets the job done. So it's 2 heat wins out of 2 then for Petr Požník in Group B. Very solid effort from him so far, and a very smooth ride in both of the heats. He really seems to fit in well here. 2nd in Turkey in 2025. Finished 3rd in the Czech Grand Prix in Stock 2022. We're going to see the moment. Are we going to see a missed Buey? Well, very nearly. That was a bit of a drop-off for Arkadiusz Janora. That's why the lead went away. So Arkadiusz Janora almost missing the Buey, and that's how Kim Yong-bum managed to get ahead of him, I think. There's the fall right in front of Petr Požník. He got away with that. And that was a close run thing for sure. And then Arkadiusz Janora, he ran out wide to avoid another competitor, and that's where he lost time as well. So the tactic was going beautifully for Arkadiusz Janora to at least get 2nd, if not 3rd. And then it just all fell apart in the final lap. So Petr Požník comes through and gets the job done. to make it 2 wins out of 2 in the heats, but you know now that Arkadia Zinora and Kim Yong-bum are going to give him a lot of hard work in the 3rd heat later this afternoon. So it's certainly very competitive. We knew it was going to be. And Petr Poznik makes it 2 from 2. Kim Yong-bum is second from Arkadia Zinora and Yuri Stovacek. Then Radek and Ivan Matuszek from Pavel Matoshka, Murat Joganshila, Roman Semenyek, and then it is Alan Ung from Osman Sedat Rus and Andrei Atanasov. And so we go into the 2nd heat rotation for the juniors. And the 2 top riders in the junior category are going to be on the front 2 positions of the grid for Heat 2A. That's Heat 2, Group A of the junior category. It's going to put the reigning junior girl world champion Ellen Berdova back onto pole position, alongside Stan Cahoot, who is in the form of his life right now. So Ellen Berdova, Stan Cahoot, Adela Pokorova, Sani Irus, Mohamed Shaban, and Laura Polakova. 6 riders for this first junior heat of the afternoon. There is the reigning junior girl world champion, Ellen Berdova, 13 years of age. This will be her last year in junior competition before she steps up to the Women's Elite Championship next year. Next up, Stan Cahoot. Great opportunity for him. He took the victory in the junior boy earlier in his group. Can he get it done for a 2nd time? Very solid start to the day for him. Adela Pokorova getting quicker and quicker all the time. 14 years of age, 4th in the Junior Girl Championship race last year. Could definitely be in the top 3 in 2026. Next up, it's Mr. James Pond himself. No time to dive. Sani Yarus, 007, is on the water. The Turkish superstar is back on top. Mohamed Shaban, great opportunity for Team Q8, coached by the man in the background, Hassan Bouabbas. What a great chance for Mo Shaban. And alongside him on the grid will be Lara Polakova, her first ever event in the Moto Surf World Championship. Great opportunity to make a debut, and she's already putting on some great performances as one of the youngest in the field and certainly the newest. So the 6 junior riders getting themselves ready for another exciting bout on the course. 5 laps for the juniors, 2 of which have got to be long laps. So it's mandatory. You can't afford to skip one. The good news is that they only have to count to 2 long laps. They've only got to do it twice. So it's much easier to keep track in the junior category than it is in the senior ranks. But the riders venture out onto the course. You can compete, by the way, in the Junior World Championship from the age of 11. You can do some training when you're 8, 9, 10. Have a go at some of your local events, and then into the World Championship at the age of 11. But yet again, a very competitive lineup of racers expected for this one. They've certainly been very quick off the mark here in the Czech Republic. And it looks like today is going to be no exception. Junior racing can be very tricky. It's where most of the mistakes are made in your junior years. You're still learning the craft. You're still learning your own inner body weight. You're learning how to transfer from one corner to another. You're learning balance, poise, determination, consistency, and of course pace. Never easy to gel all of those things together in a competitive nature in the UIM Moto Surf World Championship. The junior class, junior boy and junior girl, 2 separate championships within one. But always nice to see the riders racing against each other. And at this time, of course, in their life, the junior girls actually tend to be a little bit quicker than the junior boys do. That's just because of the average body weight of teenage girls at this stage of their development compared to teenage boys. And the lighter you are, the faster you'll go. So the competitors ready then. Ellen Berdova and Stan Cahoot, along with Adela Pokorova. They go racing. Up to the start we go, and Ellen Berdova's made an absolute flyer. Pokorova's made a great start as well. She could be into 2nd place here. Stan Cahoot's trying to force her to back down, but Pokorova keeps it round to the far side, and she is there into 2nd position. Great start from Adela Pokorova. The Apex pilot making a good launch, and now they work their way into the slalom for the first time. Berdova, Pokorova, Cahoot, and then Sani Yarus. A good start to proceedings then as the riders work their way through, but Ellen Berdova has the advantage. I think Stan Cahoot's been able to pick up the pieces a little bit there in the next phase. So through the slalom, and I think he's been able to work his way back into second position once more. So Ellen Berdova, great start for the 13-year-old, the reigning junior world champion in the girls class. Sadly not old enough yet to step up into the elite women's category. If she were, I think she'd be comparable to the riders at the sharp end. So a very solid start for Ellen Berdova, but Stan Kohut doing a very good job as well. The man who is literally racing in his home city. He loves being a Praga boy, and the Prague local, very much enjoying his life at the sharp end. Now into the slaloms for the first time. I think Berdova is just taking her time of things at this moment. Adela Pokorova running in second place. Stan Kohut still riding a very solid and smooth effort in third position, leading the junior boy race. He took the long lap to start with on the first lap. That's why he's back down to third again. Sania Rus, Lara Polakova and Mohamed Shaban. Ellen Berdova into the long lap for the first time. Only 5 lap races in the juniors. They step up to 7 laps once they go into the adult categories, but of course they're not quite there yet. So Ellen Berdova leading Adela Pokorova, and there goes Stan Kohut. Manages to get back past her through the slalom out of the long lap. So Stan Kohut has been able to jump into that second position spot once more. So he'll now be charging after Ellen Berdova. That was a very close call. And it was looking pretty tough for the contenders there as they ran in close proximity. But I tell you what, very nicely handled for Stan Kohut. Adela Pokorova trying to close up. But Stan Kohut has made good work of things and now finds himself in a very privileged position. Second place with only one rider in front, and that's Ellen Berdova. So Stan Kohut trying his best to close up on Ellen Berdova. Goes into lap number 4. Stan Kohut is only 1.98 back. They're both on their second long lap. So Kohut is perfectly happy to chase after Ellen Berdova. She's a year younger than Stan Kohut. But of course, they're both racing for their own individual world championship titles. Ellen Berdova for junior girl, Stan Kohut for junior boy. And of course, last year's junior boy world champion stepped up into the stock category. That was Matthias Bardevik. So for Stan Kohut, this is a golden opportunity to become the 2026 junior boy world champion. He's certainly going to be thinking about it and really pushing hard to try and make it happen. Oh, and that's an off in front of them. So that was Ellen Berdova and Stan Kohut just about managing to get out of the way because there was an off there just in front. That is Mohamed Shaban. So Mohamed Shaban, unfortunately, finding the worst way possible to go into the drink. Certainly been a very tricky one as the riders still find a little bit more pace. But for Ellen Berdova, it's looking pretty tidy at the moment as she runs in first position. She'll complete the 4th lap, and then she'll go on to the long lap. Stan Kohut is only a second behind her. They've already done both their long laps, so they can stay on the main course, in fact. But it's a very strong effort between these two riders. Can Stan Kohut jump past Ellen Berdova in the final slalom? That's the only chance he's going to have, but he's going to have to go onto his side of the slalom and get through it a second faster than Ellen Berdova. And that's a lot to ask of any racer in any class, to go a second faster than the rider alongside you in the slalom section. So Berdova goes to the right. I wonder what Kohut is going to do once we're actually in the slalom itself. Is Kohut going to settle for second place? It's not the Stan Kohut I know. But as they go through the slalom, he decides, you know what, I am going to chase her down. So Berdova and Kohut, just over a second between the two riders. And that's the way it's going to stay. Ellen Berdova comes through, checkered flag is in the air. It's victory once more for Ellen Berdova and for Stan Kohut as well. Great effort for the junior girl and junior boy winners. Berdova and Kohut really enjoying themselves in their current positions. Really exciting to see how it has all gone as they continue to make the progress. So a very good effort and a very good job from Stan Kohut. It's certainly been a very neat and tidy process as they run. So as we can see again, Stan Kohut and Ellen Berdova, the fastest riders from Junior Group A in the second heat. Very good performance. And so for Stan Kohut and Ellen Berdova, it's a very satisfying moment from them, and they can both be very happy indeed with what they've been able to achieve in the second heat. Certainly keeps things very nice indeed for Stan Kohut. But of course, he's not going to race against Leo Lischel-Kratishvili just yet. The Austrian will go into the second group coming up shortly. So for the junior girl world champion, Ellen Berdova, don't break it if it isn't broken. Very nice work indeed from Ellen Berdova. She takes the win in front of Stan Kohut, and a very satisfactory position for those two riders after what was a very smooth race indeed. So it's business as usual for Ellen Berdova. She gets the win from Stan Kohut. Adela Pokorova in third place from Sani Erus. And then Laura Polakova. Sadly, Mohamed Shaban not getting to the finish of this race, but he's got plenty of chances as the weekend progresses. Still 2 more heats and the final tomorrow to come. Next up, the junior starting grid for Heat 2, Group B, and it's Bibiana Bubnikova who goes from pole position this time. Nela Pozhnikova alongside. They're going to be very fierce rivals in this one. Leo Lischel-Kratishvili third from Max Hruška. Those two will be very close. And then it will be Abdullah Shaban, Filip Pesha, and Natalie Odorova. So kicking into the action, Bibiana Bubnikova starting things off again here from the front of the grid. Big challenge for her in her second ever Moto Surf World Championship weekend. Nela Pozhnikova, the winner of the Turkish Grand Prix in fantastic fashion. Certainly Berdova won the Grand Prix, I should say, but it's Pozhnikova that leads the standings. As for Leo Lischel-Kratishvili, he comes off the back of his first heat win earlier on, and he'll certainly want to make it 2 from 2. But this man is going to push him all the way. Max Hruška for MS Czech Talent. He had a difficult qualifying, but everything since then has been full gas. Abdullah Shaban, great to see the youngest man in the competition other than Sani Erus, still going strong. 5th position on the grid for him. Filip Pesha, great to see him back in the contest once again. Made his debut in the last year's competition. And Natalie Odorova, the surprise but very deserving winner of the earlier heat. Fantastic effort from Natalie Odorova, and certainly the demonstration that she's getting quicker and quicker, and she's certainly making massive progress at this early phase of her journey. So as the contest continues, we're certainly going to see some great racing as the drivers continue to give themselves some great battles around the course. We're told that, in fact, the heat win did, in fact, go to Bibiana Bubnikova earlier on. She inherited the win after what we think is a post-race penalty for Natalie Odorova. That's unfortunate, but certainly proof that Natalie Odorova is not going to be too far away from winning races on a semi-regular basis. You can be very happy with the way things are currently stacked up. Certainly going strong, and certainly looking for more and more great battles. So into the battle we go again, and it's going to be Bubnikova versus Pozhnikova, battling away for the supremacy here. And it's certainly going to be pretty tricky. Anthony Mastroni watching along from Canada. Let's go Team Korea, full gas to the Gold Dragoon Tiger. That was clearly a reference to Kim Down earlier on. And no doubt he'll be cheering for him again when he comes out for the stock heat later on as well. So Nela Pozhnikova, the lady who leads the junior girl standings, despite the fact she didn't win the Grand Prix in Turkey, it was her sheer speed through the weekend and consistency in the heats that puts her at the sharp end in the title fight. But there's still big pressure. She wants to get ahead of Bibiana Bubnikova, who did a fantastic job to go second quickest in qualifying. And there's certainly going to be a lot more action to come from her, as the challenges are going to be very intense moving forward. So Bibiana Bubnikova getting herself ready for another big push at the top spot. Still only her second weekend of competition, would you believe? And here she is at the very front end of the field. Leo Lischel-Kratishvili, the Austrian, going head-to-head with Max Hruška on this occasion. And it's certainly going to make life a little bit easier for him as he runs in very close proximity to Leo Lichel-Kratishvili. Mariska certainly didn't get the qualifying run he wanted, but it looks like it's going to be a very difficult day at the office for both men. Max Rushka and Leo Lichel-Kratishvili are going to push very hard all the way. As for Nela Pozhnikova, well, she's got to get inside the mindset of Bibiana Bubnikova. She had a fall earlier on in the race, and that's what kept her towards the lower end, but she did manage to fight herself back and clinch the victory in the end in the first heat. So Bibiana Bubnikova, despite the fall, will still be pushing hard and still be trying to get that elusive first Grand Prix win. She came ridiculously close in Turkey to getting that done. Could she actually do it here at her home event? So the juniors ready and in position. That we get the flag waved and oscillated. That means we go around again. If the flag just drops, then we're racing, but if it waves, then we have to go around again. Still the contenders ready for an exciting show. And certainly it's going to be difficult to know who's going to get the best of this between Bibiana Bubnikova and Nela Pozhnikova. Both riders very closely matched in terms of one lap pace. And certainly Bibiana Bubnikova, one of the surprise elements of the 2026 season, for her to be so fast, so early in her career. So we go around again as the flag is waved rather than dropped. And we hope this time that it is going to be a clean start for Bibiana Bubnikova. Big pressure on her shoulders. This is the first weekend she's ever been in a pole position run. But in fact that she's only doing it in her second event, and here in Prague as well. It tells you everything you need to know about how well she can cope with pressure. Oh, it looks like there's an issue. Is that Max Rushka falling out of the line, or is that Leo Lichel-Kratishvili falling out of the line? I think it's Leo having a slight difficulty there as the riders go round another time in the hope that they can get a clean start for this junior heat. So the competitors getting themselves back into running formation again. That was Filip Pesha just getting himself dialed in, just in behind Abdullah Shaban. And so back into the action, the riders will be able to start. This time we go around for another pirouette. Hovistar Dam in the background. Nice little backdrop, this gorgeous facility to the southeast of Prague, which doesn't just host racing for the motosurf, it also has wakeboarding just off to the left in the close part of the bank. There's also some volleyball courts up the hill, there's table tennis. This is a proper sporting hub here in this part of Prague. And of course, we're in the company of a little bit of Czech royalty as well here for this fantastic battle as the junior heat is about to get underway. One of our special guests this weekend as we go around again, sadly. But one of our special guests this weekend is a gold medalist in the Olympic Games. Yes, indeed, we've been joined this weekend by Roman Šebrle, the Olympic gold medalist for the Czech Republic. He was the gold medalist in the decathlon. And it's great to have him here as our guest in the Motosurf World Championship. There's going to be quite a few guests popping in over the course of the next 24 hours or so. Hopefully, though, we're going to get off to a good start. That's what we really want moving into this section. So Bibiana Bubnikova leading the field around. Nela Pozhnikova alongside, then Leo Lichel-Kratishvili, Max Rushka, Abdullah Shaban, Filip Pesha, and Natalie Odorova. But again, we go around. Not the easiest of races to start, this one. A lot of eager juniors trying to get out onto the water. So surely this time, Bibiana Bubnikova is going to be able to get herself into a good position and charge her way further forward. Let's hope this is the one. All 7 riders need to be in a line. That's looking better. Now we can race. And junior Group B, heat number 2 is under starters orders. Bibiana Bubnikova holding the line, but Nela Pozhnikova is about to lose out big time here to Leo Lichel-Kratishvili, who's going to take it right round the outside to hold on to the position. Into second place goes the Austrian. So Leolisha Kratishvili has split the two ladies up front. And as they work their way through on the first part of the slalom, it is Bibiana Bubnikova from Leolisha Kratishvili and Nela Pozhnikova as they go through the slalom for the first time. And Bibiana Bubnikova having a great time. Really enjoying the run. So as they come through again, all trying to get through without causing too much of an issue to each other. Leolisha Kratishvili, the Austrian, into second place in front of Nela Pozhnikova. Max Rushka in fourth place from Filip Pesha, Abdullah Shaban and Natalie Olorova. So it's all about trying to pace yourself and take your time and focus on your individual objectives. Certainly a very good start for Bibiana Bubnikova, not looking anywhere as ragged and as exhausted as she was in the first heat. Certainly looking very calm and composed this time, and Bibiana Bubnikova just needs to keep it together to hold on for a very important heat victory here in Prague. She already picked up one. She inherited that. She didn't really want to inherit it. She wanted to win it on merit. So that's got to be her target for this one. There's Leolisha Kratishvili now in front of Max Rushka, because Nela Pozhnikova took the first long lap on the end of the first lap. So Bubnikova leads, and there she is. Leolisha Kratishvili is 4.7 back, then Max Rushka. Filip Pesha is up to fourth position as a result of not going on the long lap just yet. Nela Pozhnikova in P5 has. And then Natalie Olorova now in front of Abdullah Shaban. Abdullah Shaban did take the long lap as they come through, and Bibiana Bubnikova filters back out onto the course, having taken her first long lap just behind Max Rushka. So Max Rushka is in third position net. But at the moment, third position is Bibiana Bubnikova because she's taken a long lap and Rushka has not. So at this moment in time, it's quite crucial that Bibiana Bubnikova just keeps it nice and tidy. Certainly doesn't need to over-push herself. Nela Pozhnikova really dancing on the ragged edge here. Leolisha Kratishvili holding on in front. Pozhnikova, of course, was the first big player to go on the long lap. Leolisha Kratishvili did the same thing. And now they're almost parallel in the slalom. So can Nela Pozhnikova overlap on Leolisha Kratishvili? Pozhnikova really working hard here, but Leolisha Kratishvili trying to get out first out of the run between the two. On to the long lap this time should go Max Rushka. Indeed, he has done so. So now we're really going to see whether it's Rushka who's truly out in front or if it's Bibiana Bubnikova. Mind you, looks to me as though Bibiana Bubnikova may have stretched to go out onto the course as well. They're going to come out together. Who's going to be there first? It's so tight between the two. They're still parallel as they come through. And Bibiana Bubnikova has to give best to Max Rushka for the time being. Very close indeed between the two. Bubnikova went on the second long lap. So Bubnikova still looking the favourite for this. But that is how closely Bubnikova and Rushka are going to fight for this all the way. So Bubnikova finds herself, I think, behind Nela Pozhnikova. That's where the battle is raging. Rushka leading, Pozhnikova second, but if Bubnikova is still right there for third place, then when they make their inevitable final long laps, which has got to be on this long lap, then Bubnikova and Leolisha Kratishvili are there to take advantage of it. Through the final buoys, and Rushka leads, Pozhnikova second, 3 seconds back. Bubnikova is in fourth, but only about 4.7 seconds behind the leader. This is Bubnikova's race to lose, as on to the last long lap has gone Max Rushka. Nela Pozhnikova will be in the same place. And through past them both now goes Bibiana Bubnikova at an absolute canter. Who will be second? Is it going to be Leo? It is! Oh, fabulously done from Leolisha Kratishvili. Just jumping in front of Max Rushka. Great run from the Austrian. There was nothing in that. And so the Austrian has managed to jump in front of Max Rushka on the exit of the slalom. Fabulously done. So now it looks like Bibiana Bubnikova is going to get the win that she got in the first one. This time, not through another body's penalty. This time, she has rolled up her sleeves and grabbed it as into the water goes the 6 of Filip Pesha. Filip Pesha gets back into it. But Bibiana Bubnikova, what a star in the making. Still in only her second ever Moto Surf World Championship event. And she's going to take a second heat win here in Prague. Fantastic from Bubnikova. What an amazing talent 3.2 seconds clear of Leo Lichel-Kratishvili, who takes another junior boy victory. Phenomenal stuff. But it was the method in which Bibiana Bubnikova got it done. She's looking like she's got the authority of Eliska Maruskova out there. Fabulous from Bibiana. Thoroughly deserved victory. Nela Poznikova came through for third in the end. She managed to jump ahead of Max Ruska, then Pesha, then Abdullah Shaban, and Natalie Olorova at the tail of the field. But what an amazing ride from Bibiana Bubnikova, and I've got the feeling this is going to be the first of many for her. Absolutely astonishing. Her second ever World Championship event. And she's already picked up the first 2 wins in heats here in Prague. Here's that battle again. Look how close it was between Leo Lichel-Kratishvili and Max Ruska. You're talking millimeters on the exit of the long lap for Ruska. And Leo Lichel-Kratishvili knew that was his only chance he was going to pick up the win. So he just held it round the outside. Bravery from the Austrian. And it's rewarded. So a fantastic battle all the way in the junior category for Heat 2, Group B. And this time, Bibiana Bubnikova doesn't need a penalty to take a race victory. She can do it all on her own. And what an incredible ride it was. Leo Lichel-Kratishvili picks up the junior boy win in second, just ahead of Nela Poznikova and Max Ruska. Then Filip Pesha, Abdullah Shaban, and Natalie Olorova. What a performance, though, from Bibiana Bubnikova, and that is just the beginning of her great legacy. If she's doing this well in her second ever event in the World Championship, my oh my, do we need to be prepared for just how good she has the potential to get. Next up, though, more from the women. This time it's the Masters women category, and it's going to be that battle again. Miki Tori, Lee Yunjin, and Aneta Sasharova. Keep an eye on Teresa Bekakova, 4th position on the grid in her first ever event. Laurent Tellin and Jenny Beckman from Katarina Nekvapolova, Ekaterina Antonova, and Teresa Kadlashova. So the riders take to their positions again. For Japan, up at the sharp end, Miki Tori for the Jet Surf Japan squad. Pole position, the first race win earlier. Can she make it 2 from 2? Well, not if Eunjun Lee has got anything to say about it. Second on the grid for the superstar Korean. Let's see if there's going to be another big fight. The original, the undisputed queen of moto surf, Aneta Sasharova. The Rocket Racing megastar is back in the paddock again in 3rd position. All eyes on Teresa Bekakova for Jet Surf Pardubice. What a debut for her, 4th on the grid. 5th position for Laurent Tellin, the Racing Penguins Belgian Butte. Amazing stuff. 6th position for Jenny Beckman, the first ever official Motosurf Germany rider from the female participants. 7th position on the grid for NK Motorsport, it's Katarina Nekvapolova. Her first appearance in the World Championship for 4 seasons. Great to see her return. Alongside her on the grid, a novice rider from Cyprus, it's Ekaterina Antonova. Great to see her make her debut after just 6 training sessions. And then Teresa Kadlakova. Qualifying was a bit of a write-off for her. She couldn't care less. She's enjoying herself. She's loving the racing, and she's loving being back. She, of course, was one of the original superstars in the Motosurf World Cup. Back into the action once again then for the Masters women category. Last time out in Turkey, it was okay. But here in Prague, it's a proper fight. And that's what we wanted. We wanted to see a real contest between the Masters women competing over the age of 30. So if there's anybody out there thinking, this looks pretty good fun, I want to give this a go. Well, if you're over the age of 30 and you thought you'd never be a racer, think again. Maybe this is exactly where you should be racing. Particularly if there's any women out there who enjoy their motorbikes, you'll probably be good at this. There's a bit of a history of motorcycle riders who have taken to motosurf and taken to it like a duck to water. There's been a real plethora of motorcycle talents over the years who have been able to take part in the Motosurf World Cup or the Motosurf World Championship over the years. The last open winner of a Czech Grand Prix back in 2022 was Jakob Kornfeil, who of course many people know as a real superstar in the world of motorcycles. There have been some really big names as well to go for it. Jonas Folger, the German rider in motorcycles, he came and had a play with us back in the day. As too did somebody called Troy Corser. Anybody who's a fan of motorcycles will know the name Troy Corser, the Australian superstar, a proper legend on two wheels, and he gave this a go and really liked it. If you've got good balance and good throttle control, this sport will suit you right down to the ground. And how about this for a bit of a celebrity taking part in the MotoSurf World Championship back in the day? Jan Charouz, second at the Le Mans 24 Hours in the LMP2 category in 2010, a Renault Formula One reserve, A1 Grand Prix, represented the Czech Republic in the World Cup back in the day. Just goes to show, if you've got good pace, good poise, good sense of balance and good throttle control, anything's possible. So the Masters women, again, just getting themselves dialed in and learning what the course is doing as the heat has gone up a bit since this morning. It's a little bit hotter in the day, so it's definitely going to be a bit more physical out there for all the riders. Obviously, the hotter it gets, the harder it is to keep the concentration. So you've definitely got to work a lot harder if you're going to keep yourself up to the high point. But it's never easy to know how things are going to work out. Another big name who to give this a go, Martin Prokop, who of course is a rally driver. He competed in the Dakar. His car is actually here in the paddock. So are we going to go racing this time in the Masters women category? Miki Tori from Leonjen, from Aneta Sasharova? No, we're going to go around again. So there's all of the contenders still trying to put themselves back into close proximity and trying to get themselves back up to speed. It's all going to be reined in again. And hopefully it's going to be relatively straightforward to get this race under starters' orders. We'd certainly like to think so. As we hope it's the final preparations now for these contenders to get themselves dialed in. Lining up at the front, Miki Tori for Japan, Lee Eunjun for Korea, Aneta Sasharova for the Czech Republic. What kind of start are we going to get as the ladies are in position for the second heat of the Masters women? Only the second ever event for them. The flag drops and we're under starters' orders. Great start from Eunjun Lee. I think she's actually got the better of Miki Tori as they run to the first buoy. Is it going to be enough for the Korean to overhaul around the outside? She's going for it. She attacks. A little bit more ferocity on the inside buoy from Miki Tori, and she just holds the position. But Eunjun Lee with a much better start. So perhaps there's a little bit of hope as they continue to push forward. Oh, a couple of riders edged out there. So it looks like there was a little bit of a battle further back. I wonder if that was Aneta Sasharova going a little bit too close for comfort there with one of the other Rocket Racing riders in the field. There could be a penalty or two handed out there. A couple of riders running out wide, but certainly Miki Tori and Eunjun Lee having a very steady race of it. So Miki Tori leads the way, the Japanese rider being hunted down by the Korean star, Eunjun Lee. And the two of them renew their friendly and very amiable rivalry. And Aneta Sacharova's third in front of Laurent Tellin. Then it is Teresa Kadlashova, who is in fifth position now. Jenny Beckman, P6, in front of Teresa Pekakova. Then Katarina Neklefabova, and then it is Ekaterina Antonova at the tail of the field for the moment. Great battles all the way, but Miki Tori is leading Eunjun Lee. There is Aneta Sasharova, the original queen of MotoSurf, still working her way back up to speed, certainly enjoying racing a lot more than she enjoyed qualifying, but that was never any different back in the day either. Never really enjoyed qualifying, liked racing. Eunjun Lee still putting as much pressure on Miki Tori as she feels she can. But the Japanese rider really having a stupendous ride here in Prague. She carries on the course. Eunjun Lee decides it might be time to open up the strategy can and see if we can come up with something. She's disappeared from behind Miki Tori, which means she's gone onto the long lap then, has Eunjun Lee. There she is. And she has indeed decided this is a good time to go onto the long lap. Let's see how much ground I can make up. So she rejoins the course, having taken to the long lap, and she's behind Aneta Sasharova. That's okay. That's about where we would expect her to be on the long lap, because you lose enough time to lose a position or two. So to only lose one position is very positive for Eunjun Lee. But Miki Tori, the Japanese rider, still going strong here. Just trying to keep it neat and tidy. There is the Yunjin, trying to close up on Aneta Sasharova. And there is the original queen of the sport. So many times winner of the World Cup and the World Championship. Everyone is inspired by Sasharova. We all know how brilliant she is. Miki Tori is getting held up here. This is a problem. Onto the long lap goes Miki Tori, not to get held up for too much longer by, I believe that was Ekaterina Antonova. So Eunjin Lee is now released to try and push after. See if she can catch up to Miki Tori. Tori getting held up there is kind of covering off Eunjin Lee, who got held up. So now we wait to see out of the split if Eunjin Lee is going to take the lead of the race here from Miki Tori. It's going to be very close. Eunjin Lee has held on to the course. Is she going to get out before Miki Tori? Oh, so close. But Miki Tori has held on for the moment. So Miki Tori still leads the way, the Japanese rider. There is Eunjin Lee behind her. They've got a slow rider just up the road. Just up the water, I should say, really. So there is Eunjin Lee. Still second position for the moment. Still keeping it nice and tidy as he runs in close proximity. But it is going to be very tricky for Aneta Sasharova to try and find a little bit more pace. But Miki Tori getting held up there by a slower rider. Eunjin Lee not losing anywhere near as much time. So the gap has come down to 2.1. So the Japanese rider Miki Tori has got to stay hungry out there because Eunjin Lee really is pushing to try and catch up to the Japanese rider. One mistake and the Korean is going to be right back in there. For the moment though, Miki Tori leads after 4 laps. There is Aneta Sasharova. So many incredible world titles over her years in the sport. Hand in the air, onto the long lap for the second time. She's got to do it 3 times out of the 7. But this is not her first rodeo. She knows exactly what she's doing. Miki Tori on the long lap again. Eunjin Lee stayed on the course, I believe. She did indeed. So this is again a chance for the Korean to try the overcut strategy to see if she can put one over on the Japanese rider Miki Tori. 4th place is Laurent Tellin. Then it is Teresa Bekakova. I'm really impressed with Bekakova. Her first ever event in the Moto Surf World Cup. And she finds herself in front of Teresa Kadlikova, who's been racing since 2019, and Jenny Beckman, who was 2nd in Turkey. Very impressive work from Teresa Bekakova. Well, somebody in the background clearly wanting to go out onto the water, suddenly not realising how tight and twisty the Moto Surf Masters women were going to be. I'd stay there if I were you, Sunshine. You don't want to get run over by one of the Masters. So there is Miki Tori behind Eunjin Lee, but that's because she's taken her 2nd long lap and Eunjin Lee has yet to do so. 3 long laps mandatory, don't forget. So Eunjin Lee, of course, she crossed the line at the end of the first heat in the lead, but she'd only taken 2 of the 3 long laps. So easy to lose count when you're at high fever pitch in race trim. Everybody says, oh, well, it's easy, I'm sure, to count to 3. Well, not when you're on a moto surf, it's not. Especially when you're tearing up every single apex you can find. There's Miki Tori. And she has gone onto the long lap for the 3rd time. So she stays behind Eunjin Lee. And here comes Aneta Sasharova. Sweeps in underneath Miki Tori. That's the queen of moto surf we remember. It's all coming back. Aneta Sasharova slices through to get 2nd position for the moment from Miki Tori. It's academic because Miki Tori's taken 3 long laps. And Eunjin Lee and Aneta Sasharova both have 2. But the fact that Aneta still has the ability to chop up the inside and go for a move like that with very little left to the imagination, that's the queen of moto surf slowly coming back to the surface. Wonderful to see that that fight is still within Sasharova, despite not having been on the board for 3 years. It is like riding a bike. You never lose it. Oh, Jenny Beckman battling away with Eunjin Lee as they come off the turn. And it looks to me like Jenny Beckman actually had to miss a buoy to get that done. And Eunjin Lee's done it again! She's on the main course! That's the 2nd time! The 2nd time in as many heats that Eunjin Lee has counted to 2 and not counted to 3. That's going to be so painful for Eunjin Lee. She got caught out there in the duel with Jenny Beckman. And she's stayed on the main course. Aneta Sasharova drops back in behind Miki Tori as she takes her 3rd long lap. But Eunjin Lee, again, has ended up only taking 2. She'll win on the she'll win in front of the flag again, but with only 2 long laps, she's going to get a penalty again. Aneta Sasharova battled with her and managed to fight her way through past Mighitori initially, but Mighitori is going to come back in a second position. She has done so. She's only 2 seconds back from Eunjun Lee. And so sadly, that penalty for Eunjun Lee is going to be inevitable. But for the Japanese rider Mighitori, it's going to be glorious. 2 wins out of 2 it shall be. Eunjun Lee crosses the line, sees the checkered flag, and she's done it again, and she knows it. How could I make the same mistake twice? It hits her, and it's absolutely enraging for Eunjun Lee. She knows exactly what she's done. Her body language tells you everything. Yes, I won the race. No, I didn't complete all 3 long laps. The penalty is inevitable. You've really got a feel for Eunjun Lee. Working hard, focusing on the battles out there. It was not easy when she was trying not to trip over Jenny Beckman. And unfortunately, she just miscalculated. You've got to make a split-second decision as to whether to go on to the long lap or commit to the course. And if you're thinking about one thing, and then another thing, and then another thing at the same time, which is a completely different path of the focus. Let's look at that move again from Aneta Sasharova. Look at this. Sasharova showing us what she's good at. Look at that. Masterful. Sweeps through on the inside of Mighitori. Just give her a couple more races, and I've got a feeling that the last women's winner of the Czech Grand Prix in 2021 and 2022 in the women's elite category, well, she'll get straight back to business. I can see her winning this final, you know. I really, really can. What an amazing comeback this is for Aneta Sasharova. She hasn't been on a board in 3 years, and yet she could still do that. No wonder she's the queen. So it's painful, but it's deja vu for Eunjun Lee. We're going to see a replay here, I think, of maybe this is what held up Eunjun Lee in the first place, that little duel with Jenny Beckman. Certainly a very interesting and intriguing battle in the Women's Masters. After quite a careful and quiet race battle earlier on. Oh, this is Eunjun Lee crossing the line and realizing what she's done. Checkered flag comes out. Mighitori gets the win in front of Aneta Sasharova by 4.6 seconds, but I think it was just the frustration of Eunjun Lee. She knows the consequences. She knows the circumstances of what has happened, and she's not going to get the win, sadly. Mighitori and Aneta Sasharova were just behind her. Laurent Telin a long way back, so I think Eunjun Lee will only drop to 3rd. Teresa Bekakova and Teresa Kadlikova, and then Jenny Beckman, Katarina Nekvapilova, and Ekaterina Antonova will finish off. Drama aplenty then in the Grand Prix of Czechia in the Masters Women. Certainly a very close battle in all of the competitions, and certainly in this class, we always knew it was going to be particularly tough. But no idea did we realize just how tough it was going to get. Back to the stocks we go then. And Lucas Kojon, pole position. What a performance in the qualifying session it was from him. Adam Kolar, the winner of the Turkish Grand Prix, alongside Damian Kadlec. Then Fares Ramadan, Daisuke Mamada and Hassan Boabas. Adam Janusek, Jakub Narochny, Tomasz Stepanek, Enda Youngachila, Suguru Ikeda, and the new boy, Kai Biskup for Germany. So let's walk through the riders in their position. An incredible pole from the only rider in the field who actually is deaf. Lucas Kojon, great performance. Adam Kolar, 15 years of age from Brno, winner of the Turkish Grand Prix and winner of his first heat earlier on as well. Damian Kadlec, he just keeps getting better every time, and the 21-year-old with a great chance to put the Rocket Racing team up at the front. P4, Fares Ramadan, the 18-year-old from Algeria, the junior world champion in the boys category 3 years ago. Daisuke Mamada of Japan represented the Japanese nation in the World Games at Chengdu last year. Great to see him continue that fight. As for fighters, they don't come much more powerful than Hassan Boabas. The Q80, 6th position, 29 years of age, ready for anything the water is going to throw at him. Alongside him, Adam Janusek. The misery of qualifying is over. He can now find his way through and put himself back up at the top. He knows he's got plenty of opportunity to make it happen. Great to welcome back into the paddock Jakub Nierochny. Did such a great job last year in Junior Boy. Missed the Turkish Grand Prix. Great to see him back. Tomasz Stepanek, 19 years of age, making his debut in the Moto Surf World Championship. Alongside him, Behic and Jorgen Schieler, the Turkish superstar. Open champion in Turkey last year. Great to see he's still got power in the World Championship. Suguru Ikeda from Kanagawa, the 38-year-old for Japan. Third in the Asian Open last time out. Kai Biskup, Racing Penguins' new superstar. The German talent making his way into the finals. And the man from Loveg in Recklinghausen definitely taking on his debut in the Moto Surf World Championship with big ability. To the water then the riders go. Here in the reservoir at Hostivar. To the left is the dam, to the right is the beach. Not that it's a particularly big one. This is basically one of the several open-air swimming pools, if you like, of the Czech Republic. Yes, it's the center of a reservoir, but it's perfectly legal and okay for the general public to come here and go for a swim. And in weather like this, what else would you be doing? Last time we raced in the Czech Republic, of course, was 4 years ago in Jardovice. Well, now we're here in the beautiful nation's capital, just off to the southeast of the old town of Prague. And it is a fantastic location. It's already looking like this venue will also be on the calendar in 2027. And it's becoming a very popular venue very quickly indeed. This is only the first time we've ever raced on this course before. And already there is a lot of positivity, a lot of excitement, a lot of hype for the event. A lot of big name stars are floating in and around. I'm fairly sure that Jakob Kornfeil is going to be continuing on. The Grand Prix of Czechia continues here in Prague as the riders are looking forward to another sensational challenge. As the riders working their way forward. We just had some company in my commentary booth for the last couple of races. Oliver Wolf was popping in. So it's certainly going to be an exciting one as we get off the launch. But we're going to go round again for this one. Lukas Kojon versus Adam Kolar, the two men who took their victories in the opening heats a little while ago. Now they actually get to go head-to-head and race against each other. Adam Kolar, the winner of the Turkish Grand Prix last month, against Lukas Kojon. No matter how many obstacles the riders have to race against, nobody has to race against what Lukas Kojon does. The only rider in the paddock who is actually deaf. Races motorbikes when he's not in Moto Surf, and like so many motorcycle riders before him, such as Jakob Kornfeil and even Troy Corser, who've had to play on a Moto Surf machine. It just goes to show you that if you've got the balance and throttle control on a bike, you've got the balance and throttle control on a Moto Surf as well. Kojon versus Kolar. This is going to be a big challenge. Down goes the flag, and off to the first buoy we go. And it's going to be a big push already as the riders try to get that inside line. It's not going to be easy to differentiate who's going to get it done and who's going to be facing the water's edge. But certainly a great start initially as the riders work their way through. It's going to be Kojon versus Kolar all the way for this first part of the heat. Kadlec and Ramadan wanting to try and get close into them. It's very close as they exit the slalom, but it's just going to be Kolar, I think, who is having to give chase to Lukas Kojon. And into the water. Who's that that's gone? We're trying to figure out. It's Kojon! Kojon's gone! In the very first lap, Lukas Kojon drops it into the water on the exit of the slalom. After such an incredible run earlier, it's Faraz Ramadan who leads the way. The Kuwaiti has charged his way forward to the front Kolar is second. Bawabas is third. Mamada is fourth. It's chaos in Prague. What a start from Faraz Ramadan. He actually gets out of the slalom just fractionally in front of Adam Kolar, and now it really is game on. There is the Q80. Faraz Ramadan leads the way, the 18-year-old from Algeria, the former world champion in the junior boy class, suddenly finds himself leading on merit. So Adam Kolar was the first one to take the long lap. He wants to try and jump past Faraz Ramadan, but Ramadan's countryman, Hassan Bawabas, has gone with him. There is the three. Damian Kadlec has had yet another problem off the start. Third position, get this, is Adam Janusek, and Kozon's in the water again. Kozon's having problems. And he's actually got a problem. His mask has come off. He's got to try and get himself back up to speed while also putting his mask back on. How is he going to manage that? His mask has come off while racing, so now he's got to carry it and hope that he can put it back on again and find his way back. This is a disaster for Lukas Kozon. It's one thing to fall off, but then to lose your mask at the same breath. He's on the long lap still racing. This is an incredible effort from Lukas Kozon. But once you've lost your mask, you're never going to be as quick as you were with it. So Faraz Ramadan still pulling away out front. We're going to see a replay, I think, of when Lukas Kozon lost his mask. Oh, look, there he is. He's trying to get something sorted. He finds himself on the board, tries to get it balanced, tries to get it sorted again. This is the first fall, I think. Oh, just washes out. He almost gets run over by the three of Damian Kadlec. That was so close and so unfortunate for Lukas Kozon. We're going to get potentially a third different winner here, because Faraz Ramadan is pulling away in front of Bawabas and Kolar. Bawabas and Kolar have both taken their long laps. So now Ramadan's just got to keep pushing, pushing, pushing in the hope that he can stretch away. There is Hassan Bawabas. What a fight this is from the six. And Hassan Bawabas really pushing. These hot conditions suit him very well. He'll be used to them, being based out in Q8. So Hassan Bawabas having a really solid run of it. There is Adam Kolar, and he is struggling. He's got a little bit of traffic in front of him. That traffic is Hassan Bawabas. Come on, man, get out of the way. Not easy. Faraz Ramadan. Oh, it's actually Ramadan, my apologies. So Ramadan has just taken his long lap and then rejoined directly in front of Adam Kolar. The gap between them is a second. So in the slalom, can he beat Adam Kolar out? He does. Good work from Faraz Ramadan, but he's only about half a second in front. Now he's going to go on the long lap for the second time. Kolar stays on the course. So now they're stretching each other. Kolar is going to try and gain the ground on Faraz Ramadan by staying on the course. This is where Adam Kolar really needs to dig deep. The 15-year-old from Brno. He can get himself back into this lead, can Adam Kolar, but he's really got to focus. Faraz Ramadan has just rejoined the course from the long lap. There's Hassan Bawabas also on the long lap. So Hassan Bawabas was in P6 at the start, now in third, but he's taken all three of his long laps. And so too is Adam Janusek. So keep an eye on Janusek. There might be a top three finish in the offing for Adam Janusek in this one, as he manages, Hassan Bawabas, to put a lap over on Kai Biskup. So the German gets out of the way. Here's Faraz Ramadan. This is going to be really tight between him and Adam Kolar, and he knows it. He really has to pull out the stops. Kolar stayed out. So his last two laps have got to be long laps. Faraz Ramadan only needs to take one more. So it really is going to be very tight between these two. Kolar's got to take two mandatory. Ramadan only needs one. So what will Ramadan do? Will he stay out, or will he go on the long lap as well? There is Ramadan. He takes to the long lap. So Adam Kolar's got to do the same thing. Bawabas can stay on the course because he's taken all three of his long laps. So Bawabas with a chance to leapfrog past his countryman here. Hassan Bawabas pushing Faraz Ramadan. Is he going to jump through? And he comes out in front of Ramadan. So Hassan Bawabas has a chance to grab the victory here. He's got up into second place past Faraz Ramadan, and he's only 9.3 behind Kolar. Make it 12 by the time they come through, my apologies. So 12 seconds is about what Hassan Bawabas needs. Adam Kolar is going to lose about 12 seconds. in the final long lap, so it really is now or never for Hassan Bouabas. He's got to push harder than he's ever pushed before if he wants to win this one. The gap between Collard and Hassan Bouabas, now that they are first and second, is going to be just 4.7 seconds apparently. So this is it for Hassan Bouabas. He really needs to gun for it. He's got a chance. He's going to push it. Bouabas doesn't need to go on the long lap. Adam Collard does. There's Faraz Ramadan. He's now down to third position in all of this. A good effort, but he's going to have to play catch up to his teammate. Right, so what about Adam Collard? He's got to be on the long lap this time, surely. So now it's going to be about Hassan Bouabas. We watch for Bouabas, we watch for Collard. Bouabas has got in front! Brilliant work from Hassan Bouabas. He's leapfrogged past Adam Collard, and the Kuwaiti is now in front. We're going to have 3 different winners from the 3 heats in the stock category thus far. First it was Kojon, then it was Collard. Now it looks like it's going to be Hassan Bouabas who has leapfrogged past Collard in the slalom section on the exit of the long lap. And surely now it's going to be Hassan Bouabas to get the job done all the way. He comes through the final section just a second and a half in front of Collard. Collard is still pushing, trying his best to hoodwink the Kuwaiti, but Hassan Bouabas has timed this run to perfection. Hassan Bouabas gets the win in Heat 2, Group A. Fantastic. What a ride from Hassan Bouabas. 6th position on the grid, and he gets the win. Magic. An absolute magician. Hassan Bouabas from P6 to the win. Where did you finish? I got the win. What? Faraz Ramadan can't believe it either. Hassan Bouabas, when he has got his dander up, when he's on fire, nobody can touch him. A flamboyant bounce back to jubilation for Hassan Bouabas of Kuwait, and absolutely deserved. What an emphatic performance from Hassan Bouabas, who launches himself into the vanguard of the victory of the Czech Grand Prix. That is how you bounce back from adversity. Horrible qualifying session. But Hassan Bouabas goes from P6 to the win. What a comeback. And that's just for starters. That's only the end of the heat number 2, folks. 3 different winners. First it was Lucas Kojon, then it was Adam Collard. Now Hassan Bouabas. And look how close he got to disaster at the end there. So nearly tripping over a back marker right at the very end. But that's how Hassan Bouabas likes to do things. On the ragged edge. Hassan Bouabas, a valiant victory in incredible style. Collard in second, from Faraz Ramadan in third. Adam Janusek, great comeback as well to finish in P4. Suguru Ikeda, he started 11th and he came through for 5th. Lucas Kojon in P6, from Jakub Norochny, Damian Kadlic, Ender Jorgen Schiele, Tomasz Stepanek, Daisuke Mamada, and Kai Biskup on his debut finishes off. What a race in the stock category. And now we've got 3 different winners from the first 3 races. And guess what? We're guaranteed a 4th. David Kuchka, Lorenzo Tanda, Kim Down, and Stepan Šimek will be at the front end. Matthias Barvik, Alexander Lana, Jan Matoshka, Josef Pokora, Adam Milovchik, David Zaplatilek, Vlad Andel, and Ringo Rimer will give chase. So all 3 of the previous winners were in the previous group. So now we're going to get win number 4. But who's it going to come from? Will it be the pole sitter, David Kuchka? Certainly looking good for it. Or will it be this man, the Monza Maestro, Lorenzo Tanda for Italy? Great to see the 18-year-old back in the paddock. Kim Down, former stock world champion 4 years ago, the king of the Masters, still unbelievably fast in the stock championship as well. And what about the man starting from P4 on the grid, Stepan Šimek, just 15 years of age and already a serious threat to the front. Matthias Barvik, the reigning champion in junior boy, world champion last year. What can he do this weekend at home? And what about Alexander Lana, the Husky race team, giving him all the support he needs to push forward. Alex to his left, his girlfriend to his right. Jan Matoshka for FG Forest Racing, pushing forward to continue making that magnificent launch up the order. And beside the 22-year-old from Richini is the Rexy dinosaur, Josef Pokora, for Workout Land Racing. Great to see him. Alongside him, it's young Adam Milovchik, the 17-year-old for Slovakia, very ready for the battle that faces him. Alongside him on the grid, it's David Zaplatilek for the Velo Storm Racing team. He'll be in the A position, but he certainly won't want to finish there. Beside him on the grid, it's Vladimir Andel, certainly the senior statesman in the stock category, but as long as he's fast, he will still be fierce. And then it's Ringo Rimér, the latest talent from Sweden to work his way into the world of motosurf. Only made his debut a couple of years ago. Now, he's definitely one of the serial contenders in the stock championship. And of course, next month, he'll get to race in front of his home crowd in Stockholm, in Sweden. So as the riders get ready to face the battles of the Prague circuit once again, we get an incredible statistic, whatever happens. The first three heats were won by Lukas Kojon, Adam Kolar, and Hassan Bouabas. None of those riders are in this race. So whatever happens, we get the first four races won by four different athletes. You do not know how rarely you get to see that in the stock category. But it shows you how competitive stock is in 2026. In the 2022 running, it was a very different story. Such an incredible competition that we are starting to get now from the UAM Motorsurf World Championship. It just gets better and better from one year to the next. Hannes Hultberg is watching along at home as well. No doubt he's got his Swedish flag in his hand and he's ready to cheer on his countrymen. Hannes Hultberg not racing this weekend. Come on, Hannes. We need you there next month in Sweden. I'm hopeful that he will be there on the grid with his rivals. From the beach on the far side, everybody is starting to soak up the atmosphere as free spectators to the UAM Motorsurf World Championships Grand Prix of Czechia. And boy, has it been fantastic racing thus far. 3 different winners from the first 3 heats. We are guaranteed a 4th, but who is it going to be? David Kuchka, Lorenzo Tanda, Kim Down, Stepan Šimek, Matthias Bardvik, Alexander Lana, Jan Matoška, Josef Pokora, Adam Milovchik, David Zaplatilek, Vlad Andel, or Ringo Rimér. All bets are off. 12 different riders, none of which have taken a heat win so far here in Prague. So it's absolutely open season as we get ourselves ready for the next chapter of the Grand Prix of Czechia. They'll be led into the starting position by David Kuchka. And then it will be up to the Monza Maestro to keep pace with him. Lorenzo Tanda looking hungry to try and jump him. Kim Down, of course, will be a fierce opponent in 3rd place, the stock world champion 4 years ago. But keep an eye on young Stepan Šimek. I've got a feeling that he will want something big from this weekend. He's certainly looking good at the moment. So David Kuchka leads them into position. We drop the flag and into the second heat of Group B we go. And it's a great start for Tanda. Really strong start for Stepan Šimek as well. Can Tanda pull further enough alongside to really keep the pace round the outside line? Watch for Kim Down as he tries to get himself into 2nd place. Past Lorenzo Tanda. It's not going to happen. So David Kuchka goes one way. Tanda goes the other. And we get the proper spectacle of a nail-biter through the slalom. Who's going to get out first? Is it going to be the pole sitter? Yes, it is, but only just. Lorenzo Tanda fighting to try and keep up with him. They've run through the starting gate and onto the main part of the course already. Kuchka leads the way from Tanda. Kim, Šimek, Bardvik, and Josef Pokora. Another good start for the dinosaur. A really good run. So far, so good. Terrific battles all the way, but David Kuchka handling the pressure thus far from Lorenzo Tanda. In the background, that is the 4. That is Stepan Šimek. Brilliant effort so far from him. Kim Down has gone on his first long lap, so he's going to use the tactics to try and work his way further forward. Matthias Bardvik and David Zaplatilek choose the same tack. Adam Milovchik also choosing the long lap nice and early. So David Kuchka works his way through the slalom. Up in the air goes the Renzo Tander's hand, trying not to trip over Josip Pokora. I think Tander went for the long lap, did he? Or has he had an incident somewhere? He must have done. Lorenzo Tander suddenly finds himself in about 4th place. So I think Tander must have had a fall, because he hasn't taken the long lap. He was in 2nd place. So Šimek's got through. Oh no, there is Tander going through now. So whatever it was, there was a glitch. I think he might have missed the timing line, that's why. So he had his hand in the air to avoid somebody that had fallen, so I guess that's the reason, but he's come through in his 2nd position now. Lorenzo Tander, very different to everybody else. He actually races without goggles. Everybody else races with them, but Lorenzo Tander, clearly nerves of a different kind of steel to the others. David Kučka leads the way. He carries on the main course, as Lorenzo Tander is the first of the big men, other than Kim Down, to go onto the long lap. Now, where will Tander filter back out in relation to Kim Down? Is that the Korean in front of him? Need to kind of look a little bit further out and see where Lorenzo Tander is in relation to Kim Down. I think that is the Korean just in front of him. So Kim Down has used the tactics of going onto the long lap slightly earlier to jump past the Italian. So if Kim Down could do that to Lorenzo Tander, what's the betting? That he might be able to do it to David Kučka as well. There is Kim Down. And having taken his first long lap, he's now 3rd. In fact, Matthias Bardovic has got ahead of Lorenzo Tander as well. So going early on the long lap really was the best tactic. And both Kim Down and Matthias Bardovic pick up the benefits of it. Lorenzo Tander is down to 5th. David Kučka goes onto the long lap, and so into the lead for the moment goes Stepan Šimek. And that's into the water. That's one of the Husky riders. I think that's Ringo Reimer. So Ringo Reimer, the Swedish rider, having problems there. And indeed, it is the sea, so that is Ringo Reimer. Hopefully, he is going to get a much more competitive run as he continues to develop, but it is very tough to learn the craft of moto surf in the stock category. It's a bit like asking someone to learn how to drive a racing car and then go and race in Formula 2 in the same week. Not easy for Ringo Reimer, the Swedish rider. So there is Kim Down. There is Stepan Šimek, I should say, still running around in the top 5, but he is filtered out after the long lap in 5th position behind Matthias Bardovic and Alexander Lanner. So what about David Kučka now, who has done 1 long lap? So is Kim Down. The gap between them is 4 seconds. That's a lot of time even for Kim Down to make up. And these two are going to be fairly equally matched. So look back. There is Kim Down. So it is about 4 seconds, maybe 5 by now. And still the riders work their way through. Oh, my apologies, that's a back marker because Kim Down chose that moment to go on to the long lap. So he clearly feels like there's a chance to pick up a bigger position here. Matthias Bardovic has come up into 3rd place. He's on the 2nd long lap as well, so he's got to try and make sure he stays in front of Alexander Lanner and Stepan Šimek. Jan Matoška having a decent race. Lorenzo Tander, it's all going wrong for him, I'm afraid. So I wonder if there was a fall somewhere else. Having made the mistake earlier and having to avoid the timing line, I wonder if Tander then did have a problem, because he's down to 7th position. But Matthias Bardovic rejoins from the long lap in 4th position behind David Kučka and behind Alexander Lanner. Kim Down was in front of him. There is Kim Down. 3rd position with the number 3 shorts, but he's fighting for the win. Alexander Lanner in front of him needs to take another long lap, as does David Kučka. In fact, Kučka needs to take 2. So does Lanner. Kim Down only needs to take 1 more. So there is Kučka on the long lap. He's got to do that again on the last lap as well. But depending on when Kim Down goes on to the 3rd long lap, that'll be when we get a little bit more of a close battle between the 2 men out on the course. In fact, Kim Down, I think, did take long lap number 3 so that he could then push to go after David Kučka. So there's Kučka. Alexander Lanner was 2nd. There he is, the Swedish rider. So where is Kim Down? Surely he went on to the 3rd long lap, didn't he? Well, if he didn't, then he should be right in behind Kučka or even fractionally in front of him, depending on how much pace he's been able to find. So Kučka goes through. Who's that in trouble? That looks like the A to me, so that's David Zaplatilek. Kim Down is into 2nd. Okay, so he stayed out on the course. He's got to find 4.7 to close up on David Kučka, but both of them need to take the long lap this time by. So there goes Kučka. Kim Down is only 4 seconds back, but they've both got to go on to the long lap. Both of them know it. They've both done so. So I think Kim Down is not quite going to be able to overhaul the maneuver on David Kuchka. And so we're going to have victories in this competition thus far for Kojon, for Kolar, for Bouabas, and now it looks to me for David Kuchka. Great effort from Matthias Bardovic. I think he may have worked his way onto the podium of this little heat. He's certainly been very calculated as to when he's taken his long laps. He got his 3 out of the way relatively early. There is Kim Down, second position as he exits the long lap. But there's still work to do. And to catch this man when he's in his funk, he's going to have to work very hard. But David Kuchka has definitely taken advantage of his pole position for this heat. And he becomes the 4th different winner of a stock heat in the Czech Grand Prix 2026. We saw Lukas Kojon take the win. We saw a victory for Adam Kolar. We saw a victory for Hassan Bouabas. Now we see a victory for David Kuchka. 4 different riders in the first 4 stock heats of the competition. You don't see that every day. Kim Down is second. Alexander Lanner is third. He does beat Matthias Bardovic home, with Josef Pokoda and Stepan Šimek able to come home in the top 6. Not the easiest of races for Jan Matoška or Lorenzo Tanda on this occasion. They will want to come back strong for the next one. Everybody gets a 3rd heat today, don't forget. After the elite categories, we will have a technical break, and then we'll be able to go at it all over again. This is the replay of the hard-charging David Kuchka, seeing the checkered flag in fantastic fashion. And the air punch was actually part of him crossing the line. 4 different winners from the first 4 stock heats then. Lukas Kojon, Adam Kolar, Hassan Bouabas, and now David Kuchka. The fight for the Czech Grand Prix has never been more intense in the stock class. That is how motorsport is done well. David Kuchka, 3.8 clear of Kim Down. Alexander Lanner in 3rd from Matthias Bardovic, Stepan Šimek, Josef Pokoda and Jan Matoška. Difficult race in the end for Lorenzo Tanda, and to make matters even worse, he only took 2 of the long laps. Vladimir Andel, David Zaplatilek, Adam Milovchik, and then Ringo Reimer, the Swede, coming home at the back. So the Grand Prix of Czechia certainly going well in the stock category. The pundits have absolutely no idea who's going to come through for the victory. We've got a better idea as to how it's going to go in the elite women, though. Eliska Maruskova takes up the challenge once again from pole position with Barbara Kolarova, Aneta Shtukalova and Sara Zubarova giving chase. Adela Ostrolova, Lola Markova, Natalie Kashnikova, Rosalia Janora, Linda Lukscheider, Esther Polakova, and then it will be Klara Meleshurova and Sara Volfova to catch up. So win number 1 earlier for Eliska Maruskova, 3 times the world champion, gold medalist last year in both the Nations Cup and the individual contest. Alongside her will be Barbara Kolarova. What a star she is turning into. Already fighting for Grand Prix victories as a 15-year-old. Aneta Shtukalova for the Jordak Racing Team. Great to see this new colour scheme, the green and white. Very, very distinctive now out on the course for the 5-time Vice World Champion. Number 4 in the lineup. It's going to be a big charge forward now for Sara Zubarova. Let's see what she can do. Championship leader, of course. There is Adela Struchalova, 5th position on the grid. She gets herself ready for the next charge forward. Next up in P6, it is Laura Markova, ready for the Rocket Racing Team to excel and push her way forward to get even closer to the top 5 on a consistent basis. Beside Laura Markova, we'll have the hard charge from Natalie Kashnikova, the Rocket Racing megastar. Big support from Lukas Jaworski behind, of course, not just because he is the captain of the Rocket Racing Team. 8th position for the dabber, the pole, Rosalia Janora for Tenzi Motorsurf. Let's see what she can do from P8. It's a lot to make up, but she's got what it takes. Linda Lukscheider for the Twin C Team. Great to see. She is absolutely DNA of Motosurf. She loves this sport, and she loves being here every single time. 10th on the grid for Esther Polakova. Great to see her return to the Motosurf World Championship. The 17-year-old ready to put on an exciting battle from the A plate. From the B position, it's Klara Meleshurova for Jet Surf HK. Good to see her back in the fraternity of the elite women's class once again. And beside her on the grid, Sara Volfova, continuing the family tradition in Motosurf. Still putting on a great showcase. Don't forget, she was a top 3 rider in the junior girl back in the day. So she knows how to push on to the front end of the field. So a very competitive field of elite women. There are no duds in this pack, that's for sure. And as a result, we're going to see some really exciting battles. Sada Zuborova actually crossed the line first in the first heat, but missing out on one of the long laps meant that she had to lose ground and fall to second position behind Eliska Maruskova. She only lost 1 place in the end, so it's not the disaster that it could have been, but certainly for Eliska Maruskova, it's the psychological upper hand that counts for her. So there's still plenty more to do, but if Sada Zuborova can bounce back from 4th on the grid to 1st once, there's absolutely plenty of suggestion to hint that she could do it again. And of course, what will Barbara Kolarova and Aneta Shtukalova have to say about that battle? So there is Linda Lukscheider getting herself up to speed. My apologies, that is actually Natalie Kashnikova on the 7. Linda Lukscheider is wearing number 9 on this occasion. But Natalie Kashnikova had a very busy season in between getting her doctorate. She's been traveling a lot this year, was in Tokyo just a week before the Turkish Grand Prix, the first race of the season. Live life to the full, I say. Every opportunity that comes your way, grab it with both hands and say yes please and thank you very much. So for the contest that awaits us, it's going to be very tricky. Adela Ostrozolova battling away with Lora Markova from the middle of the pack. Both riders will want to push on for a very competitive race battle. Aneta Shtukalova in the middle there as well with the green jersey. 5 times a world vice champion, but now it's getting awful crowded in her whitewash, isn't it? Sada Zuborova's there, Barbara Kolarova's there, and of course Eliska Maruskova is still there. So the premier category amongst the women. The Wimbledon, the Roland Garros, the US Open of Moto Surf. The best of the best are here. We get a flag oscillation rather than a flag drop. So it looks like we're going to have to form up the grid again. But it's led by the 3-time world champion Eliska Maruskova, with the hard-charging Barbara Kolarova really starting to showcase her potential. Second on the grid for this one. 3rd place for Aneta Shtukalova of the Yordak Racing Team, the 22-year-old from Butsov and the European champion in years gone by. And of course, the 16-year-old from Kostovyashka. Sada Zuborova, bronze at the World Games 2025, 2nd in the Junior World Championship 2024, 3rd in the Women's Championship last year, but has won the last 2 Grand Prix held at Macau in 2025 and at Turkey in the season opener. She leads the riders' standings in the Women's Elite Championship. Can she go on to become the next world champion? Certainly if you're Eliska Maruskova, you're hoping that it goes a little bit like Heat 1 did. A win will do. The flag drops, and we're under starters' orders. Off we charge as the ladies charge for the first beauty. Aneta Shtukalova deciding to tuck back in between the 2 riders further back. Lora Markova trying to make a sweeping move around the outside there as well. So some good battles initially, but the top 4 certainly remain in the top 4. It's a much stronger start for Barbara Kolarova, but where is Sada Zuborova going to get out in relation? She's stuck behind Barbara Kolarova on this occasion, so Maruskova, is going to lead the way here, and then it's going to be Barbara Kolarova. What's happened to Aneta Shtukalova? Aneta Shtukalova seems to have worked her way forward even more than that. So it looks like Aneta Shtukalova's actually through to 2nd place. Somebody may have dropped it through the slalom, and I didn't see it. Well, at the moment, it is Eliska Maruskova who leads Aneta Shtukalova. Barbara Kolarova in 3rd. It's Sada Zuborova who's behind Markova at the moment. So a terrible start for Sada Zuborova. Barbara Kolarova decides to be tactical, as does Zuborova. They both go for the long lap nice and early. If you're in the crowd, get out of the crowd. Go for the long lap and try and get your way back in later. As for Eliska Maruskova, it's business as usual for the 3-time world champion. Aneta Shtukalova still hunting her down, and in 3rd place now is Lora Markova. So Aneta Shtukalova riding a very solid race in 2nd position. There is Eliska Maruskova. Huge fan of the McLaren Formula 1 team. Really wants to go and hang out with them at some point. So no doubt she'll have one eye on the progress of Lando Norris and Oscar Piastri at the Hungaroring this weekend. And for now, she's got bigger things on her mind. Focus and discipline to close up. Aneta Stukalova is really going to have to dig deep. Both riders on their A game. Both of them on the long lap as well. Both Matyskova and Stukalova deciding to take to the long lap. Now, the big question is going to be, who's made the best use of that? Will it be Sada Zubarova or will it be Barbara Kolarova? It looks like Kolorova's actually dropped back down into about 7th position. So I wonder if she's had an off somewhere and then recovered because she's dropped behind Adela Ostrolova. So Eliska Matyskova, having come through, I don't think she went onto the long lap actually, Eliska Matyskova. Stukalova did, but I don't think Aneta was joined on the long lap there by Eliska Matyskova. So there is Aneta Stukalova. And the key thing here is that she's in front of Lara Markova, but I think if you're Natalie Kashnikova, you're rather hoping that you can work your way a little bit further up. Sada Zubarova is down in P4 at the moment. Kashnikova going to the long lap now drops her behind Ostrolova. And maybe even Barbara Kolarova as well, although Kolarova has actually taken the second long lap already. Matyskova is only taking her first long lap now. There is Sada Zubarova. She's also taking an early long lap. She must be thinking, just get them all out the way now. She's in 3rd. She's got a great chance to move back. But of course, she's currently 8.8 seconds back from Aneta Stukalova alone. So Sada Zubarova takes her second long lap of 3 mandatory long laps. She's not the only one to do it. Lara Markova did the same thing. And so has Barbara Kolarova. So problems then for Kolarova thus far today. An opportunity to bounce back and get herself into the mix once again. Sometimes the heat or some change to the setting, last minute, whatever it is, it can just unsettle the rider to enough of a degree that it really becomes an irritant. Out through the end of the lap. Matyskova has taken 1 long lap. She's got 2 more to do, but she's currently on lap number 5 and doesn't need to take the long lap just yet. Aneta Stukalova probably thinking, this might be the only way I get to jump past her. Zubarova is the leading lady of those that have taken 2 long laps thus far. So there is Stukalova. Ostrolova is also right up there in the top 3 and also demonstrating that you just don't need to take the long laps too early. All 3 riders have taken at least 1, which I would be a little bit scared about if we had got to this lap and nobody had dunked into the pits, because then that would have remained a 0 accompanied score for long laps, and you really need to have 3 at the end. So Ostrolova and Zubarova have both managed to go for 2. So expect Zubarova to move her way back into 3rd position very shortly. Meanwhile, though, Eliska Matyskova, who's just under 4 seconds in front of Aneta Stukalova, both of those riders need to come in for their long laps. So Eliska Matyskova does this first one. And what about Aneta Stukalova? Will she take the long lap as well? Yes, she does. Very smart, very calculated. It'll be in the back of their head that they've got to do the last 2 laps. So Aneta Stukalova just keeping it neat and tidy for the moment. But there is your leader, Eliska Matyskova, who doesn't do neat and certainly doesn't do tidy. This is her house as far as she's concerned. They're going to have to hunt really early if they want to beat her at her game. There is Sada Zubarova. She's got close to the tail of Aneta Stukalova's board. But it's not quite enough to jump past. So Zubarova looks like she's going to have to settle for 3rd at the moment, going parallel there with the A. That is Esther Polakova to put a lap on her. Doesn't hold her up that much, to be honest. So it's not really that big a deal. But certainly for Eliska Matyskova, this is exactly how she would have wanted this to go. Into the slalom for the penultimate time, 4.2 clear of Aneta Stukalova. Sada Zubarova, the Slovakian rider, is still trying to close up on Stukalova, but the gap is about 5.5 seconds. She's going to need a miracle, and of course, all 3 of them have got to go on to their final long lap. Matyskova signals she'll go on to hers, which she does. Stukalova is only 2.8 seconds back now, thanks to the traffic. And there's Sada Zubarova, she's got to do the long lap as well. So all 3 of the leaders have gone on to make that call, and they needed to. So Maruskova, Stukalova and Zubodova finishing off the job here and in fine style. Looking really good for Eliska Maruskova to make it 2 wins out of 2. Good ride so far from Aneta Stukalova, certainly going strong. And Sada Zubodova, it's a good comeback for her, but she rides well to get into 3rd position after a little bit of a difficult start. But it will be Eliska Maruskova who's going to come through for the job that she was hoping for. Win number 1 was handed a little bit to her after Sada Zubodova missed her 2nd long lap. But this time it was Eliska Maruskova's road show. Out through the final buoys of the slalom, and Eliska Maruskova maintains her authority at the top of the elite women's category. 2.2 clear of Aneta Stukalova. She's controlled the pace throughout. She's never pushed harder than she's actually had to, and she will finish in style. Behind her will be Aneta Stukalova. Maruskova takes the win. Stukalova 2nd by 1.2, and there is Sada Zubodova in 3rd. Less than 5 seconds between the 3 best riders in the world right now. That's how tight it is in the elite women's class. Great result for Eliska Maruskova. She can be very happy with that. Now, who's that in trouble? Is that Rosalia Janora? I think it might well be. She's had all sorts of problems in this one. And it looks like she's only going to complete 5 of the 7 laps. So problems this weekend for Rosalia Janora pretty much since the start of the week, unfortunately, for the silver medalist in the Nations Cup of the World Games in Chengdu last August. But certainly, for the riders up at the sharp end, it was always going to be a tough one. Aneta Stukalova did everything she could to close up on Eliska Maruskova. She did that. She did close up. Unfortunately, she was out of time to go for an overtake. So Eliska Maruskova takes the win then from Aneta Stukalova and Sada Zubodova of Slovakia in 3rd. Good start. Very hungry are Sada Zubodova and Aneta Stukalova, who is delighted with her fans on the sidelines there. 2nd place for Stukalova. Now we're getting into the rhythm. But Maki is still doing a good job there. Eliska Maruskova win once again for the reigning world champion. 3 world championship titles out of 3. It could well be 4 for Eliska Maruskova. And that would, of course, match the accolades set by the original queen of the sport. Aneta Sashadova, of course, was a 4-time World Cup winner and a ladies world champion in 2022, effectively a 5 times world champion. So Eliska Maruskova on course for elite women's world title number 4. Stukalova 2nd, Zubodova 3rd, Ostrolova, Markova and Barbara Kolarova in the top 6 from Natalie Kashnikova, Linda Lukscheider, Sada Volfova making progress to 9th in front of Melishadova, Esther Polakova and Rosalia Janora in a world of problems. But following the elite women, there's another elite class on the horizon. The fastest men on the water, the elite men. The Formula 1 of Motosurf heads out for heat number 2. Matis Novotny from Alex Lukscheider and Lukas Jaworski, the 3 pinnacle giants of our competition. Jan Travnicek back in the elite category again. Anthony Squire, Miroslav Kurbs, Mike Michailidis, I should say. Adam Ficek, Dan Pravaznik, and Jiri Wolf. So for the 2nd time today, the elite men will go to battle. Can anybody even approach the pace of this man? Matthias Novotny, the Rocket Racing Super Rocket. Double world champion, looking for world title number 2, not world title number 3, I should say. But what about this man, Alex Lukscheider? Plenty of potential for the Husky rider. Top 3 in the first one, but he wants more than that. But Lukas Jaworski will always push him and stretch him to the ragged edge. He's won everything there is to win in the world of Motosurf, but he just wants to keep on winning. Great return to the elite category for Jan Travnicek. Great to see him move from stock back to the elite category once again here in the Czech Republic. And alongside him on the grid, the man who upholds the honor not just for the United States, but for the entire continent of North America in general this weekend, Anthony Squire, the reigning stock world champion. What a brilliant transition he's had to elite. Alongside him on the field, it is going to be Miroslav Kup for the Czech Republic, really enjoying life on home soil. For Cyprus, it is Mike Michailidis, the reigning rookie world champion. Now he gets to put on a show. He was going very well in the initial phase of Heat 1. If he can do that again, he's got a big, strong chance. Adam Ficek, number 45 for the FG Forest Racing team. 8th on the grid for this one. Don't expect him to be that low down by the end. Dan Pravashnik, great to see him continue on his journey. And don't forget, he knows how to win the Czech Grand Prix. He did it in the Electric Challenge 5 years ago. And Jiří Wolf for Autocentrum Vyškov. Doesn't matter what you give him, whether it's a rally car or a moto surf. He will be insanely quick on everything. So the 10 elite riders will give us another spectacular show. The best of the best are here. And of course, they will also be preparing for another great battle in a month from now for the Grand Prix of Sweden in Stockholm, in the Royal Gardens. What a fabulous race weekend that's going to be in a month from now. For now, though, the headquarters of Motosurf, Czechia, resonates to the sound of anywhere between 17 and 18 brake horsepower, 110 cc's to the engine. It doesn't sound like a lot, but take into consideration that these boards weigh 20 kilograms. They are super quick. And these are the fastest of the fast. And they will give us so much entertainment before the day is out. So Matis Novotny, Alex Lukscheider, Lukas Jaworski, Jan Travnicek, Anthony Squire, Miroslav Kups, Mike Michailidis, Adam Ficek, Dan Pravashnik and Jiří Wolf will take to the water for the second time out of 4. After this race, we're going to take a quick technical break to allow for the riders to compete and get ready for the third heat. But when we come back, it really is going to be make or break time in the top categories. The third and penultimate heat of the competition in the Grand Prix of Czechia. Tense battles are rife here. And certainly amongst the big three, Matis Novotny, Alex Lukscheider and Lukas Jaworski, you can expect an intense contest. In Turkey, it was kind of sporadic, where from one heat to the next, one rider was going to get the most of it, but nobody could keep tabs on Matis Novotny. Here in Czechia, it's already looking like a much closer contest. Even though Novotny is still on the top, you can sense that Lukscheider and Jaworski really do have a chance to get in his mind here. So far, Matis Novotny has done almost everything. He's been the Elite World Champion, a double European Junior Champion. He has yet to win the gold medal in the World Games. Well, he's got a chance to do that in Karlsruhe in 2019. 2029, I should say. That was a long time ago, 2019. But when we go to the World Games in 2029, it's going to be very strong indeed at Karlsruhe. So the elite riders are going to be very strong indeed as they run through. And so the contenders are running in close proximity. So back into the action we go as the riders will rev the rise. It's an oscillation of the flag rather than a drop of the flag, which means we're going to go round again. And the battle between Matis Novotny, Alex Lukscheider and Lukas Jaworski for the victory in the Czech Grand Prix continues. So the 18-year-old from Nicomedia, the 19-year-old from Brno, and the 25-year-old from Brno will go to battle for the Czech Grand Prix. The second heat out of 4, and it really is going to be very tricky indeed to predict who's going to get this one done in the second heat. Matis Novotny, Alex Lukscheider and Lukas Jaworski. Watch for a decent start from Jan Travnicek, Squire, Kups and Michailidis, along with the challenge from Adam Ficek. And then we'll obviously see Jiří Wolf and Dan Pravashnik get in amongst them as well. It's time to go game on, and it's already a big push for third position. Lukas Jaworski battling away with Jan Travnicek. Travnicek trying to come around the far side. Little bit of a kick into the Buey from Matis Novotny. Lukscheider so much closer to him than he has been in previous runs. And it's Mike Michailidis who moves up into 6th position after a cracking start. Looks like Anthony Squire has had a difficult launch. But who's going to get out first? It's going to be a very close run between Novotny And Zahorski. Luke Scheider's fallen back into third position. What a start. Very tight racing up at the sharp end of the field, but it is Zahorski who's managed to find the move to get into second position past Luke Scheider. And the battle really is tight up at the front end between the top three riders in the elite category in 2026. Anthony Squire, what a rocket ship of a start from the American. Fourth position, he manages to take on and pass Jan Travnicek in the slaloms. Travnicek put so much weight behind that launch, and it just didn't go well for him at all in the end. He ended up backing off, and that was enough for Anthony Squire to come through to come into fourth position. But of course, the targets for the rookie world champion and the stock world champion, who have made their way into the elite category this year, have got to be top 5 in the championship. And so moves like that from Anthony Squire will be no end of joyous, as Adam Ficek decides to go on the long lap, as does Pravaznik and Yeti Wolf. Meanwhile, Novotny is just doing what he does best. Really kicking it on the far side. He is absolutely full of confidence. Lukasz Zahorski's on the long lap. This is how he can get under the skin of the teenager and the double world champion. Of course, Maciej Novotny only recently turned 18, and so he'll be wanting to continue his landmark year with more success. Lukasz Zahorski onto the long lap. Looks like Mike Michailidis has just taken the long lap, and who's that into the drink just in front, just behind him, sorry. Anthony Squire going well. So it's certainly not Anthony Squire who's gone down into the water. I wonder if that was Miroslav Kurps that ended up going off, or was it Jan Travnicek battling away with Mike Michailidis? So Mike Michailidis able to hoodwink somebody through the slalom, at least, through the long lap, I should say. So we'll figure out who that was. Ficek has come up into 5th position, Travnicek into 6th place. So yeah, I think it was Miroslav Kurps that ended up falling there, just in behind Michailidis, who is struggling a little bit. 7th position for him, behind Adam Ficek, who has charged all the way to 5th place, and Jan Travnicek, who is in P6. So Zahorski still the only rider to have taken the long lap. No long laps yet for Maciej Novotny. Luke Scheider does the same though this time. So Zahorski is hoping to get out in front of Alex Luke Scheider. Has he done it? So Zahorski, 3rd position. Is that Luke Scheider in front of him, or is that Luke Scheider behind him? Well, Novotny has not come in for any of his long laps yet. So as a result, he still holds a pretty strong and sizable lead. Zahorski's on his 2nd long lap completed. That's why Luke Scheider's been able to get back in front of him. There is Alex Luke Scheider, 2nd place, 1 long lap done. Zahorski's done 2 already. Novotny has yet to do his 1st. Although I think that might have been Maciej Novotny taking his 1st long lap in the background. Indeed it was. So Maciej Novotny coming out of the long lap then for the first time of asking. It's been a very solid one so far for these two up front, but Maciej Novotny holds the advantage. Luke Scheider going on to the 2nd long lap as well. I wonder if Lukasz Zahorski has seen all this and gone, do you know what, I may as well take my 3rd long lap as well. So certainly Zahorski dueling away as they continue on the course. Zahorski trying to get as close to the mark for 2nd position as possible. But he's really working the magic here as Maciej Novotny comes through. Still riding a very clean race. Only 1 long lap taken, 5 laps about to be completed, so at least 2 of these 3 long laps need to come in the final 3 laps of the course. Maciej Novotny goes into lap number 6. There is Alex Luke Scheider, 3rd position, just tucked up behind Lukasz Zahorski now. So Luke Scheider still trying to find that little bit of an edge. But Maciej Novotny is just having an unbelievable run in the lead. So what a stunning performance from Maciej Novotny, who just keeps on going, keeps on finding his feet, keeps pushing and pushing and pushing. There's Zahorski, 2nd place, 11.7 seconds back. But Zahorski has taken his 3rd long lap, and Maciej Novotny has only taken 2. So the gap could well be a lot tighter than that by the time this race comes to its conclusion. But certainly for Maciej Novotny, it's all going beautifully well. Zahorski in 2nd, Luke Scheider in 3rd, from Ficek, Travnicek, and in 6th place, that is still Anthony Squire. Zahorski really finding the white water difficult in this phase of the race. He's trying to make sure everything's right with his wrist strap for the throttle. Certainly for the moment, all looks okay. Matthias Novotny goes into lap number 7, stays on the main course. So he's got to do his last long lap on the last lap. But that should be okay. He's got 7.6 at the last timing line on Luke Scheider. Interestingly, Adam Ficek is going to leave his 2 last long laps to the very end. He's worked his way up to 3rd position as a result of that. So Zahorski 4th, Travnicek in 5th, Anthony Squire in 6th, and Mike Michailidis has done all 3 of his long laps as well, same as Lukas Zahorski down in 7th. So he might be able to work his way back into the top 5 before the end of this race. We'll have to see. There is Jan Travnicek. Started P4, currently running P5, although once the musical chairs of the long laps is finished, he could well get back into his top 4 position again. It's going to be touch and go for Jan Travnicek. He's still got a lot of opposition from Adam Ficek and Anthony Squire. On to the last long lap then goes Matthias Novotny. How is he so good at what he does? Just doesn't seem to have an off day. It's almost like the board is fused to his feet. It's definitely an extension of himself when he's out there. Just a natural at everything he does. And Matthias Novotny still looking good for heat win number 2. Had a fantastic time to do it. He's really been so strong all the way throughout. Luke Scheider has got close to him in 2nd place. He's jumped Luke Zahorski. So Lukas Zahorski has to settle for 3rd position on this occasion. It's much stronger from Alex Luke Scheider this time. The setup is certainly coming more towards Luke Scheider than it did in Turkey. But still, it's catch him if you can. Matthias Novotny is going to come through to complete the final slalom with such an emphatic display. He comes through one final time, and Matthias Novotny will clean up here in the Czech Republic. What an amazing performance it's been, and he will finish it strong. Out through the turns, and it is Matthias Novotny just in front of Lukas Zahorski by only 2.5 seconds. Luke Scheider does come through in 3rd in the end then. So that final long lap put Luke Scheider back to 3rd. Exhausting, I'm sure, for Alex Luke Scheider. Maybe he needs to look at the mapping of the engine one more time. Ready for Heat 3 later today. What a comeback, though, for Adam Ficek. 8th on the grid, P4. Fantastic work from Adam Ficek. Jan Travnicek comes home for P5. All of them together on the lead lap. And the rookie world champion beats home the stock world champion, Mike Michailidis, in front of Anthony Squire. Provaznik, Miroslav Kurbs and Jiri Wolf all come home. A lap adrift maybe, but they still finish the race. And so far, Matthias Novotny is on a one-way track to the Czech Grand Prix. A phenomenal display thus far. He just does not know how to slow down. An amazing effort so far. And round 2 of the heats comes to a conclusion with him still very much in charge of the phase of the battle around him. Amazing stuff from Matthias Novotny. Win number 2 in as many heats. 2nd place for Lukas Zahorski and 3rd for Alex Luke Scheider. Brilliant race from Adam Ficek to go from 8th to 4th. Jan Travnicek in P5 in front of Mike Michailidis and Anthony Squire, the reigning stock world champions in rookie and stock. Dan Provaznik, Miroslav Kurbs and Jiri Wolf in the top 10. So that's all she wrote for the 2nd round of heats. We're going to take another technical break. When we come back from that, it'll be the 3rd and final heat of the day before the 4th and final heat of the weekend tomorrow morning. The battles are still raging here in the Czech Republic for the Grand Prix of Czechia in the 2nd round of the UAM Moto Surf World Championship. So far, so good for the reigning world champions in the elite categories, Eliska Matuskova in women and Matthias Novotny in men. Could it all change this afternoon? We'll have to stick around to find out. 2 down and 2 to go as far as the qualifying heats are concerned in the UAM Motosurf World Championships, second round of 2026, here at the birthplace of the sport of motosurf, the Czech Republic. What a fantastic place to be, just southeast of the center of the capital of Prague. And this fantastic location, it really is turning into a bit of a summer festival around here. Back into the swing of things we go for the third rotation of qualifying heats. Back to the Masters men we go. And it's Kim Down on pole position for heat number 3 alongside Arkadiy Zyonora. Then it's Petr Poznik, Jiří Rena, Roman Lišel-Kratochvil, Radek Lučka, Pavel Matoška, Paul Tori, and Fuji Teruhito. Then Murat Jorgenčíla, Roman Semenyuk, and his countryman, Carlo Carboni. So as we get ourselves back in for the Masters, it's time to bring the superstars back to the fore. 11 final Grand Prix wins out of 12 in the Masters category ever for Kim Down, double world champion. And he goes up against the man he defeated last year, Arkadiy Zyonora, vice champion of the world, silver medalist in the Nations Cup of the World Games at Chengdu last year. Petr Poznik, the man who is credited with a victory earlier on after a fantastic ride, not just once, but twice. Now he's got to go up against the other man to win twice, Kim Down. Jiří Rena, fourth on the starting grid. Good to see the 46-year-old from Labem, who raced in the open class for 2 seasons at the turn of the World Championship. Great to see Roman Lišel-Kratochvil back in action once again. The Austrian, full of vitality and full of energy. The Jet Surf factory rider from Pestelsdorf in Austria. Radek Lučka, for Jet Surf Pardubice. Great to see him continuing the hard charge forward. And the 46-year-old has raced every Masters Grand Prix except Macau last year. Pavel Matoška for the FG Forest Racing team. Good to see the 61-year-old from Ricini, who's only been absent from the Turkish Grand Prix in recent times. Great to see him back in his home country. For Paul Tori, it's the continuation of an immense journey for the Jet Surf Japan rider. Still putting on excellent displays everywhere he goes, alongside his countryman, Fuji Teruhito, really getting into the swing of things as a motosurf rider. This is his first season in the Motosurf World Championship. Beside him on the grid, in the A position, it's the Super Turk, Murat Jorgenčíla for the MY Racing team, the man who put Turkish motosurf on the map. What a fantastic man. He'll battle away alongside the 2 Italians. The first of those is Roman Semenyuk. Good to see him back in the paddock. He and his colleague, Carlo Carboni, back in Motosurf's World Championship for the first time since Manfredonia 2024. So with all 12 of the riders getting ready for Heat 3, Group A, this is going to be an interesting challenge because the 2 men who have taken victory in the Masters category thus far, 2 wins for Kim Down, 2 wins for Petr Poznik, well, they finally get to go to battle against each other. So, somebody's going to have to come second to the other. For Kim Down and Arkadiy Zyonora, it's a chance for the 2 men who were first and second in the Masters World Championship last year to face each other again in the birthplace of motosurf. But for Petr Poznik, it really is time to raise the game again. He's already fought back from 3rd position on the grid to take a pair of victories. But this time, doing it all over again is going to be that much harder. Not only has he got to go against Arkadiy Zyonora, he's also got to go against the man who's won 11 of the 12 Masters Grand Prix in history, Kim Down. Boy, is this going to be a task for Petr Poznik. Not an impossible one, but certainly a mammoth one. So as the 12 riders get themselves geared up, only 3 riders who tried to qualify were not able to. Ivo Kalik for Jet Surf Papacito from the Czech Republic, Stuart Oliphant from Margate in Kent from Great Britain, and the German rider Sebastian Lux for Racing Penguins, second in the Electric Challenge Championship last year and represented Germany at the World Games in Chengdu. Sadly, he will have to wait until Sweden to put on another showcase. So as the 12 riders in Group A of heat number 3 get themselves ready to go, we're definitely in for an interesting contest. There's Kim Down and Petr Poznik, the 2 men who have taken all of the race wins thus far this morning, have now got to compete against each other for heat number 3. Surely one of them is going to get the job done, but which one? And if neither of them get the job done, then this man, Arkadiy Zyonora of Poland, is right there to sweep up the remains. But we've still got some big challenge around them. We've got Jiří Renner, Roman Kratishvili, Radek Luška, Pavel Matoška, the Japanese pair, Portori and Fujitaro Hito, the Turkish ace, Murat Jorgenschila, and the two Italian stars, Roman Semenyuk and Carlo Carboni. Some big pressure coming, though, from Kim Down and Petr Požník. The two men really hopeful of a strong challenge. And both men, of course, having taken both of their heat wins earlier. Only one of them can get the job done in this heat. One of them is going to have to concede defeat. So with the 12 riders in close position, hoping to try and get themselves into a good performance earlier on in the day, and managing to, on some occasions, on others, they'll have to wait a little bit longer for their chance. But certainly, it's time to see what the next race heat can gather us. And we're definitely going to have a tough one, that is for sure. Tricky day at the races already. But Kim Down, waving to the camera or waving to the officials? Looks like waving to the camera for the moment. Kim, you're supposed to be focusing on the race start. So, for Kim Down, the Korean rider, let's see how this race will go. Fans really starting to flock to all four corners of the venue now, watching the race start from the other side of the reservoir. It's a Motosurf World Championship event. It's the biggest one we've had for a long time. And the return to the birthplace of Motosurf, the Czech Republic, in the gorgeous capital of Prague. So in the shadow of Hostivar Dam, the riders will form up once again in order to get the best possible launch to the first Buoy. And what a battle it will be. Kim Down, Arkadiusz Janora, and Petr Požník. Giving chase will be Jiří Renner, Roman Kratishvili, and Radek Luška. From Matoška, Tori, Teruhito, Jorgenschila, Semenyuk, and Carboni. 12 riders in the Masters category. The Masters riders all on stock boards, all competitors over the age of 40. So time for the Masters men to get back into the action once again. All 12 of them in Group A for heat number 3, ready to race and ready to push on. Is this going to be the start we want? For the runners up front, it is underway, and Kim Down launches away from Arkadiusz Janora. Not a bad start for Petr Požník, but certainly not the best he could have hoped for, as Kim Down works his way through to the first part of the Buoy. Arkadiusz Janora is going with him. The pole is right there to push him all the way to the first slalom, and it is going to be opposing sides for the Korean and the pole. Arkadiusz Janora really attacking the Buoys, as so too does Kim Down. Working their magic to try and give themselves a little bit of breathing space. And it is going to be Kim Down who just manages to get through in front of Arkadiusz Janora. They go through the gate, and it's as we expected on the start. But certainly very close quarters on the first lap. And everybody's staying away from the long lap in the top 5. It's going to be pretty tricky to see how everybody's going to make it work in the close quarters of things. It'll certainly be very tricky. Up on the far side is Arkadiusz Janora, still trying to edge closer to Kim Down. But how much closer can he hope to get? It really is going to be a challenge for all of the contenders as they run very tight together. So we're going to see an interesting battle for all of the contenders, but certainly up at the sharp end for Kim Down and Arkadiusz Janora. We're certainly going to see some really close-knit duels between them. And so we'll get to see some really close quarters battling. Kim Down, Arkadiusz Janora, Petr Požník. Then Jiří Renner, Roman Kratishvili, and Radek Luška. Looks like Kim Down is going to be the first one to take the long lap. Clearly deciding to get it sorted nice and early. He has the opportunity to do that. Arkadiusz Janora decides to follow him on this occasion. Deciding that, look, if I'm going to get the most time I possibly can from this race, I may as well follow the fastest man out there. So Arkadiusz Janora looking to pick up the pieces and go very strong as he runs behind Kim Down. Currently losing the lead of the race to Petr Požník, but Požník stays out on the course rather than take the long lap. Arkadiusz Janora drops to 3rd as a result of going on the long lap. But of course, there's still quite a lot left to do in this particular heat. Kim Down chasing after Petr Požník. Požník stayed out on the course, so he didn't take the long lap. That's why Petr Požník is now the leader of this race. And that will be confirmed when he comes through this next timing position. There you go. Petr Požník is the leader. But of course, he has got to take his first of 3 long laps. Kim Down has already taken his first of 3 long laps, so that gives the Korean the upper hand. Out through the buoys that make up the final chicane, out through the timing gantry, and Požník is your leader by 2.3 to Kim Down of South Korea. Požník is now on the long lap. I wonder if Kim Down's gone for the second one. He may as well get them out the way now. Because as long as he stays upright, he's pretty much guaranteed a chance at the win. So Požník still having a great ride of it. Kim Down, I think, actually stayed out on the course this time. Yes, indeed he did. So Kim Down takes back the lead for the moment. Very strong performance from Kim Down. Petr Požník falls back to 3rd position, I believe, behind Arkadiusz. No, not behind Arkadiusz Janora, because Janora took his second long lap on that one. So did Jiří Renner and Roman Kratashvili. So they're trying to get their long laps out of the way nice and early. The traffic build-up is going to be a slight headache for Kim Down. Here comes Petr Požník. And he is out in front of Arkadiusz Janora by courtesy of the fact that Janora had that second long lap. But they've got to be careful not to lose too much time in the traffic jam. That is Paul Torre, who's really struggling today. I'm not quite sure why the Japanese rider doesn't quite have the pace that he had in qualifying yesterday. But certainly as they come through, Kim Down leading by just 1.2 to Petr Požník. But both of them have completed their long laps, so it's quite an important one that they are that close. Petr Požník still trying to close up on the Korean rider, Kim Down. Both of them stay on the on the main course. Arkadiusz Janora stays on the main course as well and remains in 3rd place. But he's taken one more long lap than the 2 riders in front of him. So as long as Arkadiusz Janora can stay close to Kim Down and Petr Požník, the actual leader of this race is going to be Arkadiusz Janora. He's got to take one more long lap. Kim Down and Petr Požník have both got to take 2. And Jiří Renner is actually running in 4th position, not far away. So Jiří Renner could actually jump both of these guys. It's a very tricky day this time. This heat is actually causing a lot of problems for a few of the riders. A little bit of traffic being caught in the wrong places for Kim Down and Petr Požník. And as a result, Arkadiusz Janora is charging after both of them. And there's a good chance here that Arkadiusz Janora, so nearly gets it. Arkadiusz Janora goes down into the water. He's got to pick it up again. Arkadiusz, that was your chance to take the win. He gets back on. He's only got to take 1 long lap. The other 2 have got to take 2, but will he lose too much time to make the benefit catch him up again? Kim Down finds himself on lap number 6 of a 7. Hang on a minute. We're on lap 6. I'm trying to figure out if Petr Požník has taken his second long lap or not, because I'm not entirely sure that Kim Down has. Down into the water goes one of the Japanese riders. I think that's Teruhito. It is Fuji Teruhito. But I don't think Kim Down or Petr Požník have taken their second long lap. I think both of them are going to get a penalty here. Jiří Renner has taken 3rd position away from Arkadiusz Janora. But I think both men have been caught out here. Kim Down and Petr Požník, so busy battling each other, so busy battling going through the traffic, as down goes Jiří Renner. Jiří Renner's gone down. So Arkadiusz Janora is going to get ahead of him. I think Kim Down and Petr Požník are both going to get penalties here. They're on the long lap together. Kim Down dealing with traffic. There is Petr Požník. But as Kim Down and Petr Požník come through, they're only going to have completed 2 long laps. They're not going to have completed 3. How does Kim Down make a mistake like that? Oh my goodness, the Grand Prix of Czechia has suddenly gone nuclear. Kim Down makes the mistake. Petr Požník makes the same mistake. The 2 men that have taken 2 wins apiece this morning both make the error. And Arkadiusz Janora is 20 seconds back after his fall, but he's done 3 long laps. The 2 men in front have not. This could definitely change things, as Kim Down is going to come through and complete the distance. but having only taken 2 long laps. He's got to miss a buoy because there was a rider fallen in the water in front of him. So this is drama. Kim Down is going to come through having completed 7 laps, but only 2 of them were long laps. He needs to have 3. Petr Požník has done exactly the same thing. So you may well be looking at the man who's actually won the 3rd heat of Group A. Arkadiusz Janora works his way through to cross the line. He actually falls in the final buoy. Come on, Arkadiusz, get across the line quick, because that's Jiri Renner coming. Jiri Renner's going to beat him to it. I can't believe it. Arkadiusz Janora falls in the final buoy and crosses the line in what is going to be 2nd, I think. I cannot believe it. Kim Down and Petr Požník missed the 3rd long lap. Arkadiusz Janora falls on the final buoy. So I believe the winner of this heat is going to be Jiri Renner. Here's the initial fall for Jiri Renner. So that's why he fell down the order. Got back on very quickly indeed. And here's Arkadiusz Janora. Final lap, final buoy, final turn. Into the drink he goes. And for me, there goes the win. What a crazy heat. Heat 3A will always go down as in the Masters men for the Grand Prix of Czechia 2026. Kim Down, 2 long laps, not 3. Petr Požník, 2 long laps, not 3. Arkadiusz Janora leading until the final buoy of the final lap, and he falls. Jiri Renner gets ahead of him. I can't believe it. That is chaos, Motosurf style. What an amazing battle in the Grand Prix of Czechia. And that means that surely neither Kim Down or Petr Požník are going to take the win after both missing the long lap for the 3rd time. Arkadiusz Janora was 7 seconds away from getting the win. But it's Jiri Renner who I think is going to take it. What an amazing battle. You can never, ever count the race over until you've crossed that line. And Arkadiusz Janora had pretty much got the job done. Big drama here in Prague. So it's as dramatic as it could have been, really, in the heats of Masters men. Heat 3A, the first 2 men across the line have not completed all 3 of their long laps. Kim Down and Petr Požník. You would never have said that about Kim Down coming into this one. But that's exactly what looks like has happened. Kim Down just trying to get the measure of what's just happened.
So, you won this race. How are you feeling right now?
In the master class, it is a little, really a difficult class because they are so very experienced rider. So I think I just won, so, but I'm so really happy because they are so nice riders. Yeah.
And how are you feeling about tomorrow's finals? You won this race, so about tomorrow, how are we feeling?
Yeah, no one knows about any winning, but I really want to make a win. But with these guys, it is not easy, but I want to do it, yeah.
And what was the hardest part about this race?
This race, it is quite a long track, but everybody, sometimes everybody getting in together, so the waves are really difficult. So yeah, that is it. The wave is the most difficult one, yeah, in this race.
Okay, thank you. And over here, we have Janora. Hello.
Hi.
You were second most part of this race,
Yes.
am I right?
Yes, I think so.
What happened, man?
I don't know. You know, so we want to do it 5-5, you know, with better, and I fell down, and yeah, sport.
Yeah, but tomorrow you'll be better, right? You'll be first,
course.
second.
First.
He'll be first.
That's right.
Thank you.
Arkadiusz Janora always going to give us plenty of excitement, both on the water and off it. For the moment, it's Kim Down and Petr Požník. They came through first and second. I'm not sure what missing the long lap's going to do for them. Jiri Renner, Arkadiusz Janora, incredibly dramatic finish there. Roman Ishokratishvili, Radek Lushka, Murat Jogachila, Roman Semenyuk, then Pavel Matoshka, Carlo Carboni and Fuji Teruhito. Sadly, Paul Torre not able to make the finish. But that's the Masters men for Heat 3 Group A. For Heat 3 Group B, we're going to get a completely new winner because all of the previous winners were in that last heat. So it's open season for the Masters men. So with all of the contenders ready to go for the Masters men in Heat 3B, we're going to introduce you to each one of them as they prepare for action. We're going to get a new winner from this heat, whatever happens. Kim Yong-bum, great to see him back in the action once again. He's ready for the killer battle that awaits him here from the front of the grid. The Korean on pole position. Second place will be David Poznik. Big opportunity for him, has already had a very solid race weekend thus far, always in the top 3. Let's see if he can continue that and convert it perhaps into a victory. Third position for Petr Faltusek, the only man in history to deny Kim Down a victory in a Grand Prix in the Masters category. Fourth position, Jiří Stavicek, so fast in Turkey in qualifying. Best result, third position in Poland in the Grand Prix 2024. Fifth position, Ivan Matuszek, the father of the double world champion, triple world champion, I should say, Eliska Matuszkova. And great to see him back as a competitor in his own right. Michel Ular, 43 years of age from Nowy Jičín, raced in stock, masters and the electric challenge over the years. A great competitor in moto surf in the World Championships. For Lee Duk-dong, this is only the third time he has ever competed in the Moto Surf World Championship, and it's the first time ever he's competed outside of Asia. Big chance for the Korean, for the Bong Jet Surf squad. Then it's Osman Sanat Rus, the Turkish rider, a very popular member of our paddock, and the 45-year-old from Istanbul, continuing his ride forward. Alan Ung from the gorgeous city of Macau. Great to see him continuing his progress in what is looking likely to be a full-time campaign in 2026. From Budapest in Hungary, it's Abraham Tibor. We really hope we're going to get a Grand Prix from Hungary at some point. Formula One gets one this weekend. Hopefully we will in the future too. Nikita Antonov flying the flag for Israel here this weekend. Another big battle for him in what we hope is going to be his first full-time campaign. And Andrei Atanasov, the Sofia star, 42 years of age, flying the colors of Bulgaria. Big challengers all the way through this field, looking good for another spectacular display here on the gorgeous Hostivar Lake. Public swimming pool. Wakeboarding to our left. The dam is even further to the left. Beautiful trees on the far side if you can swim far enough to get there, and you really can swim. It's a public, open swimming pool, essentially, this whole facility. And it really is beach weather. The beach on the right side of the course is absolutely packed with sunbathers and sandcastle builders. And they get a free motorsport spectacle in front of them. The UIM Motor Surf World Championship happening right before their eyes. And for this man, Kim Yong-bum, well, the pressure really is on. He's had 2 pole positions. Neither of them were converted into a victory. Surely, this is the chance for him to get the job done now. Certainly, he's going to have a tough one of it. All of the riders close to him are going to give him a very decent push. But of course, David Poznik, Petr Faltusek and Jiří Stavicek have a lot more experience in the World Championship than Kim Yong-bum. He may have been the faster of the riders in qualifying, but qualifying and racing are very different skills indeed. And Kim Yong-bum would be the first one to tell you that. So the battles continue to rage here in the UIM Moto Surf World Championship, round 2 of the 2026 campaign. Jake Sanson still with you here in the commentary box all the way through the weekend. And the battle raging in the Masters Men category once again. In this third heat for Group B, we will see a new winner in the Masters category. As far as I can tell, it's 2 wins for Kim Down, 2 wins for Petr Poznik, and then 1, I think, for Jiri Renner. I'm not sure if that's going to be confirmed or not. But as neither of those riders are in this race, we're guaranteed a new winner in the Masters Men category after this one. So the big question now is, who is it going to be? 12 riders to choose from, all with great skill, all with great ability. You've got to have the ability if you want to qualify for the Grand Prix finals. Even the ones with ability were not able to for various different reasons. Sebastian Lux, Stu Oliphant and Ivo Kalik, unfortunately on this occasion, not able to get through. The Sea-Doo of the rescue team standing by in position. We are so grateful to the rescue team here. They do such a fantastic job wherever we go. Very well trained, part of the UIM membership committee, of course. Without them, we cannot go racing at all. And we are so indebted to the fantastic team on the safety crew. So Kim Yong-boom lines up the riders in the Masters men category for Heat 3, Group B. They'll only get 2 races after this one to sort out which 12 will go through to the finals on Sunday afternoon. So this is the last race of Sunday for these competitors to put themselves into the best position. The Masters men go to battle one more time on Saturday as we wait to see how the battle will continue here in Prague. Kim Yong-boom starting from the inside line. He's going to have a lot of opportunity beside him. Poznik, Fadusek, Stovacek, Marishek, Ular, Lee, Erus, Ung, Tibor, Antonov and Atanasov. When the flag drops, they'll race for the last time today in Masters men. Is it going to drop or is it going to oscillate? It drops. So we're racing in the Masters men. Good start from Kim Yong-boom. Terrific start from Yuri Stovacek. He's going to get parallel with Petr Faltusek, and it could be very tricky to know who's going to get through first of the two of them. It looks like Yuri Stovacek had to bail out of that a little bit. So the riders work their way through. Kum and Poznik go left. Faltusek goes right, which is going to be the faster route. Amazing pictures from the drone as we now get to see that it is as it was. The top 3 remains. Kim Yong-boom in the lead. David Poznik second. Petr Faltusek third. For the moment, it's as you were. Looks like a couple of riders have already missed a buoy here and there. So there could be a penalty or 2 to come. But certainly, for the man over the front end, Kim Yong-boom, it's business as usual. Take the lead early on and see what happens. But David Poznik would dearly love to take a win off him, as too would Petr Faltusek. So Petr Faltusek trying to chase down David Poznik, both riders for the Jet Surf Pardubice team. And Yuri Stovacek, of course, is not too far away from this mark either. So the leaders running through in close proximity. There is Petr Faltusek, and there's your leader, Kim Yong-boom. So Kim Yong-boom, the Korean rider, 43 years of age, from Busan, looking very strong. And surely this is the race where his confidence is going to be high enough to really pursue that victory. Alan Ung and Nikita Antonov decide to go for the first long lap early, as does Andrei Atanasov and Lee Duk-dong. So far so good then for Kim Yong-boom as he continues to run in the lead. Out through the first lap, the top 5 riders without difficulty. Onto the long lap goes the 2, that is David Poznik. Petr Faltusek went with him. I'm not sure if they followed Kim Yong-boom onto the long lap or if they decided to go for strategy. I think it is the latter. So David Poznik and Petr Faltusek decided to try and hoodwink Kim Yong-boom by coming out of his whitewash and going onto the long lap to try and jump the Korean. The advantage of doing this, of course, is that you're not quite pursuing the leader so closely. You're going to drop a long way back from him. Of course, the danger is you could end up into traffic of slower riders, but for the moment, it's certainly a decent enough strategy and tactic that it looks like it's A-OK. There is Kim Yong-boom, the Korean rider. Good effort so far from him, still chasing his first career Grand Prix victory in the Masters category. Only 2 riders have ever done it. Petr Faltusek, of course, got the job done in Croatia 2025. And the only other man to ever win a final in the Masters is Kim Down. And he's won 11 of the 12 held so far. There is Kim Yong-boom. Onto the long lap he goes. So a very solid position then for Kim Yong-boom. Certainly seems to be finding himself into a good position as he rejoins right in the path of David Poznik. Nothing to choose between them. Poznik's trying to keep his throttle up. Is that going to be enough to get through? He's there. Oh, he's made it. Ruthless racing between these two. And David Poznik finds the move on Kim Yong-boom. That was pure determination. He needed to make that work. It was always going to be touch and go. But Petr has watched on the sidelines as David gets the move done. David Poznik moves into the lead with some very committed racing there. That was what happens when two riders going together off the long lap meet at the same point on the course. And David Poznik has now pulled 1.8 on Kim Yong-boom. That was so close. But David Poznik is the new leader, and he deserves to be. Four laps completed then. Both riders have got to take two long laps, and Kim Yong-boom decides, I'm going to take one of them now. So it's going to be the reverse undercut. David Poznik undercut Kim Yong-boom to get the lead. So the Korean decides, right, well, that's how your tactic works. I'm going to see if I can do the same thing myself. He goes for the long lap. He's got to do three of them, of course. So has David Poznik. So Kim Yong-boom has now done two. Poznik has now done one. And Poznik is in traffic. This could be exactly what Kim Yong-boom needs. A little bit too late of a reaction there, sadly, from Nikita Antonov to David Poznik. That could have held him up enough that he might start breaking a bit of a sweat here to Kim Yong-boom. But if I'm Kim Yong-boom, I'm actually going to go on the long lap the next time as well. Even if Poznik goes onto it. Well, Poznik has to go onto it because he's about to complete 5 laps, 3 of which have got to be long laps. So Kim Yong-boom just needs to keep the focus. All the riders around him, both riders now ahead of him because Petr Faltasek has gone through, but he needs to take 2 of his long laps. Kim Yong-boom only needs to take 1 more. So on paper, Kim Yong-boom might just get this, but he's got to stay hungry. He's got to stay fast out there. He's got to keep pushing. So onto the long lap goes David Poznik, the leader, onto the long lap, but he's got to do 2 of these before the finish line. What about Faltasek? Has Faltasek gone on to the long lap? Yes, he has. So Petr Faltasek also going on to the long lap. Now, if I'm Kim Yong-boom, and I've seen them both go on the long lap, I'm doing it too. Because then I get all 3 of my long laps out the way, and then I can really start to focus my energies on trying to overtake them for the victory. So where is Kim Yong-boom in relation to the 2 leaders? So that is David Poznik, the number 2, having come off the long lap. But where is Kim Yong-boom? Where is the number 1? Is he ahead of both these men now? Well, he's certainly there or thereabouts. Is that him right behind Faltasek? Yes, it is. So he hasn't been able to leapfrog them. I wonder if he's just getting a little bit tired, because it was certainly not the way that strategy was supposed to go. He was supposed to pass both Poznik and Faltasek, but it hasn't worked out. He seems to have lost the stamina a little bit on that last couple of laps. So the undercut effect is not effective enough. Poznik goes on to the long lap for the last time, as does Petr Faltasek, as does Kim Yong-boom. And so it's going to be stalemate all the way to the checkered flag. The only rider to have taken all 3 long laps already at the sharp end is Ivan Matuszek, and he is a good half a minute back from the leader. So it looks as though it's going to be David Poznik who follows Petr Poznik into the winning tally. 2 wins for Petr Poznik. It looks like it's going to be a first one for David Poznik after a really sensible display. Really committed, really focused, really still sharp. There is Petr Faltasek, who's in danger of losing his 2nd position to that man, Kim Yong-boom. This is where the stamina effect really kicks in when you're over the age of 40. It's always going to be pretty tricky out there. There is Kim Yong-boom, but he hasn't quite been able to get up to speed to match Petr Faltasek. He is close enough to take it from him, though. In the slalom, that could change. But out in front, it is going to be David Poznik. Here is the number 2, working his way out of the slalom for the last time. And so David Poznik will come out of the final 2 buoys, and he will become the 3rd different winner this weekend. Great work from David Poznik. Excellent display. It'll be 2nd for Petr Faltasek, just in front of Kim Yong-boom. 6 seconds, cover them all. Michel Hulard is going to come through for 4th position, quite considerably down from these 3. But what a great battle it was. And David Poznik adds his name to the winning tallies of Kim Down and Petr Poznik. David Poznik joins them for the win. Nice fist bump there from Kim Yong-boom, who this time has to settle for 3rd behind Petr Faltasek. So another great battle in the Masters men. Heat 3, Group B, and it gives us a different winner than what we saw earlier on when it was Kim Down and Petr Poznik all the way. David Poznik, 6 years the junior of Petr, now gets his chance to add his name to the victory books. A good effort from Kim Yong-bum, and still a very tough race mission for all concerned. But the Masters men can put their boards away now, ready for another big push tomorrow. And no doubt we'll hear some more words from the sidelines. Our paddock reporter will try and grab a word with a couple of the riders as they come off. Hopefully David Poznik will be one of them at least. Maybe the other will be either Petr Faldashek or Kim Yong-bum. But a fabulous start to the Grand Prix competition for the Masters men as David Poznik joins the winners list. The riders come back in, and David Poznik will be delighted to add his name to the winners tally here in Prague in the Masters men Group B, I should say, for heat number 3 here in the Grand Prix of Czechia. So there is the provisional result. David Poznik in front of Petr Faldashek. Kim Yong-bum coming home in 3rd place in front of Jiří Stovacek. Michel Lula and Ivan Matušek from Abraham Tibor, the Hungarian, and Nikita Antonov, the Israeli. Then Osman Sadat, the Rus, Alanung, Andrei Atanasov, and sadly one retirement from the race. So into the junior battle we will go then for Heat 3 of Group A. Ellen Berdova versus Nela Poznikova. Once again, Stan Kahoot and Max Rushka. And then it will be Abdullah Shaban and Natalie Odorova that will take to the water for their 3rd race of the weekend. And so first of all, it's Ellen Berdova, the reigning junior girl world champion. Great to see her put on such a fantastic display so far, alongside her rival and good friend Nela Poznikova. The two of them, really great racers and really great friends. Of the junior boys, the leader so far with 2 wins out of 2, Stanislav Kahoot, really looking so strong going into this one. But he's going to have big pressure once again from this man, Maximilian Hruška. 4th position on the grid for the Czech talent rider. Qualifying was a dud. Everything since then has been about the comeback charge. Abdullah Shaban, the youngest rider in this particular heat, certainly pushing on very strong indeed, the 12-year-old from Kuwait. And alongside him on the starting grid, it's going to be a big challenge forward in the ladies category for Natalie Odorova. She did a fantastic job to work her way forward, and now Natalie Odorova ready for more great battles from P6 of the grid. But she's made that go out to a victory across the line in one of the earlier heats today. Sadly, a penalty came her way to take the win away. But there's certainly more potential on the horizon for Natalie Odorova. So as the riders make their way back out into the water here in Prague, we're definitely going to see some very exciting and emphatic performances.
For you?
Yeah, perfect. It was a good race. Thank you for all riders. There were big waves, but I enjoyed it.
Thank you.
So good to hear from our winner of the previous heat just then, David Poznik, joining Petr Poznik and Kim Down, of the winners in the Masters men. Now to the juniors once again, the riders between the ages of 11 and 14. And they ride the basic race DFI boards. DFI standing for direct fuel injection. Very technical sport, this one, for those who don't know it very well. I'm still learning it as I go. Fortunately, I had the chance to sit down and have a chat with Luka Szahorski yesterday. Quite an incredible sport, this, with an immense history. They are 100cc two-stroke engines in these boards, only about 20 kilograms in weight. Normal 95 octane grade style fuel is possible. You could get it from the local petrol station if you really wanted. No carburetors in these boards, of course. The electronic fuel injection, or DFI, was introduced in the 2018 season. The race boards, these ones, have between 13 and 14 brake horsepower. The stock boards that we all see in the stock category, they'll have 15 to 16 brake horsepower. And the elite boards will be 17 to 18. We've got a problem here for Stan Cahoot. This is not good news. Stan Cahoot is struggling to start the board. And considering this is the man who managed to get 2 different race wins in the first 2 heats, he's getting a bit of help from Petr Faltasek. Oh, it's the neck brace. It's got to be worn. If you're a junior rider, you have to wear the neck brace. I'm fairly sure it's mandatory for all categories, but I know for a fact that it is mandatory for the juniors. They've got to wear the neck brace if they go out onto the water. So a slight error there for Stan Cahoot as he got himself ready and forgot to put the neck brace on. If that's the only mistake he makes in this one, I think he'll be pretty relieved. So the riders get themselves dialed in. Ellen Brodova in front of Nela Poznikova. The 2 riders who really have been battling since the start of the competition in the junior girl category, with Stan Cahoot and Max Rushka battling away with them. There is young Abdullah Shaban, along with the number 6 in the mix there of Natalie Udorova. Still learning the craft of Moto Surf World Championship racing. But all the juniors are. They're still learning by doing. All 6 riders in unison together. They wait for the command, and we're on to starters' orders as Ellen Brodova ducks down on the board and charges for the first buoy. It's a terrific start for Max Rushka. He looks like he's going to jump Stan Cahoot. He'll certainly be in front of him round to the outside buoy, but if he's not going to have the faster line, then surely Stan Cahoot can get him back again, which indeed he does. Cahoot is now going to go side by side with Nela Poznikova. Can Cahoot get out of the slalom and jump past the big rival of Ellen Brodova in the women's category? Out of the slalom together, Bordova's come through first. Who's come through second? I think that is Stan Cahoot. Stan Cahoot has indeed come through. Nela Poznikova has not come through. Nela Poznikova has fallen in the slalom. So Nela Poznikova now finds herself down at the back. Stan Cahoot has worked his way into second place and is now setting off after Ellen Brodova. Poznikova crosses the line, albeit down in last. What a dramatic start to the race then for Nela Poznikova. The winner of the Turkish Grand Prix is now down at the back. And so there is Stan Cahoot. Stander, as they know him. Ellen Brodova, however, is the junior girl world champion. Stan Cahoot is fighting to become the junior boy world champion. Races Biralarts in the Czech karting world. Races Ovalis in the Czech mini bike world. But also races in Moto Surf. Basically, anything that goes quickly, Stan Cahoot is already in love with it, whether he's seen it before or not. As Ellen Brodova and Stan Cahoot work their way through the end of the lap, they go on to the next one. 5 laps of the course to take. 2 of them have got to be long laps. Brodova goes on to the long lap. Cahoot remains on the course, so he's committing to the last 2 laps being his long laps. Is that going to be enough for Stan Cahoot to leapfrog past Ellen Brodova? Bordova's got to be careful. Errors could definitely still come her way. She's got to keep the focus. As Poznikova has managed to get ahead of Abdullah Shaban. Although, of course, Shaban has taken the long lap. But Poznikova is also now ahead of Natalie Udorova, who also hasn't taken the long lap. There's Shaban, who has fallen, sadly. but he'll get himself back up to speed as soon as he can. Poznikova fighting very fast indeed and has gone on to the second long lap already. So there is Ellen Berdova. Max Sarishka has also taken a long lap. Poznikova has already taken 2 of them. So she doesn't have to make another one because, of course, you only need to take 2 long laps in the junior category. There is the current leader, Stan Cahoot. Hand is in the air. He knows that the last 2 laps have got to be long laps. And so he charges forward. But this is a big weekend for Stan Cahoot. He was delighted to win the Turkish Grand Prix, but he'll be even more delighted to win this one because by comparison to the others in the field, this one is in his back garden. Stan Cahoot is born and raised in Prague. Winner in the UAE last year, winner of the Turkish Grand Prix. So this is a big opportunity for Stan Cahoot, and he knows it. He wants to get ahead of Ellen Berdova. Berdova also took the long lap to make it both of her long laps completed. So now Berdova can stay on the course. Cahoot has got to take the long lap this time by. There's Max Frushka, currently 3rd position in front of Nela Poznikova as well. But Poznikova has already taken the second long lap. Somebody's down in the water there. Now, who is that? Is that Abdullah Shaban? Or is that Natalie Olarova? I think it is Abdullah Shaban. Yes, it is. So Shaban gets going again, gets out of the racetrack. I'm not sure whether he'll finish the race or not, but certainly he gets out of the pathway of the other contenders and then stands back on the board, so he is going to finish the race. Good work from the Q80. Not easy in your first ever race of competition. So now Stan Cahoot is on the long lap for the second time. And so is Max Rushka. Both the boys have left it to last. Both the girls got it out of the way as early as possible. So Stan Cahoot gets out onto the course. Is he going to rejoin in front of Ellen Berdova? Yes, he does. So Stan Cahoot gets the job done. That's Natalie Odorova having problems. And there is Ellen Berdova. Back on the course now in front of Max Rushka. But there's Natalie Odorova just sitting tight and waiting for the race to be over, I think. There she goes back onto the board again. Lets the leaders go through so she can just cruise back and finish a couple of laps, 1 lap, I should say, adrift. But for Stan Cahoot, this is an important one for him. He will come through and get the victory on his home circuit. Literally, compared to the others, he is actually living in Prague. So this is a big moment for him. Out of the final couple of buoys, and he will take the checkered flag. Stan Cahoot gets the win outright in the junior category. Beats Ellen Berdova over the line. He was already a double winner in junior boy. This time he's a winner outright. Ellen Berdova second, Max Sarushka is third, and 4th place will be Nela Poznikova in front of Natalie Odorova and Abdullah Shaban. So Stan Cahoot very happy indeed to celebrate in front of his home fans. Of all of the competitors in the competition, he is the one who is actually from here in the city of Prague. So this one matters so much. Perhaps more than racing on his Birolart in karting, perhaps more than racing on his Ovali in minibike. This is the one that matters the most. It's the World Championship for Motosurf, and he's won in his backyard. A big moment for Stan Cahoot. Good effort from Max Rushka. He works his way to 3rd position in front of Nela Poznikova. So Stan Cahoot not only wins junior boy, but wins outright as well. Ellen Berdova second, Max Rushka is third from Nela Poznikova, Natalie Odorova and Abdullah Shaban. But Saturday is Saturday for Stan Cahoot, and it comes away with 3 victories in junior boy, the last of which was the junior win outright. Big moment for Stan Cahoot and for the locals here in Prague. Next up, it's going to be Bibiana Bubnikova, the new girl, up against Leolisha Kratishvili, Adela Pokorova, Sani Urus, Mohamed Shaban, Laura Parakova, and Filip Pesha. That is not going to be easy for Bibiana Bubnikova, particularly with Leo, Adela, and Sani right on her tail. But who would have thought the story of this incredible young novice, Bibiana Bubnikova, would be so spectacular so early into her journey. Only the 2nd outing in the World Championship. And here is the superstar herself, Bibiana Bubnikova from Mielnik. What a great chance for her to put on a show. Leo Lischel-Kratishvili of Austria, ready to lead the charge for the boys and for Austria. But who's going to come out on top? between Bibiana and Leo. Next up, it's Adela Pokorova for the Apex pilots. Third position, and she'll be charging forward. Good advice going into the final race of the day. Sani Urus of Turkey. Big opportunity for him, still putting on an excellent show. And the man who's quickly becoming known as James Pond is ready to go for it. Mohamed Shaban, fifth position. A great charge for the Q80 once again, getting better and better all the time. Alongside him on the grid will be the newest face in the junior girl category, Lara Polakova for Jet Surf HK, her first ever appearance in the World Championship. And alongside her, a returnee, it's Filip Pesha. Good to see him back in the competition once again. So the juniors are ready for another spectacular showcase out on the water here in Prague. This is turning into a bit of a mini sports festival here. We've got the wakeboard, we've got the super slide down the hill, and it is the biggest water slide I've ever seen of its kind. Literally going from the top of the hill right to the bottom. If we weren't careful, we could actually launch the sliders all the way into the reservoir from there. And obviously there's beachgoers on the right side, people on their canoes, their kayaks, their boats on the far side. As long as they don't interfere with the race, they're perfectly okay. And of course the edge of the course is marked. What a beautiful, beautiful sight. The Hostivar Lake in the southeast of the capital of Czechia. Beautiful Prague, beautiful racing. Amazing battles all the way. 5 p.m. here in Prague. Still some great battles on the horizon. We've got the remainder of the juniors. And then, of course, we've got the Masters women, followed by the two stock heats, the elite women and the elite men. And then finally, the Moto Surf riders can have a rest until tomorrow morning. But it's certainly been an exciting one for this girl, Bibiana Bubnikova. A great challenge so far. And an absolutely sensational bit of racing from her so far to be incredibly quick all the way through. A vast array of big challenge and big pressure, but she has risen to the occasion. And now for Heat 3, she's going off pole position. She gets to go from pole tomorrow in Heat 4 as well. She's just getting better and better all the time. It's not going to be long till she wins her first Grand Prix. Could it be here in Prague in her first ever Moto Surf World Championship race on home water? Why not? So Bibiana Bubnikova leading the field around. Leo Lishel-Kratishvili and Adela Pokorova giving chase. Sani Urus of Turkey from Moshaban, Laura Polakova and Filip Pesha to finish off the field in the juniors. So the riders getting ready. Looks like it's going to be a very intense competition from the outset. Bibiana Bubnikova. Lishel-Kratishvili, here we go, charging forward. Lishel-Kratishvili wanting to get another big start here. Pulls ahead of Bibiana Bubnikova. Can he cut across? Yes, he does. Leo Lishel-Kratishvili with yet another missile launch of a start. Absolutely fantastic from the Austrian. And he gets in front of Bibiana Bubnikova, who's just got to do her job. Out in first position of the junior girl. Even if she doesn't beat Leo Lishel-Kratishvili, it'll still be enough to lead the junior girl attack. And Leo Lishel-Kratishvili looking good for junior heat win number 3. And this time it looks as though he could get the win overall. A couple of wobbles further back. I think that was Mohamed Shaban battling away with Filip Pesha in the tail end. But Leo Lishel-Kratishvili absolutely storming at the moment, really enjoying being up in the order he's in right now. Second position in the lineup, leading the way in junior boy and overall. But there is Bibiana Bubnikova. Such immense potential. The sky really is the limit for Bubnikova. An amazing transition to the world of Moto Surf in the World Championships, despite only having really started riding a year ago, had never raced in the World Championship before 2026 in any class. Of course, she'd only been eligible for the junior category, but she certainly didn't race last year. And she really is the surprise find of 2026. So Leo Lishel-Kratishvili, the Austrian, winner in the Moto Surf Games in the USA, certainly enjoying himself out in the front of this one, and he's gone straight to the long lap, as has Bibiana Bubnikova. They know which side their bread's buttered, so they're not going to waste any time. Straight onto the long lap. They only need to do 2 long laps in the junior category. So, much easier to count how much you've done. Leo Lischel-Kratishvili knowing, I've done it once, I've just got to do it one more time, and then I'm okay. So there is Laura Polakova. What a great race for her so far. 3rd position in front of Filip Pesia. Admittedly, Erus, Shaban and Bokorova have all made their first long lap appearances, but then so too now has Polakova and Pesia, so everybody is on the same page. Although Sani and Shaban have both decided, Sani Erus and Mo Shaban, to take their 2nd and final long laps on lap 3. So Bubnikova still pushing, leading in junior girl, 2nd position overall behind Leo Lischel-Kratishvili of Austria. The juniors race against each other in the heats, but then they are separated into the junior girl final and the junior boy final tomorrow. But Leo Lischel-Kratishvili is already thinking about the Grand Prix of the Czech Republic. Who's that's gone in? That looks like Polakova. So Laura Polakova has fallen from what was 3rd position. Very unfortunate. And now, oh, I wonder if she's got a problem with her goggles. I wonder if the strap has broken. That's a real problem for Laura Polakova. If the strap of the goggles has broken, it means that she won't be able to put them back on again, and that means that visibility is going to be very difficult indeed for her to finish the race. Looks to me as though when the goggles came off, I wonder if the strap has just snapped. So obviously if you can't put the goggles back on, it really is going to be tricky to rejoin. Filip Pesia running in 3rd position. Great run so far from young Filip Pesia. Okay, he's only done 1 of the 2 long laps, and everybody else around him has either done 2 or has fallen, but it's a good effort from young Filip Pesia, considering the pace he's shown. This is a really good return on his investment. He's gone into the water again. That's a shame for Filip Pesia. Hopefully he can get going again. And the board has gone full upside down mode on him. Fortunately though, he should be able to recover that and finish the race. But I'm afraid 3rd position is well and truly gone. He does indeed rejoin, but he learns how tough moto surf can be the hard way. As for Leo Lischel-Kratishvili and Bibiana Bubnikova, they have now gone on to their 2nd and final long laps and come out the other side on the last lap. So the Austrian, Leo Lischel-Kratishvili, has really given himself an amazing talking to between races. In Turkey, he had all sorts of difficulties. He had a little shin injury, a little foot injury that really aggravated him all the way through the weekend. He struggled on, but he certainly didn't do what he wanted to do. There is Sani Erus in 3rd position. He's worked his way forward after the difficulties. But here comes the Austrian. A fabulous performance thus far. And the 13-year-old from Pöschetsdorf in Austria takes a 3rd win in a row. And for Leo Lischel-Kratishvili, it is overall. Bibiana Bubnikova takes the junior girl win as well. Another sensational ride from the new girl, as poor Laura Polakova has to cruise over the line holding the goggles in her hand. Clearly a problem in reattaching them. Nothing she could have done about that. A real shame for Laura Polakova. Hopefully tomorrow she'll get even more. And as for everybody else, well, they came through a lap adrift. Sani Erus in 3rd in front of Mo Shaban, Adela Pokorova and Filip Pesia. Well, through comes Mo Shaban to finish in 3rd place, in fact. Mo Shaban is 3rd, Adela Pokorova is 4th. I'm not sure what happened to Sani Erus on the last lap. Well, here comes Sani Erus. Was he celebrating too early? He was doing some pirouettes there. So Mo Shaban comes home 2nd in junior boy in only his 1st weekend in the championship. He'll be very happy with that. Sani Erus is 3rd in junior boy in front of Filip Pesia. But you're looking at the winner in junior boy. Leo Lischel-Kratishvili, the Austrian talent, riding a perfect race up in the sharp end there. Great effort and a great result for the Austrian. 2nd place for Bibiana Bubnikova. She takes the win in junior girl. What a great day at the office for Leo Lischel-Kratishvili. Everything he's touched has turned to gold. A great start to proceedings then, as far as he's concerned. It's been amazing. 3 wins out of 3 for the Austrian Leo Lischel-Kratishvili in junior boy. Bibiana Bubnikova makes it 3 from 3 in junior girl. Mo Shaban comes through for 3rd in his first weekend. Adela Pokorova, Sania Rus, Filip Pesha and Lorna Polakova to finish off after a very competitive day of racing. The juniors will be back tomorrow for more unpredictability and more great racing. But we've still got lots to do here. It's going to be a sensational battle as we continue making progress. Into the Masters women we go. And pole position once again for Miki Tori in front of Unjin Lee and Aneta Sasharova. And so the battles really showcase just how incredible the riders are at this level. Great to see everybody put on such a great spectacle. Miki Tori, pole position once again for the Japanese rider, wanting to convert this into another victory. But for Unjin Lee, she never gives up. She never says die. She puts all the focus and energy into her racing. 3rd position for the queen of motosurf, Aneta Sasharova. Nowadays, she may not have the edge of an elite, but she still has the dominance in the Masters woman. Can she get a win? Teresa Pekakova, first ever appearance in the Motosurf World Championship for the Pardubice rider. Laurent Tellin for the Racing Penguins. 5th position for Belgium, going off in P5, in the middle of the gaggle. 6th position alongside her, the very talented German rider. In P6 of the lineup, it's Jenny Beckman, the world's fastest solicitor. Great to see her put on a great show and flying the flag of Deutschland. 7th place in the lineup, it's the other Mother Grimm, Katarina Nekvapilova. Great to see her continuing to enjoy her return to motosurf after a 4-year absence. Ekaterina Antonova, loving life as the newest recruit in the motosurf Women's Masters. And beside her on the grid, it's the returning Teresa Kadlikova. We adore her, we love her, she's part of this community, she's part of the staple of motosurf, and it's great that she is back to racing once more. So for the 3rd and final time today then, the Masters women will take to Hostivar Reservoir. And the battles will continue again here in the Grand Prix of Czechia between these fantastic racers. Miki Tori, Unjin Lee and Aneta Sasharova leading the charge up at the front. Teresa Pekakova learning the hard way that qualifying is very different indeed from racing. But Laurent Tellin, Jenny Beckman, Katarina Nekvapilova, Ekaterina Antonova and Teresa Kadlikova are definitely going to work hard to put on a showcase from their positions on the field as well. So Tori, Lee, Sasharova, Pekakova, Tellin, Beckman, Nekvapilova, Antonova and Kadlikova. But the Japanese rider Miki Tori has been unbeatable so far today. Certainly a very strong run in the first 2 Masters women heats. It's definitely a much more competitive Grand Prix here in the Czech Republic than it was in Turkey last month in the Masters women. Always fantastic to watch these riders put on such a great show. So the Masters women going to battle out on the course once again. I've got a feeling our paddock reporter is going to want to have a word with Leo Lischel-Kratishvili and Bibiana Bubnikova. And certainly as it stands at the moment, the Masters women are getting ready with Miki Tori, Leonjun and Aneta Sasharova in position. Looks like the race is going to get underway. Miki Tori waits for the command. And it looks like the flag has dropped. Indeed it has. We're under starters' orders for the 3rd and final time today. Miki Tori, Leonjun and Aneta Sasharova all giving chase. Big challenge forward coming from the 4th place rider, Laurent Tellin, the Belgian, has worked her way forward. Jenny Beckman's made a good start as well. So into the slalom for the first time. All of our Masters women really pushing to try and get a competitive edge early doors. Miki Tori runs out of the slalom and the Japanese rider leads Leonjun. So a good start to proceedings for the Japanese and the Korean. But what can Aneta Sasharova do to catch up to them? Very good race trim so far, and the battles are raging as Miki Tori of Japan is really starting to find her feet and push her way further forward ahead of Lee Eun-jun and Aneta Sasharova. The original queen of moto surf, really finding that she can get quicker and quicker as the heats go on. We saw some real magnificence from her in the second heat earlier. I've got a feeling we may see even more in this third. Lee Eun-jun still finding big attack. The Korean really finding more from herself in this particular Grand Prix. I've got a feeling that she will actually feel a real joy in finishing second place in this Grand Prix, even than she did winning the Grand Prix of Turkey last time out, because the intensity of the competition this time has really made her rise to the occasion and try and pull out the stops on Aneta Sasharova. Meanwhile, Miki Tori of Japan is still her white whale. Still the competitor she's tried so many times to beat in a straight fight, and certainly today, Miki Tori has come out on top. But Aneta Sasharova is not going to give up anytime soon. She stays on the full course as Lee Eun-jun has gone on to the long lap, I do believe. Miki Tori is still on the full course, but Lee Eun-jun is the first of the leaders to make the bid to go on to the long lap. So she's obviously got tactics up her sleeve. Will that be enough to vanquish Aneta Sasharova? Lee Eun-jun still pushing hard, still showcasing what made her the Asian champion in Sri Lanka, and of course second place in the International Moto Surf Cup in Saudi Arabia last year. Fabulous contender, one of the most popular people in the paddock, very nearly Mother Goose. But Miki Tori finishing off the lap and crossing the timing gate once again. The Japanese rider, 3 laps in, no long laps taken. Aneta Sasharova is second, no long laps taken, as Lee Eun-jun is the first major player to take the long lap. So Lee Eun-jun goes through, and the Korean looks like she's going to take the second long lap as well. Flew the colors for Korea in the World Games at Chengdu in August. Was so proud to represent South Korea on the world stage in a competition as big as the World Games. Such a big moment for Lee Eun-jun. She works as a radio operations engineer the rest of the time, working in the marketing department, I do believe, of the radio station. Very different cry from Moto Surf, I have to say. It just shows you, everyone's got an interesting challenge away from the sport they love. Aneta Sasharova currently battling away to move her way further forward. She's up to second place now, trying to chase down Miki Tori, the Japanese rider. Miki Tori looks like she's going to take all 3 of her long laps on the very last lap. Sasharova's done 1 long lap. Lee Eun-jun has done 2. Miki Tori has yet to do the first one. So certainly Aneta Sasharova trying to gain as much time as she can on Miki Tori. There she is, still putting on a good display. A little bit more tape has gone on to the legs over the last couple of hours. Clearly, it's been quite a lot for Aneta Sasharova to go back to racing after 3 years off the board. She hasn't done really any training at all to be prepared for this. So it is incredible for the rider that really was the queen of Moto Surf for such a long time. World Cup champion in 2016, 18, 19, 21, and the world champion 2022. Probably would have been the world champion in 2020 had we had any racing that year. It was obviously all called off due to the worldwide pandemic. But that season would almost certainly have seen Aneta Sasharova become champion of the world again. She is the most decorated rider in the history of Moto Surf's women's category. Miki Tori still leading the way though for Japan here in the Masters Women. Looking for long lap number 2 and will need to take it this time by. Aneta Sasharova trying to close up on Katarina Nevapilova to put a lap on her. But where is Sasharova in relation to Lee Eun-jun? Well, Lee Eun-jun has taken all 3 of her long laps now. She decided to get them out of the way. There she is. So Lee Eun-jun still trying to put pressure on Aneta Sasharova, who's got to take 1 more long lap. Miki Tori's got to take 2 more long laps. She takes the first of those. So that's going to hold her up. But of course, she's still got quite a long advantage on Lee Eun-jun. As for Aneta Sasharova, she's obviously got a little bit more time to find as well, as Mikitori dodges one of the riders that's fallen down into the waves there. Leonjun stays on the course because she doesn't have to take a long lap anymore, but she does have to put her hand in the air to take note of the rider that's gone down into the water. I have a feeling that that is Ekaterina Antonova. I'll double check. No, that is not. That is the 9. So that is Teresa Kadlakova, who's had the fall there, unfortunately. Rather sad for Teresa Kadlakova to drop down the order, but certainly it's good to see that her passion and her showcase for excellence in the sport have not dwindled. So Mikitori is now being held up by a slower rider. This could be exactly what Leonjun needs. Aneta Sasharova pushing, trying to close up, but she's 9 seconds back. So I think it's fair to say that Mikitori is only really under threat here from Leonjun, because Mikitori is definitely being held up. She's got to go onto her long lap as well, and she's got to follow the rider in front of her on the long lap. This is agony for Mikitori. She's got to try and find a way past her, but this could be Leonjun's chance. Here comes Leonjun. You can see her in the foreground as they come off the turns. Is it going to be enough? Can Leonjun beat Mikitori out? Oh, she's just short. Oh my goodness me, it was so close between the two riders. But Leonjun is just short of Mikitori. She could see that the Japanese rider was being held up in traffic. Maybe there's one more chance, because they've still got the slalom. As Mikitori closes up on Jenny Beckman to put a lap on her, but she doesn't want to get too aggressive. So in the slalom, depending on which way they choose, it could be enough for Leonjun to get back into this. If Jenny Beckman gets out of the way in time and they choose opposing sides, well, I think Mikitori has chosen to go to the inside. Jenny Beckman's gone to the outside, and Leonjun's gone the same way. So I think Leonjun has decided, you know what, I'll let Mikitori have this one. I'll try and battle her in the final tomorrow. But certainly for now, Mikitori is on top in the Masters Women. Leonjun, a big effort, but she comes home second. And Aneta Sasharova brings it home for third. A great battle between the 3 top Masters women in the world. The winner of the Turkish Grand Prix, Leonjun, the 5-time Queen of Moto Surf, Aneta Sasharova, on her return after motherhood forced her out of the sport. I should say forced her out of the sport. She'd already retired before she decided to become a mother. But when she heard that the Czech Grand Prix was coming back and there was a Masters Women category, she just couldn't resist. But Mikitori, the captain of the Japanese Moto Surf team, a fantastic display. Excellent performance and a great display. Some really good efforts now. So an excellent performance from Mikitori of Japan and a good run from Leonjun and Aneta Sasharova. And so they will come back to more great action tomorrow for the 4th and final heat of the Masters Women display. And then, of course, we get ourselves 4 more races before we can wrap up shop for the day on what has turned into a proper scorcher here in Prague. Just 4 races remaining. Stock Heat 3 in Group A and B, and then Heat 3 in Women's Elite and Men's Elite. Terrific racing so far, though, and certainly a real decent preview of what we've got coming up tomorrow. The 7 finals are going to be very exciting tomorrow. I'll try and do the math again there very quickly. Sorry, it should be 6 finals. Mikitori, Leonjun, and Aneta Sasharova. Very much the form it's been all day, and they continue to do so. Laurent Aline, Teresa Pekakova, the new girl, Jenny Beckman, Nekvapalova, Kadlakova, and Antonova finishing off after a very solid 3 races in the Masters Women. So they're all done and dusted. We may well hear from the competitors in the Masters Women on the bank. But of course, there's still great racing around the corner, and now it comes from the stock category. The Formula 2 of Moto Surf will be hitting the water next. And it's certainly getting pretty exciting out there, isn't it? 4 different races and 4 different race winners. Lucas Kojon, Adam Kolar, David Kuchka, and Hassan Bouabas. Dare we consider the possibility of a 5th different race winner from the first 5 heats? That really would be a spectacular achievement. 4 from 4 is a very unique achievement in and of itself. But this is how competitive it's been in 2026 in the stock category. It just keeps getting more thrilling. But pole position is going to be the man who took the very first heat. That is Łukasz Kojon. Fabulous display in qualifying yesterday, a 58.5 for him to go pole position. Alongside him will be the Italian Lorenzo Tanda, and then it will be Kim Down. Boy, those two are going to have a tough race. Fares Ramadan will be in the mix there along with Daisuke Mamada. From Alex Lana, Jan Matoshka, Jakub Narochny, Tomasz Stepanek, David Zaplatilek, Vladimir Andel, and Kai Biskup.
So, you're the legend of jet surf. You came back after 3 years, am I right?
Yeah, that's right.
So, how do you like it here after 3 years?
Wow, it's pretty different because the body is right now different, but I really like it. It's everything for me for the backside, so it's quite difficult because yesterday was my first time after 3 years when I was on the water in the buoys, but I think I'm like second, third, so I think it's good.
But you're a mom now, am I right?
Yes, this is Patrick. Ahoy! Ahoy!
So is he a future rider?
It's up to him, but I think he likes everything and everyone. So he's really active and perfect baby. It's from me, so he's perfect.
He is. Do you want to say something? Okay, so thank you so much.
Thank you.
We'll go to Engine Lee now. Engine?
Yes,
So, my question is, you finished second, am I right?
I think so. I hope so.
How are we feeling right now?
I'm pretty excited because, you know, this track has been a test of you either have to be smart or fast. I found out I'm not smart. So I'm very happy I made second because I was a little smarter this time.
And why is that?
So, you know, starting this season, we've had to go to 3 long laps. And with how technical it is and everybody trying to go really fast, sometimes we lose count of how many laps, like which lap we're at. And so we're like fighting and we're like, I think I did 2. Oh no, the race is done. I didn't do my last one. That's what I did.
And how are we feeling about tomorrow's finals then?
You know, the queen may be back, but she better be ready.
Okay, thank you so much.
Great to hear from Unjin Lee. And of course, the Queen herself, Aneta Sasharova. Very good words indeed there from Unjin Lee. The Queen may be back, but she better be ready. Lee Unjin really is the engine of the Masters women. Eliska Matuskova refers to Unjin as the engine. And she refers to Eliska Matuskova as Madame AI because she makes so few mistakes. Fantastic. Love the banter in the paddock. We're all one big family and everybody loves to support and motivate each other in such a fantastic measure. So after a fabulous battle out on the water, and it really has been a fabulous battle out on the water, we've seen some great racing across the competitions. Now it's time to see what will happen when we get back into the action again for the stock category. Just 4 races to go then, 2 stock heats, and then we've got the heat for the elite women and the elite men, the 2 pinnacle categories of our sport. And we still have the unbelievable statistic from the stock category of 4 different winners from the first 4 races of the weekend. Łukasz Kojon, David Kuchka, Hassan Bouabas, and incredibly, Adam Kolar. 4 different race winners from the first 4 heats. Are we going to see a 5th in this one? It's not out of possibility at all, especially when you've got the likes of Lorenzo Tanda, Kim Down, and Fares Ramadan right up at the sharp end to challenge Łukasz Kojon at the front end of this field. You've also got the Japanese rider Daisuke Mamada in the mix, along with the Swede Alexander Lana, who of course was on the podium in Turkey in the Grand Prix. So, anything is possible. Count nothing out. It's certainly going to be a very competitive Czech Grand Prix tomorrow on the Sunday afternoon here in Prague. An immense competition and a great battle with all of our riders who are certainly giving us plenty of excitement. They're taking a pause for a technical breather, and that gives us a chance to get ourselves geared up and ready for the next chapter in the Grand Prix of Czechia. When we return in a few minutes' time, the stocks and the elites will take to the water one more time.
So we're waiting in few minutes you'll go into your last heat. How are you feeling?
My feeling is so good because I'm here for funny, okay? But the second heat, I have little problem because I don't see the track and maybe I'm missing more buoy, and this is the big problem. I understand, but I'm here for funny, and the third heat is not bad for the feeling now.
So you'll do a good job, am I right?
Yes. And yes, it's just focus and funny.
And what's the worst part or like the most challenging part in the track?
Okay. The split is the good part for the challenge because it's so fast, and this part is incredible.
So you have problem with the split?
No, I don't have the problem. But the challenge for the racer is fantastic. This part because I like the challenge, the another race I see, and yes, it's the feeling goes for this part because I like it.
Okay, thank you so
Thank you
much.
very much.
I wish you luck.
Okay.
So now, Alex. So, we have few minutes till the race.
Yes.
Last race of today, am I right?
Yeah, it is the last race today.
How are we feeling?
It feels good. I'm a bit nervous, I would say. Why? I don't know.
You nervous? I don't think so.
Yes, a little bit because I'm a bit nervous because this track is so unusual from what I'm used to. All the double turns and starting from 6, it's right in the middle. But yeah, it's gonna be fun at least.
And do you think you'll do a good job?
I will do my best job.
And we're sure of that. Thank you, Alex, and we wish you luck.
Thank you so much.
Nice to know that if you are needing sustenance in the middle of an interview, Ringo Reimer is always there to help. Alexander Lanner chatting away to our paddock reporter. And we also heard there as well from Lorenzo Tanda, the Italian, who's about to go into the battle for the last time tonight. Here in the Czech Grand Prix, in the beautiful capital of Prague, the second round of the 2026 UIM Motosurf World Championship. There are just 4 races to go here on Saturday. The 2 stock heats for Heat 3, and then the 3rd heat for the elite women and the elite men. Then there will be just 1 chance left for the riders to get themselves into a good starting position for the finals tomorrow afternoon. And that really will be high octane pressure. So into Heat 3, Group A, we will go then for the competitors in the stock category. This is the Formula 2 of our sport. The stock boards, basically it is as it sounds. You buy the board, you race it. You do nothing else to it. Lucas Kojon, Lorenzo Tanda, Kim Down, Fares Ramadan, Daisuke Mamada and Alexander Lanner. From Jan Matoshka, Jakub Norochki, Tomasz Stepanek, David Zaplatilak, Vlad Andel and Kai Biskup. So once again, the superstar Lucas Kojon did such a fantastic job in qualifying yesterday to put his board on a 58.5. He's ready to go for his second win of the day. He certainly has the strength, but what about the man beside him, the 18-year-old from Italy, Lorenzo Tanda, the Monza Maestro, ready to go for it from second place. But of course, they all want to beat this man, Kim Down, the stock world champion 4 years ago, and the Masters World Champion ever since its inception in 2024. Fares Ramadan, though, is definitely going to be pushing for a race win. He could smell it in the second heat earlier on. Now he wants to get it done. Daisuke Mamada of Japan. He was there at the World Games last year in Chengdu, flying the colours of the land of the rising sun. He'll go up against the Swede, Alexander Lanner. Ever the entertainer, ever the showman. We love it. Can't wait to see what the Super Swede can give us, both here and in Stockholm a month from now. Jan Matoshka continuing the journey for the FG Forest Racing team with his father Pavel, no doubt very proud to see what he can do. Jakub Norochny, good to see him back in the paddock. We missed him in Turkey. Now we get to see him back again, fighting for his own honor in the Czech Republic that he loves so much. Tomáš Štěpánek rising quicker and quicker all the time. Not a bad effort from the debutant. Hopefully there's even more where his earlier performances came from. Next up, David Zaplatilek. Really good to see how much progress he's been making, and he's certainly looking stronger by the heat. Alongside him on the grid, it is Vladimir Andel, continuing on his fantastic journey in the world of stock. Despite the poor qualifying position, that won't deter him. He'll still keep pushing on. And it's really going strong for Team Germany. The Racing Penguins youngster, Kai Biskup, 16 years of age. Not a bad return on their investment this weekend. You may have noticed in the background Sebastian Lux, who of course should have joined him in the ranks of the Masters category earlier on, but he had problems on both his qualifying laps, and so rather dramatically, he's had to be a spectator and mentor for the rest of the Racing Penguins this weekend. Only 2 riders didn't make it through in the stock category. Germany's Robert Hesselmann and the very talented Czech rider and youngest man in the field, Oliver Wolf, had all sorts of problems yesterday. He didn't get through. Very unusual. So we'll see what awaits us as we go back into the action again then for this fantastic battle, and certainly a fantastic battle we will get. Lucas Cojon, already a race winner. Lorenzo Tanda has come very close to getting that job done already twice. Kim Down has won everything in the Masters, but in the stock category, he hasn't quite found the pace. Oh, who's that? Falling off the board in the background. Is that Lucas Cojon? I think it is, you know. The race hasn't started yet, but Lucas Cojon already starting to have some difficulties. I hope that's not a bad omen for the race coming up. As Lucas Cojon rides back onto the board again, he's going to be the pole position man. I really hope that's not going to be the tone that's set for his race later. There's Lorenzo Tanda. He comes from the original Temple of Speed. Monza has been part of the Formula One calendar since 1950. They have a very successful football team in the Italian leagues as well. And they also have a maestro on moto surf, Lorenzo Tanda, right up at the sharp end. Monza is also, of course, the home of the Ukrainian youngster Alexander Bondarev, who is part of the Williams Junior outfit. In Formula 4 at the moment, but it isn't going to be too long until he steps up to the ranks and hopefully all the way to Formula 1. So Monza has quite a lot going for it these days when it comes to speed. And of course, I'm sure Lorenzo Tanda will want to be a spectator at his home race, the Italian Grand Prix, later this year. I'll actually be paying a visit to Monza in August, one of my favorite towns in Italy. No doubt I will try and see if Lorenzo is there, and I'm sure we'll grab a nice bit of pasta in the town square. For the moment though, that's a million miles away from the thought of Lorenzo Tanda. Now he wants to beat Lucas Cojon to the first Buey and open up the tabs on what could be his first win of the weekend. But of course, Lorenzo Tanda, a very fiery individual, very passionate, very focused and dedicated and committed to his craft, really wants to put on the pressure and go for the glory. Tough to know exactly how this race is going to work out for him, but he certainly had plenty of good battles leading up to it. So Lucas Cojon leads the train. And what about Kim Down, third position? This could be his moment to open up the guns and go for a race win. It would certainly be needed by Kim Down. If he could do it, he would definitely be the 5th different winner from 5 races thus far. The Grand Prix of Czechia continues here in Prague. When the flag drops, they'll be racing. Off we go. Good start from Cojon. Tricky start from Kim Down. I think he's going to have both Faris Ramadan and Osuka Mamada to his outside. Great start from Ramadan, and it's very close between Tanda and Cojon for the lead. Tanda's going to really try and push Cojon to his limit. He goes one way, Cojon goes the other. Tanda's got a lot of confidence this time. Has the Italian got enough? Faris Ramadan's trying to close up on them in 3rd position. And another great start for Alexander Lanner. The Swede is into 4th position, ahead of Kim Down, I think. Oh, he's had a fall. Alexander Lanner has fallen in the slalom. That's terrible bad luck for the Swede. And so Alexander Lanner, who was doing so well, oh, there's another fall in there as well. Couple of riders taking a tumble on the first lap. I think it's both the Swedes, in fact, who are in trouble. Both Alexander Lana and Jakub Naroshny involved in that one. Ringo's going to be in the race after, so it's not both Swedes, but it is Alexander Lana and Jakub Naroshny, both hitting trouble on the first lap. So Kojon leads, Tanda, Ramadan, Kim, Matoshka, Zaplatilek, Vladimir Andel and Tomasz Stepanek. Kim Down goes onto the long lap first, followed by Stepanek and Kai Biskup. Wouldn't shock me if we saw Daisuke Mamada, Alexander Lana and Jakub Narochny doing it as well, because now that they're down the order, they may as well take a gamble on strategy. Well, Jakub Narochny has certainly elected to do that. But so far, so good for Lucas Kojon from Lorenzo Tanda and Fares Ramadan. So into the second tour goes Lucas Kojon, looking so much stronger than before. In the second, oh, and there goes Lorenzo Tanda! Tanda gets the pirouette through turn one. So easily done. And Lorenzo Tanda finding out the hard way that this is not going to be his heat. As meanwhile, Lucas Kojon pulls clear of Fares Ramadan. So now the Q80 with a chance to take on Lucas Kojon as Lorenzo Tanda drops it in turn one. Very unfortunate. We're going to see how he did it. Watch the pirouette. Very similar to what happens when the back end gets out on a car. But when it happens in a moto surfboard, you are going to be thrown to the sea. Although, of course, we are on the reservoir lake here. But you're certainly going to be getting wet when you get a pirouette like that one. Here's Fares Ramadan, really starting to put pressure now on Lucas Kojon. The distance between them is just under 10 seconds. But Ramadan has the ability to make that up. Kojon has got to stay focused up front. He can't afford to make any errors. He goes into lap number 4 and stays on the full course. So if I'm Fares Ramadan, I'm going to take the long lap now. Let's change it up a little bit. Let's go for a bit of a switch up in strategy. Kim Down, of course, has already taken the long lap. There is Fares Ramadan on his, so he has gone for the long lap in the end. Now he's got to beat Kim Down out of the long lap. That's got to be his target. Fares Ramadan, where is Kim Down? Is that him in front of him? Well, that's Lucas Kojon. Still trying not to get too held up by the German Kai Biskup. But I'd really like to see where Kim Down and Fares Ramadan are in relation to each other. They've both taken long laps, so they should be fairly close to each other. Did Ramadan get out of the long lap ahead of Kim Down? Mathematically, it would be very close between them. There is Kim Down. Where is Fares Ramadan? Is that in behind? Yes, it is. So Kim Down is back into second position then. So Kim Down makes the move through the slalom to get away from Fares Ramadan. And so far, so good. He's onto the long lap, is Lucas Kojon. He has to be. For all 3 of the remaining 3 laps, he's got to go long and hope that he's got it right in terms of the tactics, the speed and the strategy. But certainly he's taken an early advantage, 16.4 clear of Kim Down without the long lap. So I think he's only going to be a couple of seconds ahead of him on the exit of the long lap. So Lucas Kojon has just got to keep the faith. He's certainly keeping the speed. If we look back, we should see Kim Down. No, we won't, because Kim Down has gone onto the long lap again for the second time. He's trying to keep Lucas Kojon guessing. So Kojon onto the far side slalom, but he's just got to focus on his own objectives. Never mind what Kim Down's doing, never mind what Fares Ramadan's doing, or what Alexander Lana's doing either for that matter. Just keep focusing on your own objectives, keep pushing, and you will come up with the goods. He won the first heat, he had a problem in the second. Now it looks good again for Lucas Kojon. There is Kim Down. Just trying to stay hungry in this one. Very different task from the Masters race. In the stock race, he ends up having a lot more to do these days. But as the riders pass my position, just across from the timing gate, Fares Ramadan back in his second place thanks to the second long lap for Kim Down. But now Fares Ramadan has got to go onto the second long lap. And of course, Kojon is already on the second long lap. In fact, he's just come out of the long lap, but he's got to do it on the last lap as well to be legal. You've got to take 3 long laps through the course of the race. That's why Fares Ramadan is on his second long lap. Kojon trying not to trip over Vladimir Andel, but he gets through without too much concern. So it's all going okay for Lucas Kojon at the moment. But there is Fares Ramadan, still fancies a chance for a victory here. And he manages to come out of the split very even on pace with Kim Down. Is he ahead of him or is he behind him? We're too busy looking at Lucas Kojon for the answer to that question. But if we look back, we'll see Kim Down ahead in second place of Faraz Ramadan. And the crossover is about 5 seconds or so. It's 8 seconds, in fact. So into the final lap then goes Lucas Kojon. He's got to take the long lap. So too has Kim Down. So too has Faraz Ramadan. So too does Alexander Lanner. So it really is going to be a long lap for the top four. Ramadan's on his. Kim Down will surely be on his. And so will the Swede Alexander Lanner. But we saw Kim Down miss a lap of the long lap earlier on. He doesn't this time though, of course. No worries at all for Kim Down. But this time he's not quite going to catch up to the man who started from the front. Lucas Kojon really has been extraordinary since the start. And he is going to continue doing a grand job of it all. So here comes Lucas Kojon. Daisuke Mamada goes on to his final long lap in 5th position, but Lucas Kojon is going to take the checkered flag. He comes through the final couple of buoys, and Lucas Kojon will be victorious. Excellent result for Lucas Kojon as he comes through now. Victory is his. Superb. Second place for Kim Down. Excellent return on investment for the Korean as he comes into the final couple of buoys. He'll be 12 seconds or so back, but he doesn't mind. Second will do after the tough day he's had. And 3rd position for the Q80, Faraz Ramadan, just in front of Alexander Lanner, who just manages to pitch out in front of Jakub Narochny over the line there, I think. So Alexander Lanner, despite that fall on the first lap, still able to fight forward and come through for 4th position. What a comeback for the Swede. Jan Matoshka has managed to beat Daisuke Mamada out of the long laps. And so Jan Matoshka is going to come through for P5 in front of Daisuke Mamada, David Zaplatilek and Lorenzo Tanda. What a shame for the Italian, it just wasn't to be. And this is how close it was for Lucas Kojon. Across the line, and celebration for the man up front. Lucas Kojon victorious ahead of the Korean and the Q80. 4 different nations in the top 4 places. Czechia, Korea, Kuwait and Sweden. Very competitive World Championship is Moto Surf, and it's turning out to be even more competitive by the year. It used to be that the Czech riders were brilliant at everything. Now they've certainly got some opposition from some of the other riders from other nations. We're certainly making it tougher and tougher to stay competitive at the front. So for Lucas Kojon, it is victory number 2 today, and certainly a very important one from pole position. He really needed that, and so he'll be very relieved that he was able to get the job done. 10.5 seconds clear of Kim Down, with Faraz Ramadan in 3rd. So the last man home in the end is Vladimir Andel, and that confirms the full lineup of riders. A disappointed Lorenzo Tanda, I'm sure. Looks to me like he may have a little bit of a sore left leg there. But there is the provisional result. Lucas Kojon makes it 2 out of 3. Kim Down in 2nd from Faraz Ramadan. Alexander Lanner, Jan Matoshka and Daisuke Mamada from David Zaplatilek and Lorenzo Tanda. Then it is Tomasz Stepanek in front of Vladimir Andel, Jakub Narochny, and the new boy, Kai Biskup. There is still more to do. The stock men's category, once again for Group B this time, for the 3rd and final heat of the day. David Kuchka, Kim Down, Faraz Ramadan, completing the job in the first one, but it's David Kuchka, Adam Kolar, and Damian Kadlic. They go to the top 3 for this one. Stepan Šimek, Matthias Barvik, Hassan Boabas, and Adam Januszek. And Josef Pokora, Adam Milovchik, Endo Yogachila, Suguru Ikeda, and Ringo Reimer. So we'll head to the starting lineup, and there is your man on pole position. David Kuchka looking good for a 2nd win of the day. He's certainly going to have a tough job to get there, but what a mission it will be for David Kuchka. He's got so much opposition around him. Pole position is a great place to be, but he's only got to look over his shoulder to know how tough getting another win is going to be. What about this man? Adam Kolar, 15 years of age, for La Cucina Nera squad. And after winning the Turkish Grand Prix last month, anything is possible for Adam Kolar in the Stock World Championship category. Alongside him, Damian Kadlec, always there to put on a great show. And the 21-year-old from Tanvald is not going to leave anything on the table. The top three have got plenty of opposition as well. 15-year-old Stepan Šimek. This could be a really big opportunity for him as he continues to put on excellent displays as a new face in the stock category. The junior boy world champion from last year, Matthias Bardovic of FG Forest Racing. P5, not quite where he wants to be, but he could certainly be a lot higher at the end of this race. But anything is possible with this man. Hassan Bouabas, he started P6 in the earlier heat and won it. What can he do for the third time of asking? Adam Januszek fought his way valiantly from 7th on the grid earlier to come through to the top 3. An amazing job. Can he do it again? And how about the boy from Workout Land race team, Rexy, Josef Pokora, ready for more great action here in Prague. Great start from him earlier, went from 8th to 4th. Adam Milovchik making good comeback rides every time he goes to the water. Still big opportunities for him to fight forward with the top 5. And what about Ender Jorgen Schiele, the Turkish Open Motosurf champion last year, still with plenty of passion and pride. He will definitely be pushing for the top 5 in the last heat of the day. Alongside him on the grid, the Japanese ace, pushing forward with every big charge. It'll be another tough ride for the superstar Suguru Ikeda. Good to see him make big waves on the water. And the 16-year-old for Stockholm, Ringo Reimer. He'll be racing in his home event in 1 month's time. What can he do here in Prague? So all of the riders ready in position for the last time on Saturday in the Czech Grand Prix of 2026. They head out to the water with a big battle ahead of them. It is certainly going to be tough to predict who will get the job done. And we're in for a big showcase. Meanwhile, let's see if we can find Lucas Kojon down at the sidelines after his earlier victory.
So, how do you like the track here in Prague?
Yeah, it's very technical and also fast, but there is much more wave than in sea. And when I don't try to use, it's absolutely untactable for me because I have a psychical condition, and that's it. You have to train in this category.
And are you excited for tomorrow, for the finals?
Yeah, it will be much longer than this, and I don't know if I can take it. We will see. It will be fun.
Okay, thank you.
Bye.
A fantastic race from Lucas Kojon to make it 2 wins out of 3 for the original pole sitter. But he's not going to be involved in this battle. But after his earlier charge, this man, Hassan Bouabas, is definitely one to keep an eye on in this third heat. He charged his way from 6th on the lineup to take the win. Do not count him out here in Prague. He's going to have to get ahead of Kuchka, Kolar, Kadlec, Šimek and Bardovic if he wants to do it again. 5 of the top young renegade riders from the Czech Republic who all want to put their own name into the history of Motosurf. But Hassan Bouabas is motivated to beat them all. Keep an eye on Adam Januszek and Josef Pokora as well. Very quick riders off the start. 7th and 8th going into this one. But after the chaos of qualifying yesterday, a lot of riders out of position and will certainly want to put themselves back into it as soon as possible. They won't want to wait around. And there'll certainly be no second chances once that flag drops. So it will all come down to who's got the motivation. But between Kuchka, Kolar, Kadlec, Šimek and Bardovic, there's 5 big names from the home nation. But watch out for the Q80, Hassan Bouabas. If anyone's going to steal a win from all 5 of them, it's going to be him. We wait for the flag to drop for the third heat of Group B of the stock men's category. Flag is in the air. And we will drop and race here in the Czech Republic once again. Good start from the front two. Kuchka and Kolar going very close together. Boabas looks motivated again as he already fights his way to the top 5. Some interesting challenges through the first couple of buoys, as already the 3 is pushing hard in the first couple of buoys. That's Damian Kadlec trying to work his way forward. Hassan Boabas is already attacking the top 5. And it's side to side for David Kuchka and Adam Kolar. Kolar is going to have to give best to David Kuchka for the moment. So Kuchka leads the way. But there's certainly a lot more where that came from. Kuchka leads Kolar, Kadlec, Šimek, Barvik and Boabas. The top 6 remain as they were, with only Ender Jorgen Schiele and Suguru Ikeda really getting spectacular starts. Everybody else is as they were. Certainly in the top 6, it's as they started. So the race is going to be played out then by how the riders fare in the long laps, where the strategy comes into play, and if they can make any gains on their opponents in the slaloms. So Kuchka leads Adam Kolar. David Kuchka looking for his second win of the day, but then so too is young Adam Kolar, 15 years of age, one of the youngest men in the stock category, and already a Grand Prix winner in 2026. Really wants to keep pushing here. Out through the S's of the slalom. Kuchka is still the leader. Adam Kolar second. Up to third now is Stepan Šimek, because we've had long laps from Kadlec, Barvik, Suguru Ikeda, Josip Pokora and Adam Milovcik. Adam Janusek has already hit trouble. Problems, I'm afraid, for Adam Janusek. He's up to 9th position, but courtesy of the fact that he hasn't done a long lap yet, that is not where Janusek wants to be. So it's Kuchka, Kolar and Šimek. Hassan Boabas is currently 4th, trying to use a little bit of clear water to gain some ground and try and overhaul Matis Barvik and Damian Kadlec through the long lap. But certainly David Kuchka going well at the moment as he leads the way. There is the hotly rated Stepan Šimek, just 15 years of age, the same age as Adam Kolar. But he really is getting on with things, this young Stepan Šimek. A great young talent, and certainly one we need to keep our eye on in the future. He is really making good effort and good progress. But David Kuchka looking so solid and smooth. There is Adam Kolar, the 15-year-old, doing a grand job at the moment from Brno, motorsport country, where so many great races have taken place in the past, in touring cars, in GTs, even in trucks. And there is David Kuchka, still running a very solid race out in front. The 18-year-old from Valtice, looking very smooth and very composed at the moment. Kuchka really enjoying it. Adam Kolar still there or thereabouts, but on the long lap, so he's starting to open up the taps when it comes to the strategy. Kuchka also went onto the long lap, but Kolar's done it for a second time already. And there is Hassan Boabas, now finding himself in 3rd. So he's jumped Kadlec, he's jumped Stepan Šimek, and he's jumped Matis Barvik. So it's a good start for Hassan Boabas. He just needs to keep going, keep pushing, keep the energy, keep the tempo. Hassan Boabas is really going strong. The Q80 really wanting to be up in the sharp end. David Kuchka still leads, but he's only taken 1 of the long laps. Adam Kolar has already taken 2. Boabas has also only taken 1 long lap, while 2 long laps thus far for Damian Kadlec and Matis Barvik. But Stepan Šimek has only taken 1, so Hassan Boabas is really trying to catch up to the 15-year-old. Very tight indeed. There is Kuchka, who goes on to the long course. He's already taken 1 long lap. Adam Kolar watches as Stepan Šimek goes onto the long lap for the 2nd time. Is that enough momentum for Hassan Boabas to get past him, or is he going to join him and go on the long lap as well? Certainly Stepan Šimek going conservative on the tactics here. So Šimek, long lap for the 2nd time. They've got to do a total of 7 laps, but 3 of which have got to be long lap. You'll know how they're doing because next to their names on the leaderboards are 2 numbers, 4 over another 1. That means they've completed 4 laps, and if their number is only 1, that means they've done 1 long lap. If it's 2, they've done 2, and if it's done 3 and it goes green, then they don't need to take their long laps anymore. Only Dominic Kadlec and Matis Barvik can say that, as too actually can now Suguru Ikeda. But David Kuchka has only taken the 1, so now that he goes on to lap number 6, these 2 laps have got to be long laps, and look how close Adam Kolar is to him. So I think David Kuchka may have got this wrong in terms of the tactic. Adam Kolar stays on the course, and surely Adam Kolar is going to go through and take the lead. Indeed he does. So Adam Kolar has got into the lead of this one. David Kuchka has lost ground by staying out. It hasn't worked out in his favour. So now it is Adam Kolar, the 15-year-old from Brno, who leads the way and is looking good for his second heat win of the competition. It'll be confirmed when he goes past the timing line. He was in second place, Adam Kolar, but now that they've both done 2 long laps, Adam Kolar is going to go through into the slalom, and he will be in the lead by a good 5 to 6 seconds or so, I would think. So Adam Kolar takes over the lead of the race from David Kuchka. Up to third comes Hassan Bouabbas, but he needs to take his third long lap. David Kuchka comes through 6.7 behind David Kuchka now. Bouabbas is looking pretty hungry. So there is David Kuchka, still trying to close up on the new race leader, Adam Kolar. But into the long lap for the last time will go David Kuchka. Already on the long lap for the last time is Adam Kolar. And there goes Hassan Bouabbas. He also needs to go onto the long lap for the final time. Good comeback from Damian Kadlec. He's up to third position before he even gets to that particular point. And he's already done all 3 of his long laps. So Damian Kadlec really has been riding beautifully to get back up into the top 3. But Adam Kolar is going to seal the deal here from David Kuchka and Damian Kadlec. A great all-Czech top 3, but for the leader out front, well, he has the potential to rewrite some form books now, as Adam Kolar came into the Turkish Grand Prix as a potential race winner, but we had no idea just how fast he was going to be. He crushed the opposition. He's crushing the opposition now here in the Czech Republic in Prague for the second group of 3 heats in the stockmen's category. Adam Kolar is going to get the job done. He comes out of the slalom for the last time, and he will take the checkered flag. Adam Kolar is victorious. David Kuchka will come through for second. A brilliant run for Kuchka, but it's not enough to take the win. That goes to Adam Kolar by 8.5 seconds. Third place is going to be Damian Kadlec. What a comeback race from Kadlec. Really good effort. And then in fourth place, it will be young Stepan Šimek. Hassan Bouabbas has to settle for P5 this time. Sixth place is Adam Jarosek. Seventh place, Matthias Barvik. And it really was as close as that. All 7 of them on the lead lap, only separated by about half a minute. Another tough race for Ringo Rimer. Really struggling life in the stocks. Very much more aggressive and exhausting than perhaps even he imagined it would be. But certainly a very exciting battle for him. Surely it's going to be a chance again for him to do well in Stockholm. But now we get ourselves ready for the final 2 classes of the day. And they are going to be the fastest classes. For the women and for the men come the elites. So provisionally, it's Adam Kolar who gets the victory in fantastic fashion here in Prague. He really has been amazing to grab 2 heat wins out of 3. And that puts him level on the target in fantastic fashion. Adam Kolar with David Kuchka and Damian Kadlec, sorry. Dominic's our test rider. Stepan Šimek, Hassan Bouabbas and Adam Jarosek in the top 6. Matis Barvik just missing out on it. Suguru Ikeda, Josef Pokora, Enda Jorgenchila and Adam Milovchik. Sadly, Ringo Rimer not making the finish on this one, but he's got one more chance tomorrow to make the final. But making the final this weekend is going to be tougher than it's ever been in the stock category. It is the most competitive field we have seen for years. So now we've got the spectacle of the best women in moto surf. The elite contenders will go to battle again, and it's the 3-time world champion, Eliska Mariskova, on pole position. Barbara Kolarova giving chase from Aneta Shtukalova, and the current championship leader, Sara Zuborova. Adela Ostrolova, Lona Markova, Natalie Kashnikova, Rosalia Janora of Poland, Linda Lukscheider, Esther Polikova, Klara Melishadova, and Sada Volfova. So for the 3-time world champion, this is a chance for Eliska Mariskova to bounce back and take back her crown, and where better to do it than here in the Czech Republic. But of course, there will be big opposition, particularly from Barbara Kolarova. What a whirling superstar she's turning out to be in the elite women's category in 2026. But Aneta Shtukalova will always be there to continue pushing and to get into the blind spots. If there's any weakness, Shtukalova will pounce on it. For Sara Zubarova, a chance for her to get back into the race-winning position. She won the Macau Grand Prix. She won the Turkish Grand Prix. Can she win the Grand Prix of Czechia? Next up for Adela Ostrolova. Good to see her put on such a great show thus far. Top 5 again for Adela. 6th position on the lineup. Lorna Markova making steady progress, getting faster and faster all the time. Luka Zahorski watches on in the background for the Rocket Racing team. And there is Dr. Natalie Kashnikova, ready for more great battles from 7th on the grid. And she will continue to put on a great display as ever. For Poland and the Tenzi Motorsurf team, it's Rosalia Janora, silver medalist in the Nations Cup in the World Games 2025 in Chengdu. And as for the Twinsy team, well, look no further than Linda Lukscheider, 9th on the grid, always with the flamboyance. Esther Polakova, great to see her continuing her journey in the elite women's category from the A position on the grid. From the B position, it's going to be Klara Milisharova. It's great to see her back in the Moto Surf World Championship once again. Hopefully, she's here to stay for quite a while. And it's Sara Volfova who continues the family journey in the elite category. You'll see her father go to battle in the elite men's category later. But for the true artist in the field, Sara Volfova will try and work her way back to prominence from the tail of the field. So as the elite women's category make their way to the water, it's been a great performance from them, but it's been a fantastic race from Adam Kolar as well, who did such a great job in the previous stock racing heat. Adam Kolar is with our Rakeside reporter.
So you won this race. How are you feeling?
I'm feeling great. You know, like Prague is a very beautiful city. It's in my home country, and I'm so happy I'm winning there. The form is great. The weather is the best. Like, I really like this.
So you're happy we have like the championship over here?
Yeah, I'm so happy. Like, it's coming back from like 3 years, past 3 years. It wasn't in Czech Republic. So nice. I have it like 1 hour from Brno. It's really close. So I'm happy I'm winning here on a home ground.
And are you excited for tomorrow's finals?
Yeah, I hope I will win this.
Okay, thank you. We have Adam Janošek over here. Adam, how are you feeling right now?
We've had some collision in the beginning on the start. I don't know with Hassan or someone, so it's been a little bit tough for me from the beginning, but it's getting better from the start. We had some issues yesterday with quali, but it could get better, and we'll see. I think I finished something around 4th, 5th now. It's still getting better, but we'll hope for better results.
And are you excited for tomorrow's finals?
I am very excited. I hope everything's going to go well as the same way as it did today. And I hope the guys going to keep it up, because I think it's an amazing show for everyone. I think we have a lot of viewers here, and the interviews are getting better and better still.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Great to hear from Adam Kolar and Adam Janošek after their fantastic battles in the stock men's category. Great to hear from them, and hopefully we'll see more of them and hear more from them over the course of tomorrow. For the Grand Prix of Czechia, the finals will be the races that they want to win tomorrow. For now, though, it's time to see the elite women go to battle one last time today here in Prague. And for Eliska Matuskova, the 3-time world champion, it's all on her to control the pace as we head to the first Buoy. Certainly going to be a very tough mission for all of the contenders. Eliska Matuskova really wants to turn this into a race victory. The flag is in the air, it drops, and the elite women get underway for the 3rd and final heat of the day here in Prague, and she's going to have big pressure on her right from the outset as Barbara Kolarova is going to stick like glue to her in the first Buoy. Zubarova's going to try and get very close to Aneta Stukalova. Maybe she'll go to the opposing side of the slalom and we'll get a little bit of a battle. Oh, Stukalova goes the same way as Zubarova. I think Zubarova was trying to second guess which way Stukalova went, and now she's going to be held up behind her in the whitewash. So Matuskova has got the perfect start. Stukalova goes to battle in very close company with Barbara Kolarova. The two of them stay upright, and Zubarova loses fourth place on the start to Lotta Markova through the slalom. What a great opening lap from Lotta Markova. A fantastic push from Lotta Markova in the slaloms. She was really quick, and that moves her in front of Sada Zubarova. It really is game on in the third heat as Zubarova slips to P5. It must be something about the home talents here in Prague. Matuskova leading from Kolarova, Stukalova and Markova, with Sada Zubarova, the Slovakian, running in P5 at the moment in front of Adela Ostrolova. Rosalia Janora making a decent start from Poland. And then Natalie Kastikova, Klara Melishadova. Another good start from Sada Volfova. She's got ahead of Esther Polikova and Linda Lukscheider, who's had a problem on the very first lap by the look of it. Perhaps a fall on the first run to the slalom. So a big push from this rider, Laura Markova. Great to see her up in the top 5 on merit. Really had a terrific start and is really working her magic. Rosalia Janora seems to have got ahead of Adela Ostrolova and Natalie Kastikova by virtue of the fact that both of them have taken their long laps, as have Volfova, Polikova and Lukscheider. So far so good as Barbara Kolarova decides it's time to pull out the tactical game. Let's go for the long lap nice and early. Maybe we can get Eliska Matuskova this way. She's the first of the big players to go for the long lap. And Lotta Markova decides to do the same. So Lotta Markova going early, as does Barbara Kolarova. 7 laps, don't forget, 3 of which have to be long laps. So that means that Aneta Stukalova, there she is, stays out and moves up into second place for the moment. Sada Zubarova will move up to third. There she is. But of course, they've now got to really open up the taps and get clear of Kolarova and Lotta Markova. So there is Sada Zubarova, the winner of the Grand Prix in Macau in the end of 2025 and at the beginning of 2026. She won the Grand Prix of Turkey in Çeşme. But can she continue her winning streak, or will it be this woman, the 3-times world champion Eliska Matuskova, who claims her crown back again? And where better to start the new winning streak of victories but here in Prague, in front of her home fans. But Aneta Stukalova goes on to the long lap. So she's pushing to try and get a little bit of a tactical edge as well here. Did Sada Zubarova go to the long lap as well? Looks like the Slovakian actually stayed out to jump ahead of Aneta Stukalova for the time being, in the hope that a little bit of clear water is going to help her move forward. So there is Sada Zubarova, second position. No long laps taken. Everybody else has taken at least 1. Kolarova and Markova have already taken 2. So they fall away from the leaders, but when everybody's done 3 long laps, it'll all be about who's been composed enough to make it work. So as expected, Zubarova is now 2.43 back from Eliska Matuskova, and neither of these riders have taken long laps yet. Stukalova in the background has taken 1. Kolarova and Markova both need to take 2, and here goes Eliska Matuskova, using the same tactics she usually does in the heats when she's out in front. Get the racing laps clear and out of the way, then do all your long laps at the last moment. Sada Zubarova's got to do the same thing, but she's hoping that by following and pursuing Eliska Matuskova, that will give her enough fire in the belly to close up. It really is going to be very tricky. So now it's going to be Sada Zubarova trying to close up on Eliska Matuskova, the 2 main rivals for the World Championship in 2026. Although not if Aneta Stukalova and Barbara Kolarova have something to say about it. They still feel it's very much their championship title to win as well. Kolarova's done all 3 of her long laps. Stukalova's done 2 of hers. So now Matuskova and Zubarova have got to go onto the long lap twice more. Kolarova doesn't have to. And Kolarova is actually looking very quick. Very quick. This could turn out good for Barbara Kolarova. If she doesn't fall and she keeps on the pace, Barbara Kolarova is going to be probably in between Matuskova and Zubarova when the 3 long laps are played out. So it could go right down to the wire. Matuskova and Zubarova. Zubarova is caught up to Matuskova. 1.2 seconds between them now as they both go onto the long lap for the 2nd time of 3. Keep an eye on Kolarova. She's the danger woman here. Aneta Stukalova is 11 seconds behind Zubarova, but she won't be for long, because Aneta Stukalova has got to go on to her third and long lap. Kolarova doesn't need to, so Kolarova will jump Stukalova, that's for sure, but can she jump Zubarova and Matuskova as well? Barbara Kolarova is the real threat here, because she's already done all 3 of her long laps, and she's not that far behind Stukalova. She's not that far behind the 2 leaders. So this is going to be tough for Barbara Kolarova, but the more pressure Zubarova puts on Matuskova, the more of a chance Kolarova has of leapfrogging past them both. And there's nothing in it. There's only a buoy between Matuskova and Zubarova, the 2 best riders in the Elite Women's Championship right now, shadowing each other's moves. Matuskova and Zubarova, they go opposing ends of the slalom now. Is there enough in the tank for Matuskova to stay in front of Sada Zubarova? They're going to be even closer as they come out. Zubarova level with Matuskova. They have to avoid another rider. That was way too close. Zubarova nearly overhauling Matuskova. She's got to keep the faith going into the last lap. They go into the long lap for the last time. And that is Milisharova, I believe, who's gone off. So Milisharova, they just about avoided her in time. She needs to get off the racing line. Kolarova's already jumped past Stukalova. So can she jump these 2? They come off the turn. Where is Kolarova in relation to them? Kolarova is right there. She's only about 3 seconds back. She tried her best, but she couldn't quite keep up with Matuskova and Zubarova. And now the 2 best riders in the World Championship have got traffic to deal with. They've got to be careful. They've got to be focused. But they've also got to be fast. That's Linda Lukescheider, I believe, in front of them. And they're going to push like crazy. Zubarova knows this is her best chance to take a heat win off Eliška Matuskova. And she needs it at this point in the contest. She's going to follow. In pursuit of Lukescheider is Matuskova. Zubarova's going to push to the other side. Is this going to be enough? They're going to come out almost level. But Matuskova's done it. Eliška Matuskova will take the victory. Such a great fight in the Elite Women's. It wasn't even the final, but it felt like one out there. Sada Zubarova has to back down, 3 seconds back. Barbara Kolarova, what a comeback for her in 3rd position. So nearly overhauling the 2 main protagonists of this category. Boy, is tomorrow going to be close. The top 4 riders in the World Championship separated by less than 8 seconds. This could be anybody's Grand Prix tomorrow. Here comes Rosalia Janora. She's going to finish off behind Laura Markova and Adela Ostrolova to come through in 7th place. Still good progress being made after the trickiness of qualifying. But what a great fight we've got for the Women's Elite Grand Prix. 4 riders in the contest. Eliška Matuskova, Sada Zubarova, Barbara Kolarova, and Aneta Stukalova. All 4 of them have a great chance of winning the Grand Prix. They've got the formality of Heat 4 tomorrow morning, and then the quartet will go to battle for the first Grand Prix of Czechia since 2022. And get this, none of them have won the Grand Prix as an elite rider. The last woman to do so, Aneta Sacharova, the ultimate queen of motosurf. She did it back in 2021 and 2022. So who's going to take her crown here in the Czech Republic? I genuinely couldn't tell you. It's so close between the 4. Eliška Matuskova takes Heat 3 and gets the victory in front of Sada Zubarova of Slovakia. Barbara Kolarova and Aneta Stukalova are so close at the end, though. It really is going to be a sensational duel for the Grand Prix tomorrow between the top 4 riders in the elite women's category. They all want to win the Czech Republic Grand Prix for many different reasons. For Matuskova, she's won everything there is to win except the Grand Prix of Czechia. Sada Zubarova has 2 Grand Prix wins in a row and would love to make it 3. Barbara Kolarova, the 15-year-old, would love to get her standout Grand Prix win. And Aneta Stukalova, ever the bridesmaid, never the bride. What if she could get the win in the Czech Republic? Markova in P5, Adela Ostrolova in 6th. From Rosalia Janora, Natalie Kashnikova, Sara Volfova, Linda Lukescheider and Esther Polikova. Sadly, a retirement for Klara Milisharova. And so now we have just one race to go. the Formula One of Moto Surf. The elite men's category and the trio, Matis Novotny, Alex Lukscheider, and Lukas Jaworski. Bring it on. Travnicek, Squire, Kops, Michailidis, Ficek, Provaznik, and Wolf will try their best to keep up with the three. But they're in such a different league compared to their opponents. This is going to be quite the contest yet again. Very similar to what we've seen in the elite women's. We probably will see it again in the elite men's. For Heat 3, Matis Novotny, the double world champion, lining up in pole position. But alongside him, the ever-motivated Alex Lukscheider in the Husky team, looking forward to going for victory. It would mean so much to him to get it done on home soil. But this man knows all about it. Lukas Jaworski, gold medalist, world champion 5 times over, gunning for glory and another big victory at home. Jan Travnicek looking to push his way forward. Great return to the elite for him after racing in the stocks in Turkey. To bounce back into elite and immediately be P4, that's a big result for Jan Travnicek thus far. But the ever-impressive Anthony Squire from Charlotte, North Carolina, an amazing opportunity for the man who carries the Star-Spangled Banner into the competition in the elites. Next up beside him, in P6 of the starting grid, it is Miroslav Kups. A big effort for the 47. It'll be interesting to see how close he can get to the top 3. Mike Michailidis for Cyprus is next up. 7th position for the reigning rookie world champion. Let's see how much closer he can get to the Big 4. Alongside him on the grid, Adam Ficek, who became part of the Big 4 once again in the previous heat. 8th on the grid, that wasn't good enough. 4th at the finish. He might just be able to go one better in one of the heats before we get there. Dan Provaznik, he won the Electric Challenge Grand Prix of Czechia 5 years ago. He knows how to get the job done. Let's see what he can produce from 9th. And from the A position on the grid, it is the ever-impressive maverick of the sport, moto surfer, rally driver, Superman, Jiri Wolf. And so as the riders gear up for the 3rd and final elite heat of the day, it really is going to be sensational between Matis Novotny, Alex Lukscheider, and Lukas Jaworski, the top 3 riders in the elite category. For the other 7, it's just a chance for them to showcase that they can get as close to the Big 3. The klaxon horn goes, we get the signal to head to the water. Let's hear from Eliska Matuskova, who is paddock side, with our reporter.
How are you feeling after winning everything today?
I'm feeling speechless, but I feel actually really good because it was hard and it was tough with the girls. And this one last heat was really tough. It was this close with Sarah, and yeah, I'm really, and I'm really glad that I can race with the girls here.
And are you excited for tomorrow's finals?
I'm really excited. Actually, we have finals all weekend because we are 12, but yeah, I can't wait, and I think it's gonna be so tough.
Thank you. Now, Sara Zhuborova over here. Sara, it was really tough between you and Eliška.
Yeah.
How are you feeling after the race?
I'm feeling great. I did like 100%, and I'm happy for my race here. It was incredible. I enjoy it, and it was a tough race with Eliška.
And do you think you'll win tomorrow?
I hope so, and I will do everything for that.
Okay, thank you so much, and bye.
One of the only difficulties with the UIM Moto Surf World Championship getting bigger and bigger every year, you have to improve your English lessons. You can hear the nervousness of both Sara Zhuborova and Eliska Matuskova. They do a very good job, but now with more increased television coverage, I feel the need to brush up on the old multilingual. They've done a good job so far, though. We can't really negate them, especially considering that the last 10 years, Moto Surf has been very strong on the live coverage, but of course, it's all been very not nationalized as such, but it's been very community driven. And so the interviews on television have not been particularly massive in terms of their reach prior to this, but it just keeps getting bigger and bigger. UIM Moto Surf. English lessons are available with a certain commentator. If you would like a little bit of tutelage, I'm here, I'm available, I'm ready. That's to anyone, by the way, from the juniors up to the masters. I'm ready to rock and roll if you are. For the moment, though, the only rock and roll is going to be done to the tune of the Elite Moto Surf Orchestra. All 10 of them will head to the water in unison, and we will enjoy the thunder, the noise, and the spectacle. The Grand Prix racing of Moto Surf's elite category, irresistible to the eye. We love it. And so the next chapter of the Grand Prix of Czechia will play out with the elite men's category. All 10 riders excited for what they can produce, but now we get to see them at their best. Matthias Novotny, Alex Lukscheider, and Lukas Zahorsky, the three kings of Moto Surf. Let's see what they can do up at the sharp end. There's still going to be some great battles around them, of course there are. But these are the pinnacle riders of the sport, and any mistake from them will be punished brutally by their two opponents. Out onto the water, the elite riders go. And now that the sport has been split up a little bit in the various different categories, gone are the days where we had so many competitors at the open category, as many as 20 or so in one weekend. We will get back there again in the elite category, but you've got to remember that the elites do spend a considerable more money than the competitors in the stock category do. In the stock category, you buy the board, you go racing, simple as that. In the elites, you can start changing almost everything. It's quite incredible the amount of work that goes into the elite category. You can make changes to the engine mapping. The biggest change is found in the jet pump. It's rather like improving the tires on a Ferrari. You can have the road stock version, but then as soon as you put some proper race trim Pirellis on, you're going to get a lot more grip out of the car. Well, it's the same with the board. You can modify the exhaust, you can modify the fuel map, you can modify the software in the ICU, you can modify the profile and dimension of the fins underneath the board itself. You can definitely make improvements as well to the cooling systems. So many changes that you can make to really find even more from these incredible boards. Since the 2014 season, when the first Moto Surf World Cup ran in its officialdom, there have been an astonishing 559 riders in the last 13 seasons of racing. We could well get to 600 by the time next year rolls around. It's quite incredible, the immense amount of talent that we've seen from North America, from South America, from the African nations, from the European nations, from the Asian nations, from the Gulf, and from the Pacific region. So many incredible racers to come through the world of Moto Surf, all on 100cc two-stroke engines on a 20-kilogram board. They can do a top speed of about 70 to 80 kilometers an hour. It doesn't sound like a lot, but on the top of the water, it might as well be light speed. And these are the men who handle more power, more speed, and more fear than anybody else. The elite men, the top of the Moto Surf tree. This is the pinnacle. And it really is going to be a sensational duel once again between the big three. Matthias Novotny, Alex Lukscheider, and Lukas Zahorsky. The 10 riders in the elite category will go to battle. We get an oscillation of the flag. So it's turning out to be a little bit trickier to get the last race of the day started. It's just coming up to 6:35 p.m. here in Prague. And you can see for yourself that there's quite a lot of activity out on the water. As long as it doesn't impede on the racing, it's all okay. But the competitors here in Prague really enjoying the freedom and the speed that this competition is going to give them. So Matthias Novotny trying to rally the troops and line them all up together. We've We've got somebody in the water there. That's not good news. Now, who is that that's gone in? I think it's one of the Rocket Racing team riders. Is that going to be Dan Pravaznik? Trying to see who it is. It's Lukas Jaworski. Well, that's not a good omen. That is Lukas Jaworski who's gone in. Well, of all the people that we could have lost on the initial warm-up to the start, hopefully that's not going to cause a big issue. But it's Lukas Jaworski who struggles to get back on the board. Just when you think you've seen everything in the Grand Prix of Czechia 2026, maybe we haven't yet. The flag is in the air, they're in position. Let's race for the last time today. Heat 3 of the elite men's. And it really is close between Novotny and Luke Scheider. Luke Scheider getting an absolute flyer, trying to get as close to Novotny as possible without making contact. They'll go the opposing end of the slalom. Luke Scheider going to cut across the path of Lukas Jaworski. That was so close between the two of them. But Jaworski has got great speed through the slalom. He might be able to jump Luke Scheider on the far side. Out comes Novotny. Who's in second? It's Luke Scheider. He just hangs on in front of Jaworski. There was nothing in it between them. Fantastic. And Jaworski now goes straight onto the long lap. I'm going to have you. The war begins in the Moto Surf World Championship Heat 3 for the elite men. And Luke Scheider versus Jaworski is absolutely fired up. Luke Scheider now with a little bit of clear water. He's got a little bit of a gap between himself and Novotny, but it's only about a second and a half or so. So if he can try and jump him in the slalom a little bit later or jump him in the long laps, he's still got a chance of this. But Luke Scheider very close on the start to Matthias Novotny. That's the most pressure Novotny's been under off the start. And Jaworski really had to work to get level with him there. So Jan Travnicek and Anthony Squire are now giving chase as they run in close proximity. Very close as they run together. Travnicek in third, Squire in fourth. Both, of course, because they've been able to jump Jaworski, who went on the long lap. Neither Novotny or Luke Scheider go on the long lap this time either. Now, if I'm Jaworski, I go for the long lap again. Why not? So there is Anthony Squire, and right behind him is Lukas Jaworski. Level, and on the long lap, Jaworski's got ahead of Squire. That took some doing, even for Lukas Jaworski. But the Dirty Banana from North Carolina, doing the best he can as a new boy in the elites, and he's just been undercut there by the 8 of Adam Ficek. But Anthony Squire still putting on a big performance here. You cannot even begin to understate the difference between the stock and the elite categories. You can change so much on these boards. And Anthony Squire may be the master and the king and the reigning world champion in the stock category. But once you go elite, you never go back. It really is a big mission. As Lukas Jaworski now up to 4th place in front of Anthony Squire. 2 long laps for him. I have a feeling he'll go on to the 3rd one now and just give himself as little pressure as possible. Novotny and Luke Scheider have both gone on to the 1st long lap. They've got to take 3. Where is Jaworski? Did he go onto the long lap again? Yes, he did. I knew he was going to do it. Get all the long laps out of the way and then just push in clear water. This is the winning strategy as far as Lukas Jaworski is concerned, and it might just work. There's potential traffic coming for Matthias Novotny and Alex Luke Scheider. They've got to be aware of the potential outcomes here. It's not going to be easy to read the situation. So who is going to get the benefit? Is it going to be Novotny or Luke Scheider or Jaworski? So tough to tell, because Jaworski has decided to throw all his eggs in the long lap basket early. Luke Scheider is just shadowing Novotny's every move. The gap is 3.6. If I'm Luke Scheider, I uncork the bottle and go on to the long lap now. This is how you're going to get him, but apparently not. He shadows Novotny's every move. Novotny is just keeping the pace up front. Luke Scheider's gone with him. They're going to need to look over their shoulders before too long, because Jaworski, once they're level on the 3rd long lap, Jaworski's going to be right there or thereabouts. I'm trying to look at the distance in the times, and in fact, Jaworski is only about 17 seconds back from Luke Scheider with 2 extra long laps. That is cutting it so fine for Lukas Jaworski. He's going to need to pull out some qualifying pace if he wants to split Novotny and Luke Scheider. It really is going to be so tight between them. Novotny may have just done enough here to hold on to the win, but Jaworski desperately trying to split Novotny and Luke Scheider. He doesn't mind too much if it's Maciej Novotny who takes the win away from him, because of course he's in the same team, the Rocket Racing team, which is of course Lukas Jaworski's baby, but he really wants to beat Alex Luke Scheider. If they can get another 1-2, then it's looking very rosy for the Rocket Racing team to dominate the Grand Prix of Czechia. Luke Scheider trying to get underneath them and cause a bit of an upset. He's on the long lap. So too was Novotny, of course. So Novotny and Luke Scheider rejoin the course after what is their second long lap completed. Now they've only got one long lap between them and Lukas Jaworski. Jaworski has got past Jan Travnicek, I believe, who has just taken his second long lap. So it really is now going to be between Novotny, Luke Scheider and Jaworski. Jaworski's done all his long laps. It's up to Novotny and Luke Scheider, and they're really going to have to push the issue now. Jaworski's got the gap between himself and Luke Scheider down to 15 seconds. It is tight, but it is just doable for Lukas Jaworski to get into second place. Jaworski comes through 7 seconds behind Alex Luke Scheider. Surely that's going to be enough to get into second. Jaworski's absolutely ripping this water apart. Over the line, what's the gap? 7 seconds, that might just be enough. Maciej Novotny goes on to the third and final long lap. Luke Scheider goes with him. But is Maciej Novotny going to take the lead? Yes, he does. What about Jaworski? Let's look at Jaworski. We need to see if he's going to get through in front of Luke Scheider. It's going to be close between the two of them as they come out of the section. But who's in front? Is it going to be Jaworski? It is! Jaworski's beaten Luke Scheider out of the slalom of the long lap. He's done the impossible. When Luke Scheider cut him across to the end of the first lap, he said, there's no way you're beating me after that cheeky move. And he's made it work. And Lukas Jaworski has jumped Alex Luke Scheider with a gutsy, determined ride to second. So out in front, it's going to be 3 from 3 for Maciej Novotny. Fabulous performance going into the last lap he goes. And Lukas Jaworski is just going to try one final trick to get in the wheelhouse of Maciej Novotny, but he's 2.7 back. I don't see even Lukas Jaworski catching up to Maciej Novotny, who's in the form of his life in 2026 and gunning for World Championship title number 3. So here comes Maciej Novotny, recently turned 18, about to move into the pinnacle of his career. He's already a double world champion, but what a way to go into the fight for the triple, to seal his first Czech Grand Prix victory as an elite rider. He did it in the rookies 4 years ago, but this is different. This is the one that's going to feel special to Maciej Novotny. Winning at home is as good as it gets. Out of the final section of the slalom, Maciej Novotny nails the final 2 buoys, and it's 3 from 3 so far. What a performance from Novotny. Lukas Jaworski is only 2.2 back at the finish. Luke Scheider, so near, but so far. Just 5.7 seconds. Practically 6 seconds covering the top 3 riders in the world. Blink, make the slightest error, and it all goes wrong. That's how tight it is in the elite category. Jan Travnicek comes through for 4th position in front of the hard-charging Adam Ficek. Another great ride from Ficek today, up from 8th position to P5. Mike Michailidis continuing his steady progress, P6 for the Cypriot. That'll do for him. Dan Pravaznik, steady progress, P7 in front of Anthony Squire in 8th position. Sadly, it is going to be 9th for Miroslav Kurbs and 10th for Jiří Wolf. So, boy, are we ready for the showdown of the weekend. The Grand Prix of Czechia in the elite category is definitely a 3-man brawl. Maciej Novotny, Alex Luke Scheider, and Lukas Jaworski. And boy, is it going to be a special battle for the Grand Prix of Czechia. Lukas Jaworski celebrating one of his best rides of the season so far to fight his way from 3rd to 2nd with a bold strategy that he knew he could make work. Matis Novotny takes the win from Lukasz Zahorski in second. Alex Lukscheider is third. Jan Travnicek in front of Adam Ficek, Mike Michailidis, Dan Pravaznik, Anthony Squire, Miroslav Kurbs, and Jiri Wolf. And that was only heat 3 out of 4. Guess what, folks? It's been a very long day at the races here in Prague on the Hostivar Dam. But we get to do it all again tomorrow. There is just one heat left for every rider. In the stock category and in the Masters Men category, only the top 12 riders will go through to the final. In every other contest, they already know the final is just around the bend. But this is more than just your average Grand Prix. This is the Grand Prix of Czechia in the birthplace, the headquarters, the DNA of MotoSurf. A win here is almost like winning the Monaco Grand Prix. It's particularly special. And tomorrow, we're going to go to battle and go for the Grand Prix of Czechia in the second round of the UIM MotoSurf World Championship here in one of the most beautiful capital cities in the world.
So, you won the race. How are you feeling?
I feel very happy because, you know, in the elite category, it's like something special to win the all heats, and for example, to beat Lukasz Zahorski, it feels very nice.
And are you excited for tomorrow? Are you gonna beat him as well?
My plan is to beat him like in the fourth heat also, and in the final also. Yeah, I'm really excited for this.
And how do you like it here, the race in Prague?
Yeah, it's a really nice venue. I really like it because there is a lot of fans, and see you.
See you tomorrow. Thank you. Now for Lukasz Zahorski. So, we have the legend here, the teacher of everyone. How are you feeling after the race with Matthias?
I feel good. I feel exhausted, of course, but it was a great race. It's such a pleasure to race back in Czech Republic. The track is nice, the weather is nice. Lots of people came here, my friends, and also spectators. So, yeah, I'm really excited, and it's been great fun so far.
And are you excited for tomorrow? What are we feeling? Because Matthias beat you today. What about tomorrow? What's gonna happen?
I'm super excited. I think I still got something to show. So, yeah, the age, you know, is working on me, but I'll try my best and I'll try to beat him in the finals. That's what matters. So I hope to grab a victory here in Prague.
Okay, thank you so much and see you tomorrow.
Bye.
Bye.
Thank you to our trackside reporting team. It really has been a fantastic day at the races here in Prague. And you know what? Aren't you a lucky soul? We get to do it all again tomorrow. After a fantastic day at the races here in Prague, Saturday is Saturday. Now we go into the battle again tomorrow, where the Grand Prix of Czechia here in Prague will be concluding. From Jake Sanson and the whole of the broadcast team and everybody here in UIM MotoSurf, cancel your plans for tomorrow. The Grand Prix of Czechia will be a nail-biter to the very last beauty.